Hi collective, welcome back to my channel. I am the Nosy Witch and this is my channel, Nosy Witch Tarot. Just a heads up, my readings do tend to be pretty long, they tend to be deep dives, so feel free to grab a hot or cold beverage of choice because we have a lot to get through today. So I'm trying to do this thing where instead of yapping for 10 minutes or more and going over every single disclaimer at the start of each individual pile, I'm pretty much gonna go ahead and get straight into the reading. That means I'm going to go through absolutely everything here in the intro. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. I do recommend listening to the introduction in full so that you know what to expect from the reading. I'm going to do a full reading breakdown here in the intro. I'm also going to go through all my usual disclaimers because I do think it's important for you guys to be fully informed going in. However, if you've already picked your pile and you're content with just diving straight into the reading today, you are welcome to jump straight to the relevant timestamp listed below. That will also be in the description box and the pinned comment. I don't know what the official title of this reading is yet, but I think it's going to be something along the lines of like, you asked for this, now it's on its way to you, and this is going to be in relation to your upcoming miracles and the things you're currently manifesting. So if there is a blessing that you've prayed for, wished for, hoped for, hopefully it's going to come through in this reading today. These are all about the amazing things on their way to you, the good luck and miracles that are right around the corner. We're going to be using a selection of oracle cards and tarot cards today in order to tell a story about your trajectory and the blessings you'll find along that trajectory. We are going to be giving tangible examples of what this miracle itself might be. However, as you probably know, I do always like to give multiple different examples even within the same pile because these specific details may differ even if the overall feeling is the same. So a lot of the reading will be focused on how you've been feeling and how you're going to be feeling once this miracle or these miracles start coming in, because that's how you will know if a pile is for you. If what I'm describing is or has been how you've been feeling when it comes to whatever this is you're hoping will happen, then it's your pile. You know, the details are just there for extra confirmation. If I happen to describe a situation you are currently in, then you can take that as like a little extra nod to it being your pile, but it's less about the specific details and more about the overarching energies and feelings and emotions coming up, because you know, this miracle itself, it can really be about anything. You guys are all hoping for different things, I imagine, so it could be, you know, a relationship breakthrough, a career breakthrough, a spiritual breakthrough, or just a breakthrough when it comes to like your own personal growth. Maybe some of you guys don't even know what to expect, but you're open to miracles showing up in whatever form. I don't want the examples to pigeonhole you. I use these examples more so you can take them and apply them to your personal situation. So, you know, this reading will focus a lot on how you might move from A to B in terms of accessing this miracle, the place you've been in versus where you're moving to. But also we're going to discuss what you're doing currently or in the future to usher in these manifestations. Basically, what are you doing or what are you going to be doing that's going to get you a little bit closer to these goals? Now, everybody's story and everybody's breakthrough moment is very different and very individual. You know, some miracles can be more dramatic and grand, and some miracles are just like those day-to-day little serendipitous moments that feel important even if they are not the loudest or the most in your face. You know, sometimes these things we might not perceive as miracles in the moment even, but they turn out to be later down the line. Sometimes we are in a particularly lucky era of our lives and our miracles arrive in the form of blessing after blessing. And other times we experience miracles in unexpected places, or, you know, these blessings pop up whilst we're just living our regular lives and experiencing all of life's usual challenges. And I just want to make a point of saying that because people sometimes get upset with me when, I guess from their perspective, the reading isn't positive enough. And do you know what? Like, I get it. Sometimes people click on these readings as a form of escapism and they only want to hear the sunshine and rainbows portion of a particular pile. And that's an absolutely valid thing to want. I'm not shitting on anyone for wanting or needing that. We all need a little bit of escapism, a little bit of comfort. However, I am just not that reader who is only going to focus on what someone wants to hear. You know, I think my readings as a whole, that said, I do think they tend to lean positive. I deliberately choose to focus on positive topics for the most part in order to channel something good and empower you guys where possible. However, I do want to say that no amount of shame in me for how I choose to deliver a message is going to make me lie about what's coming through. I am always going to be honest about any potential challenges. If that's something I do see, I try my best to convey that message in the most gentle and uplifting way that I can. But ultimately, I'm not going to like make shit up for the sake of getting views, because if I'm sitting here and saying, you know, your life from this point on is going to be perfect, nothing is ever going to go wrong, you are going to be a billionaire by tomorrow, and you're going to meet your celebrity crush and they're going to ask you to marry them. Like, who am I helping by doing that? Because if your life is that perfect, why do you even need my help? And don't get me wrong, I understand needing those positive messages from time to time, and that's why I do a lot of the hype you up readings and things like that. I totally understand the concept of sometimes being delulu until the delulu come true. But for me, when I want that, I tend to gravitate more towards channels that focus solely on affirmations or subliminals, you know, things like that. I don't necessarily listen to tarot readings if I'm not also looking for genuine real life guidance, as well as somebody to hype me up and tell me that I'm worthy. And I like to think that I can do both. Like, I want to be the internet friend who hypes you up and makes you feel confident, but I also want to be that friend who prepares you and who holds you accountable for the real world. And I know for most of you guys who have left the most beautiful and loving comments, you obviously don't mind the way I deliver messages, but some people, I guess, come in expecting something different to who I am or what I do, and then they get disappointed, and that's understandable. And it's why I do these reading breakdowns and disclaimers, because it's really hard to convey the whole of a topic in just a few words in the video title or just a few words on the thumbnail. But just know that first and foremost, I am genuinely wanting the very best for you guys. I never say or do anything with the intention to upset anyone, but I do prefer to use real life situations as examples, because unfortunately, we live in the real world and sometimes things happen that are out of our control. And if those challenges come up here and there, we'll figure them out together. I have like full faith in that. And hopefully my readings do offer some comfort, or they do help you come to terms with whatever is going on, even when you're struggling. But ultimately, like, as much as we are here for the positivity, we are also here for the healing work, right? And sometimes that looks messy, or it doesn't look linear, or it doesn't look as shiny as some of the grand promises that other readers might choose to make, but it's just as important, to me at least. And I know that I don't personally listen to tarot readings unless I am prepared to hear the truth. And I never get mad at other tarot readers for interpreting messages in ways that feel truthful to them, because it's all subjective. And if they're delivering a message in a certain way, it's because that message is meant for somebody, even if that person isn't me, you know, especially with collective readings. They are literally just the messenger, and I don't have to absorb anything that doesn't belong to me. So with that said, as usual, not every single detail or example or energy mentioned is going to apply to your personal situation, and that's okay. Always take what's for you and leave the rest for somebody else. As I always say, it's a collective reading on the internet and I am not holding you hostage here. You can click off this video at any time if you are not enjoying the way I am delivering the message, or if a pile just isn't resonating with you. With that said, the reading is intended to be timeless, so whenever you find it is the right time. Side note here, I just want to say that I apologise if certain aspects of the reading are a little bit disjointed. I started filming this reading, I want to say towards the end of August, and then basically I had a crazy couple of weeks in my personal life, and I'm not going to go into massive detail, it's not relevant, but something happened and everything felt chaotic and I just needed some time to process things, and I'm fine now. But I wanted to be in a better place emotionally, energy-wise, before I picked up filming again, so it's taken me a while to record this and edit this and everything. And I'm just so grateful for you guys leaving nice comments and sticking with me, because I feel like lately every video I've done starts off by me saying like, oh, sorry for the delay, and if it's not to do with my health, it's something else getting in the way. But I promise, like, I'm still really invested in this. It's just been a particularly hard few months, and I know it sounds really cryptic, but yeah, I'm still here. And I mean, what better time to do a reading about upcoming miracles, because I know that I'm in need of one right now. So but yeah, due to the external situations, my disability has been flaring up a little worse than usual. So if I seem a little bit brain foggy at times throughout this reading, that's why. So please be gentle with me in the comments. If you can, please be kind. And yeah, I just want to thank you all for your support and for being here and for listening and just saying the kindest things ever. You are always welcome to tell me what resonates in the comments. I'd love to hear from you. Please like, sub and share if you get a chance. But yeah, with all of that said, let's introduce the piles today because I haven't done that. So over here we have pile 1 with the Everyday Witch Tarot and the bike sticker. Here we have pile 2 with the Orchid Valley Tarot and the jar sticker. Here we have pile 3 with the Light Seers Tarot and the snail sticker. Here we have pile 4 with the Real Talk Tarot and the clam sticker. And here we have pile 5 with the Britt's Third Eye Tarot and the plant sticker. Like I say, timestamps will be listed below and they will take you to the start of your chosen pile. Thank you so much for listening and for being here. I hope you enjoy this reading today and I will see you at your chosen pile collective. Hi Pile 1 Collective, if you chose Pile 1 and you chose the Everyday Witch Tarot and the bike sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference, so I recommend you check that out so you know what to expect. But this reading is all about the miracle that you have been waiting for. What have you been manifesting? What big blessing is going to be coming into your life? So without any further hesitation, I just want to get started with the reading today. So I have laid the cards out already and we are going to unveil them. We're using tarot cards and oracle cards. But yeah, let's get started. I think we'll unveil the oracle cards first, as I normally do. So we have got See You on the Other Side. We have got number 14, Children. We have got Luck, number 32, Jackpot, Fortune, Reward. Maybe some of you have an upcoming lottery win. Maybe that's going to be your miracle. And we have got number 15, Garden. Something lovely will grow from this. Oh, I'm actually going to pop your little sticker over here for now and let's unveil the tarot. So we have got the Six of Cups. And the clarifier for the Six of Cups is the Eight of Cups. We have got the Empress. And the clarifier for the Empress is the Queen of Pentacles. We have got the Page of Cups. And the clarifier for the Page of Cups is the Ten of Pentacles. Woo. And we have got the King of Pentacles. Oh my god, your cards are amazing, Pile 1. And the clarifier for the King of Pentacles is the Seven of Cups. Okay. Beautiful. So I like to start these readings by mentioning the numbers on the cards in case these are extra confirmations for you guys. They certainly don't have to be for this to be your pile, but I just like to mention them. So these numbers might be relevant in terms of date, an age, an angel number, a synchronicity you're seeing a lot of, a month, a year, an astrological house, or the sign associated with that house. It can really be anything. But we have got the numbers 14, 32 and 15, so these might be relevant in one of those ways. I'm also thinking of the individual numbers, so the number 1, the number 2, 3, 4 or 5. Oh, it's a sequence. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. That's interesting for your pile, especially with the cards we're getting for you. This makes me think of something just like lining up in the right order, like something you've been waiting for just falling into place step by step by step because of the work you've been putting in. This makes me think of a manifestation that's coming in exactly the right order. I don't know why a couple of random messages for specific people, but this might be a confirmation. Some of you have got new blinds. You've put up new blinds recently in your home. There is also something coming through about a band-aid, putting a band-aid on something. So some of you might have just got like a little cut and you've covered it with a band-aid. I think it's important to note, like, I don't call it a band-aid, like I'm British, so we call them plasters. So that is definitely like somebody else's energy that I'm picking up on, maybe somebody from the US, somebody who would call it, who would refer to it as a band-aid, because I don't call them that. So yeah, like something about a band-aid coming through, covering something with a band-aid. Another confirmation could be if you've recently experienced something that triggered some kind of nostalgia. I'm also thinking of a deja vu kind of feeling. So maybe you recently went to an old place that you haven't seen in person since childhood, or maybe this is like a familiar smell or sound, like a song you've heard, something that just reminded you of childhood or of a simpler time. I'm also getting something about you having been given an item or a gift or something from your past, maybe by a relative, that has reminded you of, like, I want to say the olden days, but it's not the olden days. It could just be like some photographs, like a box of photographs from the 90s or something like that. I know that's not the olden days. I was brought up in the 90s. I'm not calling myself old. I'm not calling you old either. But I think it always makes me think of like how fast technology has changed. Like when we look at like the pictures we used to take, like those old sort of like grainy photographs, and a lot of us, like our families keep boxes and boxes of them, whether they're like in the attic, in storage or something. But it's like something like that. Maybe you've gone to visit your parents and you've looked through this old box of photographs or this photograph album, something along those lines. Or maybe somebody from the past has recently messaged you, an old friend, somebody's reached out to you. These might not be to do with your manifestation, by the way. This is just like some confirmations that are coming through initially for specific people. These don't have to resonate for this to be your pile. For some of you, I am getting that a part of your manifestation or this miracle coming in, it might have something to do with children. Now, that doesn't have to be literal children for every single one of you. It could be about creation generally, whether this is like the creation of an idea or a project, you growing something in gestation. There is a lot of like metaphors about pregnancy coming through. For some of you, like I say, it will be more of a metaphor for an idea or something like that, but for others of you, it could have something to do with a child, your children you work with, a particular breakthrough in relation to that. But again, doesn't have to be literal. It's more like whatever this miracle is, I'm hearing them saying like it's your baby, like you think of it as your baby. So it could be like you nurture this thing as a parent would with a child, like you've put a lot of effort into it and you really can't wait to see it grow. I'm also hearing this phrase, and this phrase is, this is about an old wish getting a new lease of life. It's about something getting a revamp. This could be in relation to a childhood wish. This feels like something you wished for or prayed about a long time ago, and this is finally coming in for you. And this is a desire that has never ever truly gone away, but it was kind of humming in the background. I'm getting the word humming specifically, and it's like you had to walk away from it for some time in order to prioritize certain things that were important in your life. But all the while, this thing kind of stayed like ever present, running along in the background. It's like life happened, you know, seasons changed, but this thing was always there to some degree. It's just that you kind of had to learn to surrender to it. It's not that it disappeared entirely, but yeah, you surrendered to it in that you stopped forcing it to happen a certain way. It's like you had to walk away from it for a time to protect your peace, because you became very aware that essentially like life was going to happen anyway, regardless of whether you stood like watching and waiting for this to happen or not. But you never really lost faith that this was eventually going to come in for you, because there's this thing where in the background you've been quietly preparing for this. And it's not because you're adamant that this has to happen in this one certain way, but it's because a part of you knows if something is meant for you, then it is going to come to you in divine timing. And when it comes in, you want to be ready for it. You know, the Queen of Pentacles, we think of her as someone who prepares for winter even when we are still in spring. And it's this very peaceful preparation. It is not forceful, it is not aggressive, but it's like this background excitement. You know, you are allowed to still be excited about this without sort of forcing it or feeling as though you're like trying to rush it, or feeling as though you're putting all your eggs in one basket, because maybe that's where you were at one stage. Like you really, really, really wanted this thing, you were wishing for it, you were praying for it, you were obsessed with the idea of bringing this in. And now it's like less of an obsession and just a sort of hopeful idea of like, well, I'm going to do my thing and I trust that this thing will come to me when it's the right time. You've kind of let go of it in a way, but it's still been there. You haven't fully like detached from it. You just have this knowing that like, if this thing is for me, it will come to me. And you know, that's what we talk about when we talk about surrendering. It doesn't mean you have to pretend not to care about this thing at all, but it's just not sort of being like desperate about it, I guess, or coming at it from a lack mentality, for want of a better way of wording it. This is quiet but hopeful anticipation that's kind of been brewing while you do your thing. And it's this knowing, it comes from this place of knowing, it comes from you not feeling this sense of lack, because you know that the universe is going to come through for you in some way. What I want to compare this to, I'm sorry if this isn't like the nicest example, but I think sometimes when we hear that we have to surrender to allow for our manifestation to come in, sometimes we mistake that as like, oh, I just have to like, again, pretend not to care about this thing at all. But that's not the case. You can still be like looking forward to something without it taking over your entire life. And I feel like this reading is saying that that's the energy you've been in. Like, you've learned to be in that energy where you are receptive. You're looking forward to inviting this manifestation, this miracle in, but you're not like, it's not the be all and end all. Like, you're still living your life. And what I might compare this to is like the difference between an addict going through a period of withdrawal and being absolutely desperate for their next fix versus a hungry person excitedly waiting for their food in a restaurant. Like, ultimately, both of those people want something. Both of them are yearning for something. But with the addict, there might be more of this sense of desperation where this person is saying, you know, if I don't get what I need right now, then I will die. Like, I will do everything to get what I need, even if it means doing something that would make me act out of character or act in a way that my higher self wouldn't want me to be acting. Whereas that person in the restaurant who's hungry, like, yes, they want it too, but ultimately they're much more calm because they know, like, they've put the order in and the food is on its way to them. They don't have to be desperate about it. I mean, I guess it depends on how hungry you are. I've definitely been in a restaurant before where I'm thinking, like, where is this food? I am dying for my food. But you know what I mean? Like, that is the sort of comparison there. That's the difference. But that being said, because you have put your order in, you know that it's coming to you. You know that this hunger won't last forever. But when that meal gets presented to you, you want to be ready for it. You're not going to be scrambling when this thing comes in, like, oh shit, now it's here, what do I do? Like, I'm not ready for this. You're going to know exactly what to do because you have been prepared for this to come in. You have done all the right things while you've been waiting for it. There's something about the momentum building. It's like you feel this undercurrent of a wish brewing or starting to form. And there seems to be this awareness that something huge is coming, and it is going to be huge. I see that, like with the Ten of Pentacles. This is going to be pretty big for you, pal one, in the best way. Because you know that, you essentially want to have your shit in order when it does, when it finally arrives. And it's almost like the universe wants to thank you for your trust and your patience in terms of just allowing this to happen the way it's supposed to. And they kind of want to send you this gift to let you know, like, hey, we're getting it ready for you. And I'm almost thinking of, like, you know, when you order something from an online store or whatever, when the order gets delayed, the company might send you a discount coupon while you wait for your order as a little bit of a peace offering. Or they might like send you some free stuff alongside your order to apologize for the issues with shipping. So it's almost like the universe is operating in that kind of way where they are going to start sending you these little signs and saying, like, oh, sorry for the delay, we're still preparing it, but when it comes, we are going to send you these little extras, these little extra freebies, these goodies. And that's the thing, when this thing comes in, it's actually so much bigger than what you could have imagined. It's more than what you expected, what you anticipated, but in a really, really good way. Like, it's better than what you thought. And I think a part of you knows this, which is why you've been getting in this mode where you're like, right, well, I need to be in the best place I can be to receive this, because I don't want to be caught off guard when all of this comes in for me. You know, if we use that package example, it's almost like you're saying, oh, well, you know, with my delivery, if my package is going to be bigger than I expected it to be, I better hit the gym this week before it comes so I can make sure that my arms are strong so that I can carry this package. Like, not that example, obviously, but what I'm saying is, if this is something you were like hoping to manifest a long, long time ago, and you wanted it to work out this one particular specific way, and things thus far, if they haven't worked out that one specific particular way, or, you know, if it felt like at times you were forcing it and it was consuming a lot of your time, your energy, your thoughts, if at some point you felt like you had to walk away from this idea to sort of protect your peace, like, yes, you did walk away, but you didn't fully abandon it, you didn't fully give up on it, because you knew deep down, even if it didn't manifest in exactly the way you originally planned and on the same timeline, you still knew the joy that this manifestation would bring is yours in some way. Like, it belongs to you. That is not up for debate. So even if it didn't work out in that moment exactly as you planned it in your mind, it's almost like you're saying, I'm still going to do the work I have to do and kind of let this thing run in the background and do what it needs to do. So it can do its thing, I can do my thing, and it can build and it can get to where it needs to be, and I can build, I can get to where I need to be so that I'm ready to receive it. And it's hard to surrender, you know, it's very easy to become impatient when we really, really want something and we don't see those initial results. And it's easy to like give up on the thing entirely because it's not going the way we want. And the example I'm getting is like somebody getting frustrated with technology. Like, do you know the annoyance we feel when we are ready to do something and the computer just isn't ready? Like when we just want to hop on and do our work and get it like checked off our checklist, you know, especially when we feel like we're in a rush to just do something. That is always the moment that our computers decide that they have to do like 100 checks before we can even log on. It's so frustrating when we just want to get it done. So I'd almost compare this to some kind of computer program or some kind of operating system that has to do its updates. It's like you're leaving it to run in the background, but you haven't taken that spare time for granted. You've used it really, really wisely. And you know, some people that would be difficult for them. Like, you know, if we use that computer example, some people might be like, okay, I have this essay I need to type up for school or for my boss, and they're like, you know, I'm going to do it today. But when they encounter that first hurdle of the computer having to do like a ton of checks or updates first, they might give up and be like, oh, you know, clearly this computer isn't going to be ready for me today. I'm just going to eat Fruit Loops and play video games instead. Whereas you, it feels like you have used this kind of waiting or surrendering period as an opportunity to actually grow something. So even if you can't, you know, if we use that example, use the computer to type your essay right away, you're like, okay, well, I'm going to use this time to plan my essay using pen and paper, because then I'll be ready to just start typing it up in this orderly way, instead of eventually getting on the computer and drawing a complete blank and not even knowing where to start because I frittered the whole day away playing video games or whatever. And again, it's that sense of like, you knew this was going to come in for you sooner or later, so you used your time and your resources in a way that made sense to allow that manifestation to come in. So just as one example, this does not have to relate to you specifically. This is just to highlight the kind of thing I mean, to put it in a more like tangible example. But let's say that you have this wish for your business to really blow up and start flourishing, and for you to start gaining tons of clients. If at first this doesn't go down exactly how you want it to, and it feels like, you know, you've just been wishing for this for so long and you're not seeing the growth, nothing's really happening, it would be easy to abandon that idea entirely by saying, fuck it, the business is a flop, it hasn't worked out, I'm going to cheer myself up by using whatever small amount of money I've made to book some holidays or to spend money on something frivolous to treat myself, to cheer myself up. And listen, me as the Taurus moon, I'm never going to talk you out of getting yourself a little treat to cheer yourself up. But caveat to that, keyword being little, especially if you know it might be like financially irresponsible to get yourself something big. Like, do whatever you need to do to give yourself a little bit of joy, but just make sure that you don't self-sabotage in the process. And you haven't done pile one, like that's the point. That is the point here. You've done all the right things here. And that's why your spirit team, your guides, the universe, that's why they're going to be rewarding you, because you've used this quiet time of contemplation and waiting very, very wisely. Because, you know, if you keep working at this, I don't want to say necessarily like chipping away, but just letting something grow in the background without feeling the need to like hover over it or be up its ass, like checking it every 2 minutes to check that it's doing something. Without doing that, you've had the faith and the trust to know that if you just do your thing and let it do it is coming to you in due course. And you've been making little investments, I guess, to be ready for that, even when it's been very, very hard to believe that something is happening. So if you're that person with the business and you want it to blow up and become something huge, you're not like checking your stats and analytics every single day to make sure that they are on this very strict timeline that you made in your head for growth and, you know, feeling like anything else is a failure. I guess you might say you're learning how to walk away from this perfectionist mindset where anything different to exactly what you had planned in your brain is like a failure, but you are like putting things away for when the time comes for it to blow up. You're preparing for the change in season. Something happening in autumn in terms of this manifestation could be very, very significant for this pile, because that is what this garden card is making me think of. The sort of very rich earthy tones. It's very autumnal looking to me. I guess we are moving from summer to autumn right now, so definitely a change in season could be significant for this miracle coming in. But yeah, it's like you feel that there's this forward motion going on behind the scenes and this upwards trend. You can sense that in the air, in the atmosphere. It might not be obvious right now, but something is growing, something is blooming without you having to force it or without you feeling the need to constantly be checking to make sure that it's going the way you planned. So instead of you being that person who's like, F it, I'm just going to spend all my money on a holiday, maybe you are, yes, treating yourself to that one small weekend getaway if you need it, but also you're putting some money away in your savings so that you can invest in equipment for your business when the time comes to upgrade, because there will come a time you will need to upgrade because there will be so much demand for your business, and you're not going to overbook your schedule or splash out on a ton of holidays, because when suddenly your business pops off and the clients are coming in, you want to make sure you're ready for them and that you have enough time. Because if they all start coming in at once and you're like, oh shit, all these people have, bought stuff from my online shop and I'm going to Spain this week and then Italy the next and France after that, and I don't have time to ship all these products or I don't have time to invest in this business, then you're going to feel very flustered and overwhelmed, and you're not going to be able to enjoy the moment of this manifestation finally coming to fruition. But the universe is saying here, well done on your mindset, because it would have been very, very easy to self-sabotage. You could have done the easy thing here and you didn't. And you still believed that the universe was working in your favor, even when that wasn't necessarily showing in the material. And they're saying, like, you have impressed them, Power One. You've genuinely impressed them with your actions here for not giving up, for remaining in this energy where you're like, I'm going to keep doing what aligns with me, even if the results aren't showing right away. You didn't bow down to getting like instant gratification with this, and they're proud of you for that. And they're saying, like, now we're ready to reward you because you have proven time and time again that you can handle this. And because you've proven yourself so well, actually, you're going to get even more than what you bargained for. Luck is on your side here. And it feels like a confirmation that this is starting to manifest for you, is that you're going to be getting these small lucky breaks before the big thing comes in. And this is the universe's way of telling you, like, just you wait. Like, here's your small little 10% off discount coupon, but we have a bigger surprise coming for you. You could actually be getting some kind of small lotto win, or, this could be something like, I'll try and give a few examples. Like, maybe it's you winning at the pub quiz, or you get a small prize on a raffle you entered, or you win at the bingo or something like that. Or maybe you get a small freebie from somewhere, like you're given a free sample, or somebody gifts you something out of the blue or buys you a drink, or you go somewhere where you're supposed to pay an entry fee, but then when you get there, maybe the person at the till is like, oh, the register isn't working today, so you can just come in for free. Or it could be like, you go out to eat with a friend and you guys get 2 drinks each, but when you look at the receipt, you've only been charged for 1 drink each, or something like that. Just these weird little synchronicities, they could be signs for you of this bigger thing starting to take form. It's like these little bits of joy that are being added to your day to let you know that luck is changing in your favor. Seasons are changing. This is your season. This is just the start of it as well, and good things are starting to happen more and more. It's like this momentum, like something building. I'd actually be very curious as to what Jupiter is doing in your chart right now. You could have some kind of Jupiter transit that is significant, because it really just feels like, I want to say everything is coming up, Pile 1. And I'm also hearing now you're flying, or like you're going to be flying. So again, yeah, something about this momentum. And I'm getting the image of someone learning to ride a bike. It feels like when you first get on, as is often the case when we're learning something new, we might fumble a bit. It feels a bit clunky. Maybe we can't pedal too fast, or, maybe there's somebody at the back of us holding on to the bike, keeping us steady, making sure we don't do too much too soon, or making sure we don't go too fast before we're ready to do that. And it feels like the universe has kind of been that person holding the back of your bike, and things have been like a bit of a slow start, but you've been working and working. But now they're saying like you're ready and it's time to feel the wind in your hair and it's time to just fly. I'm seeing that with like see you on the other side. It's reminding me of like when you're on a bike and your parent is like stood at the back of you and 1 minute they're right there. When you're learning, they're like reluctant to let go of you, but all of a sudden you start zooming off and all of a sudden they seem so far away and you're on the other side. See you on the other side just reminds me of that imagery. Like once we get going, there's no stopping us. And these small little things are going to come in to let you know, like once your time of luck is upon you, it is only going to get better and better. I'm not going to lie, Power One, like this whole thing, like see you on the other side as well, it makes me think, because of how powerful these cards are too, it just makes me think of like a whole quantum leap. That is what I'm thinking with see you on the other side. It's kind of like the universe is saying, you've done the work you need to do to welcome in this manifestation, and you're going to wake up one day and it's almost like you've jumped into this parallel reality, but in a really, really good way. And they're saying see you on the other side, as in see you in your new life, like see you when you wake up and you suddenly find that things are so different. Bye bye old life, hello new life. This is a whole new life for you, part one. Like, this is so exciting, and things, it's like you're just going to be treated entirely differently. And I really feel like a big confirmation for you is that people will just be approaching you in a different energy. Like, if you literally wake up one day and you just feel like the energy has shifted around you and suddenly people start treating you differently, maybe with more respect, like maybe being more generous to you, and you're like, what's going on? Is this my lucky day? Even if it's just silly little things like the barista at the coffee shop who is always rude to you. Maybe you wake up and notice that this day you go in there suddenly being extra kind to you and they can't stop smiling, and you're thinking like, what's gotten into them today? Like, maybe they've had too much coffee because they're being nice to me all of a sudden, and you're thinking like, is this my lucky day? But I'm hearing no, pal one, like, you've got it wrong. This is the start of your lucky life. This is not just one day. I'm also thinking of like people holding doors open for you when they don't normally. I'm seeing somebody hold open a door, but I'm thinking more of like opportunities being granted to you, like doors opening in terms of opportunities just sort of falling into your lap in this grand way. Your next miracle is just stepping into this version of you, this new era, this life where miracles just become commonplace, like a life where things just start feeling easier day after day. But a big part of this is because like you haven't taken this time for granted. The time that you've been given, you've used it well, you've done the work, and you have really proven that you're ready for this next stage. And it's like, because you've been delayed, it's as though you're going up multiple levels all in one go. So it's going to feel like this big shift or this brand new world because everything is elevating so fast. I'm getting the image of an elevator, like it gets stuck on this one floor and you're pressing the buttons and nothing's happening. And all of a sudden it like zooms to the very top of a building and you go up all of these floors at once. So I wouldn't be surprised if when this miracle comes in, it looks like some kind of overnight success in whatever way that might apply. And don't get me wrong, when I say like luck is on your side, I want to be clear, like, yes, you are entering a lucky era where things fall into place, but also you've been doing the work. Like, it's like you've let whatever needs to play out behind the scenes. It's not just based on luck, it's down to the effort you've put in. But there is this sense of going from feeling like you're trying hard but opportunities are still few and far between, to suddenly having an influx of them all happening at once. And it's kind of like, whoa, like, where did this come from? And for someone unprepared who didn't believe this was going to happen, this might be totally overwhelming, you know, going from not very much to everything all at once. It would be easy to be like, you know, this is too much. I don't know what I'm doing with all of this. But for you, because you always kept this vision alive that something was happening in the background, like that computer just running, doing its updates, you've let it do its thing while you prioritize other things in your life, but you've never fully given up on it. You've still been working hard and solidly. And I'm hearing your guides or the universe, whatever you believe in, it's like they want to commend you on keeping things together. I'm hearing that specifically, and they're saying something about you having the emotional maturity to remain steady, especially if for some of you, maybe you've had people like almost becoming impatient or worrying over something on your behalf. It's like you've had to emotionally regulate yourself, but also maybe even other people. And when they've broken down, when they've ceased to believe that something good is coming, it's like you've held the fort, you've remained steady, and you haven't allowed it to throw you off. You haven't given up, you've stayed focused on your plan, and you stayed focused on showing up every single day because ultimately you trusted that if something is meant for you, it will find you. And I'm almost getting this imagery of like kids in the back of a car screaming to their parents like, are we there yet? And you're the parent having to keep your cool, and you're saying like, we will get there, it's not going to be long, just sit back and relax, like we will be there soon. It's like you've had to be the one keeping your cool and, you know, be this grounding force for everyone in this when other people have lost it. And one example I'm getting, it doesn't have to be this example at all for you, but if this is to do with like romance or finding love or something like that, I tend to find like when I was single, I used to experience this all the time, and it would be people like being upset about the fact that I was single on my behalf, even if I was totally content being single. Like, I noticed people would make suggestions or they would respond to information in a certain way, let's say, based on their projection of how they think I might feel, when actually that wasn't my truth. I don't know if I'm explaining that in a way that makes sense, but when I was single, like, if somebody said to me, "Oh, are you seeing anyone at the moment?" and I would say no, it would sometimes be met with pity, like, "Oh, well, I'm sure you'll find someone soon." Or, "Oh, you should get on this dating app." Or, "Oh, I have friends I could introduce you to." And I'm not saying that somebody saying that is like a bad person. I'm sure they were just trying to be helpful. But it was, again, based on their perception of how they think I felt, when actually, when I was single, it was because I chose to be. Like, I wanted that because, to be quite honest, like, it is not hard to find a relationship. Like, anyone can be in a relationship if they want to be. What can be difficult is being in a good relationship, being with somebody, finding somebody who aligns with us, being with somebody who makes us feel seen, being with somebody who makes us feel like we are not settling. When I was single, I was very content because I always sort of knew in the back of my mind, like, the right person for me is out there and I will find them when it's the right time. But I'm not just going to get into a relationship that doesn't feel right in my soul because other people are pressuring me or other people expect me to feel upset about not being with somebody. Like, sometimes it bothers us less than it bothers other people, and sometimes there are voices in our ear, especially from family, and especially if you're a woman, sometimes due to misogyny and things like that, it can feel like there's extra pressure to sort of like settle down by a certain age, and people will give their helpful advice, but it's not helpful if that's not what you're looking for. So it could even be like friends and family getting upset on your behalf, like, "Oh, I just don't understand why you've not found someone yet. I don't understand why you're still single." But maybe you're waiting for the right person, and by not settling, you're going to welcome in this manifestation of meeting that right person. That's just one example. It doesn't have to have anything to do with that. But I'm just saying, sometimes it's like you have to regulate other people based on their projections. Like, you might be totally fine being single, but maybe your parents are like, "Oh, you should be getting married, you should be settling down, you should be meeting somebody, you need to put yourself out there, you need to do this." It's like you've had loads of voices in your ear telling you what you should do, and giving advice not based on what you want, but what they want for you in some way. And you haven't listened to that. You haven't let those voices guide you above your own intuition. And I think the universe is also commending you on that. It's like you've had a lot of choices, you've had opportunities here, but you've held off on making certain choices because they just didn't feel right. They didn't feel aligned for you at this soul level. And you didn't allow yourself to get lost in the fantasy and just go after the thing that sparkles and shines, because you knew there was something more suited to you out there. So it could be a romantic suitor. That could be what this miracle is, but it doesn't have to be. But I am getting a message for some of you about somebody trying to set you up with somebody, or somebody saying to you like, "Oh, well, I met my partner on this dating app, like, you should try that." And I'm not demonizing dating apps. There's absolutely nothing wrong with meeting people that way. But if you have always had this dream of like, "I want to just bump into the love of my life organically, like not through a dating app," then that is absolutely valid. Like, you don't have to do things the way other people are telling you to. Like, nobody should tell you that you're asking for too much by wanting to meet somebody organically instead of on an app or something. If people are trying to tell you like, "Oh, that's just how people meet these days, like, you're not just going to run into somebody," how do they know that? Like, they don't know that. I'm personally somebody who really struggles with like the idea of dating apps. It's not because I disagree with them or anything. I think it can be a great resource. I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with them, but I'm someone who, like, I struggle to feel attraction unless I'm like seeing somebody in person, or unless I can like see what the vibe is like in person. Like, sometimes you just can't know that over a picture. Like, I'm just somebody who prefers to meet people and talk one-on-one, like out in the real world, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So if you're like a similar way and you're holding out for that, your miracle could be like having the romantic little meet cute in person that you've always wanted, instead of relying on meeting someone via an app or in an unorganic way. But yeah, this could be in relation to somebody sort of trying to like force something to happen on your behalf. Somebody saying like, "Oh, well, you've not dated in such a long time, like, wouldn't it be nice to get taken out? I could set you up with my cousin. Oh, I could set you up with my husband's friend at work," or something like that. And it would have been very easy for you to sort of like get caught up on this idea of like, "Oh, well, you know what, it would be nice to date again, like, it would be nice to be I was going to say wine dined and 69'd. I didn't mean 69'd, but I just end up saying it after wined and dined. I'm sorry. But yeah, you could be like, oh, it would be nice to be wined and dined, like an experience romance. Like, I miss that. I've been longing for being treated like that. I've been longing for having that experience again. Like, you know, even if this person isn't quite right for me, maybe I should give it a go just to sort of get to that next level that everyone's wanting me to be on. It will be easy to get caught up in that and do something that maybe isn't really aligned with you. Not saying that the person who you were going to be set up with, I'm not saying that makes them like a bad person or lesser than you or anything like that, but it could just be like you weren't really feeling the vibes. But there could have been like you felt pressured to because you wanted to experience fun or romance or dates again or something like that. So you were like, oh, well, I guess they're nice enough, maybe I could give them a go. But I feel like you didn't give in to this though. You didn't force yourself to align with something that you weren't truly invested in. And it's like you're being rewarded for that now because you are meeting with something or someone, if this is a person who does truly align with you, and it's just going to make sense. It's going to make sense why the other things didn't work out or why it's taken some time for this to get here. Because when this something or this someone comes into your life, you're going to be like, I knew it, this one. This is the one that is for me. This ticks every single box on my list. I knew there was a reason I declined other things, like other opportunities. It doesn't have to be a person, of course, that's just one example relating to the example I gave of family or friends wanting you to like rush into commitment. But it could be like you having multiple job offers, multiple opportunities to earn some kind of income. And there is this sense that like maybe you were pondering this idea like, oh, well, you know, it could provide this certain lifestyle and that would be good. But something about it just didn't feel right. So you didn't go for it. You just focused on doing the hard work and investing in things that really mean something to you. And now you are being rewarded for that. It could be something about you refusing to take shortcuts. And it's like you refuse to engage with an opportunity that sounded too good to be true, even though the fantasy of it might have been really tempting. It's like you chose to put in the hard work instead. So one example that's popping into my head is like weight loss, for instance. If you have a weight loss goal, it can be tempting to want to see instant results. But organic weight loss or gain, whatever your goals are, depending on what your goals are, those things usually take a lot of time and a lot of persistence. And it is very rare to see instantaneous results. And it feels as though you have come to a place where you've put in that time and effort and you have persisted without making it your entire life. And because you've done that, because you've done it in a healthy way, in a sustainable way, when your manifestation comes in, it's going to be long lasting. But some people, again, it doesn't have to be with weight loss, this is just one tangible random example, but some people, if we're talking about weight loss, they're going to maybe do it the more unhealthy way to get the faster results. Some people, they're adamant like, well, I need to force myself to be bikini ready or to fit into this dress. It would be easy for them if they got an offer of like, hey, you should try this magic pill, it helped me lose 20 pounds in 1 week. That might seem like a tempting solution, but sometimes things like that, if we don't know enough about them, they can be very, very dangerous. They can have consequences that are not desirable, like explosive diarrhea. And I'm not talking about, you know, if you are taking some kind of medication prescribed by your clinician that is assisting you with weight loss and you've discussed all the pros and cons with that clinician and you're still doing the work. I'm not talking about that kind of thing. I'm talking more about like when something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Maybe people selling dodgy weight loss drugs at like a backstreet clinic, like it's not being sold by a professional, it's just something you can buy on the internet and you don't really know much about it. But influencers are like saying they used it and this happened and it was this dream product. Like it would be easy to want to just go with that option and get those instant results. But it's like you haven't given in to the illusion of something, even though maybe you were given the choice to take an easier route. It doesn't have to be that example, of course. It could be someone paying for followers or paying for reviews. Somebody might have offered you something like that, like, oh, if you pay me this will make your business boom, this will make your company pop off, and you were like, no, you know what, I'm going to do it the organic way, I'm going to put in the work and let it just do its thing. I'm not going to force anything to happen just for these quick results. And that choice is what's going to bring your manifestation in this absolutely huge way. You haven't let other people's input distract you. You haven't let people talk over your intuition. You might have been pulled in multiple different directions. It's like everyone has had an opinion on what you should or shouldn't do, but ultimately like you have trusted yourself and things have been blooming behind the scenes. Like the garden is growing where you have watered it. You have had to hold it together. You've had to be your own stability throughout this. You have trusted that you've got this essentially, and now the universe is catching up with you and coming through for you. But this miracle, I'm telling you now, Pal 1, this miracle is going to be absolutely massive, because for you, Pal 1, this feels like something genuinely life-changing. And you've waited a long time for it, like you deserve it. See you on the other side is also making me think of some of you having maybe a passed on loved one or ancestor. So if like when you've asked for this miracle, you've prayed to someone specific, if you've literally said like, hey, you know, if you're listening to me, can you make this happen for me? Can you bring in this manifestation? This is a sign they were listening, like they heard you. It might have taken them a while to get that message. Maybe it got delayed, maybe it got lost in transit, but they're sending something your way that's going to feel like this miracle, this huge gift, this sign that they are co-collaborating with you on this and you haven't been alone this whole time. They are guiding something to you, and it's something that's going to leave you speechless. It feels like you're going to be given some tangible news here, and it's something that leaves you, I want to say flabbergasted and very emotional, but in a really good way. Like it moves you to tears because you just can't believe that this is happening. It's in this way where you're sort of trusting like miracles really do happen. Somebody was listening to me this whole time. Somebody had my back. The Page of Cups makes me think of a text message or email or a phone call with good news of some kind. I'm hearing, but wait, that's not all. So it's like, not only is the news a relief, but it's actually better than what you could have thought. And it feels like this miracle is something you didn't even know was possible. It could even be some kind of test results. I was thinking of health test results for some of you and unexpected good news there. But for some of you, I'm hearing like the operation went better than planned, or an operation that leads to improvements that you didn't expect, and it's sort of this added bonus. Not just the thing you hoped would happen, but also like this added bonus, this extra, this freebie. Or, you know, if you took an actual test for something you're studying, maybe you think to yourself like, oh my god, it'll be a miracle if I even pass this. But not only do you pass, but actually you score like the highest results in the class. So something is much better than you expected. It's more than you bargained for, but they feel like you're ready to handle it. But it's going to make you so happy, kind of overwhelmed, but in the best way. And it's also something that like can expand. Again, I'm seeing like the family tree from The Sims. So it's something about like branching out. You've grown something, you've nurtured it, you've kept it safe, and now like it has the ability to go the distance and to expand and to get bigger and bigger. And it can propel you into this really blessed future because it's more than what you need. It's going to provide so much abundance and it's going to really go the distance. This is something that's going to have you, I'm hearing, covered for life. So if this is like a business or something growing, this is you like set for life. And not only are you making ends meet, like maybe your manifestation was that you would run a successful business that would allow you to, you know, not go back to the 9 to 5 and just be able to pay your bills. But it's like, not only are you going to be able to pay your bills, but this is like generational wealth. This is going to be like an abundance of money or something like that. But it doesn't have to be with money. If this is like a person, a romance, it could be that you prayed for the universe to bring you like just a good person to be in a relationship with. You were like, I'm done with dealing with losers. Like, I just want you to bring me somebody kind, somebody who's a good person. But like when you meet this person, not only are they a good person, but they're like a physical manifestation of everything you've ever wanted, like your childhood crush or something like that, like the person you dreamed about when you were a little kid in a physical form. Like they're better than good. It's more than you expected and you were going to go the distance with them. Like this might not be just someone you date who's good. It could be somebody you partner with for life, and maybe you have like businesses together and things like that. Whatever you've dreamt of for so long, it's like that plus more. I'm hearing like don't play small. And see you on the other side, it also reminds me of being under general anesthetic. So it could relate to like if some of you have had an operation recently, that could be confirmation. Because I'm seeing somebody having like a mask put over their face and somebody doing the countdown, like when you get an operation. And then I'm seeing somebody waking up, but when they wake up, everything has changed. Almost like in 28 Days Later, but in a good way, not like in a zombie apocalypse way. It's changed in this really beautiful way. Life looks different now, but it's a miracle that it looks different. Like it's so much better than before. You know, it could literally be this operation you've been waiting so long for. Maybe it kept getting cancelled or pushed back. I'm hearing for somebody specific, like they couldn't get an anaesthetist or something. They were waiting for the anaesthetist and it took ages to find somebody. I don't know. But you kept thinking it wasn't going to happen, and maybe you had people in your ear telling you like, oh, you should do this, or you should try this, or maybe you should just go and get acupuncture, or you should try going private or something. And you were swayed in all these multiple directions, and it would have been easy to just give in to one of those suggestions, even if you felt like it didn't really fit for your situation. But ultimately, like, you trusted eventually it would be your turn to receive this much needed treatment, this operation. And now that you're getting it, it's going to feel like this miracle that's going to change your life for the better. Could be something to do with your mobility or something. I also feel like this is a miracle that's going to shock you, but in a way where you're just so happy and thrilled and excited. You're just saying, I didn't expect this to be so good. It's everything you wanted and more, because this thing is something that you care so deeply about. It's your baby. Like, you've taken the time to nurture it and give it what it needs so it can give back to you. For some of you, this could be a miracle in relation to, as I said from the beginning, literal children. This could be a breakthrough with a current child. Maybe you have a child and you were worried that it was taking a really, really long time for this child to hit a particular milestone. But then it's like you've encouraged them, you've nurtured them, and this miracle is like they're going to hit all the milestones at once. It could also be connecting with a child at work, like if you're a teacher or you do some kind of social work or something like that. It could be having an important breakthrough in that regard. Or, you know, if you are a parent of an older child, like a teenager or something, this could be you wishing that they would open up to you more. Like, maybe they have stuff going on in their life that you don't always know about, and it felt like they were shutting down from you. But by allowing them space and like not watching their every move and being up their ass or like being domineering towards them, because you haven't like forced them to open up to you, you've allowed them to like come to you on their own terms. It's like when they do come to you, the miracle is like not only are they going to be more open to you, but they're going to be open in like ways you didn't expect. Like, they're going to be telling you everything, like everything that's going on in their lives, and you're going to have like a much better, more open, vulnerable relationship. 10 of Pentacles does make me think of family, like you getting the family you want. It might come in a different way to what you expect, but it's still going to be that wish fulfillment. And if anything, it's more than what you thought was possible. I'm going to give a little bit of a trigger warning here for discussion around pregnancy, maybe pregnancy loss and fertility, difficulty conceiving, if that is something you've dealt with. Now, I do want to say that fertility can simply mean your ideas are flourishing and growing, and that this is ground for something to bloom. But if it's more literal, like for example, you have been trying for a baby for years and nothing happens, this could be suddenly finding out you are like pregnant with twins, which I know does happen sometimes. Like, multiple births can happen more, I believe, with like IVF and things. It's more common. So this could be like a miracle baby. And obviously, please use your own discernment. That is not going to be for everyone, and that's why I put a trigger warning, because I don't want to make any predictions when it comes to things that might not be possible for you or could be dangerous for you. If you know it is not possible for you to become pregnant or make someone pregnant, if it would be a risk for you, if that is not healthy for you, if you've already discussed this with a clinician and they have told you that that is very unlikely or there is no chance of that happening, then always trust a clinician above an internet tarot reader. Just bear that in mind. Please listen to the advice of professionals. It's okay to have hope, but please stay rooted in reality. However, this is something we do hear of from time to time. We hear of people who have been trying for years and years and years, nothing happens, and when they have essentially let go of the idea of this happening, suddenly they find themselves pregnant. It does happen. It doesn't happen for everyone, and I just want to reiterate that. Again, use your own discernment, but whether or not this is a literal child or an idea, I'm seeing this being very fertile ground. But yeah, for some of you, it could be a sign that you are going to create a family of your dreams, just maybe in a different way to what you expected. You understand that something might not happen in a very specific way, but you might still be blessed with the opportunity to be, say, a parent, but in a different way. You are still getting a huge miracle that's going to make you very, very happy. So that is what I'm getting for your reading, pile one. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading today. If you did like the reading, please like the video, please leave me a little comment, let me know what resonated, or just let me know what pile you picked, or just leave an emoji if you don't feel comfortable letting me know what resonated. All of that would help me and this channel so much. Please subscribe if you haven't done so already, that would help me massively too. With all that being said, thank you so much for being here, thank you so much for listening, take care, and I will see you in the next one, pile one. Hi Pal2 Collective, if you chose the Orchid Valley Tarot and you chose this jar sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment for your reference below. I encourage you to check that out if you want to know more about what to expect today. But without hesitation, I am just going to go right ahead and get started with your reading. So I'm going to pop your sticker to one side for now so we can focus on unveiling these cards. We're going to start off by looking at your oracles. So over here, we have got Bodega Cat, and we have got number 29, Physical Pain. Over here, we have got number 59, Robbery, Exploitation, and we have got number 35, Shark, Swim Away from This Situation. And let's have a look at the tarot cards we pulled for you today. So we have got Death Reversed, and the clarifier for Death Reversed is the 8 of Wands reversed. Then we have got Temperance Reversed. Clarifier for Temperance reversed is the Queen of Swords. Next card is the 9 of Pentacles, and the clarifier for the 9 of Pentacles is the King of Wands. And then we have got the 6 of Swords, and the clarifier for the 6 of Swords is the 9 of Wands reversed. So the first thing I'm kind of called to do with your particular pile is to take a really, really deep breath in. And I would maybe encourage you to do that with me. Now, you don't have to listen to me at all. But the reason I'm saying that is because some of you Pal2, you're like, I just want to hear what my miracles are because I need a miracle, because I'm sensing that you guys really, really do. I think you have definitely been through a difficult and overwhelming time as of late. And that is precisely why we need to take a moment to kind of slow down a little bit. I'm really feeling the need to take those deep breaths in and out. It's interesting that we got the card Physical Pain for your oracle because I actually did feel a tightness in my chest. I can feel a tightness in that area. And maybe that's something that some of you guys have experienced. I am going to get onto the good stuff. I'm going to get onto the miracles. Don't you worry. But I do just want to acknowledge that because that's how you might know that this is your pile. If I were to say you have been facing some challenges, you have maybe been feeling overwhelmed by a situation recently, a couple of confirmations for you guys before we start the reading. I generally like to start these readings by mentioning the numbers on the cards in case any of these are relevant. This could be in terms of an age, a date, a month, a year, a life path, an astrological house or the sign associated with that house. So we have the numbers 29, 35 and 59. Those numbers, all the individual numbers, 2, 3, 5 or 9 might be relevant to you. We have the number 5 showing up twice. We have the number 9 showing up twice as well. So maybe a synchronicity you've been seeing a lot of, although that does not have to apply for this to be your pile. A couple of other confirmations that are coming through. These are very specific ones. These might only apply to literally just one person. Again, if it's not for you, doesn't mean it's not your pile. I just like to mention these going in as I'm getting the downloads kind of coming through. But I'm getting the word HEMA. I'm wondering whether that might be a name for somebody. But I know also you can get like HEMA-free gel polishes or something like that. So somebody could have a HEMA allergy. Maybe somebody has noticed that when they use nail polishes with HEMA in, they get sore fingers or little blisters around the nails or something like that. I'm also getting the word errand. So if you need to go on an errand, if there's an errand you're putting off, or you said this morning, I need to do this errand for some reason, I'm picturing the scene in American Psycho where Patrick Bateman says, I have to return some videotapes. So if you have to do like a little errand like that, like you have to go to the post office or you have to like drop a package off or something, this could be an extra confirmation. Weirdly, I don't know why, I don't know who this is for, but I am getting the word armpit. I don't know why. I feel like maybe somebody here listening could have done that thing where even though you know you showered this morning, even though you know you've put deodorant on, maybe somebody has just done like the little armpit check to just double check that they're still smelling good and fresh, something like that. I'm also getting like, do you know when people refer to their hometown as the armpit of a city or something like that? I feel like I have heard that before. Maybe you come from a hometown that is described that way. Again, this might literally just be for one person. I do just like to mention these extra confirmations. So before we really delve deeper into what this miracle is, what this manifestation is, pile 2, I actually want to have a little bit of a chat about the current energy, just so that you can know for sure whether or not this is your pile, whether this sounds like something you are going through, because the situation that you've been in, it feels like it directly correlates to this upcoming miracle. So I want to talk about that because for a lot of you, it feels like this is in relation to you being unfairly treated in some way. With this robbery card coming through, this leads me to believe that for a lot of you, it genuinely feels as though within this situation, something has been taken from you, something has been stolen from you, something's happened that is not right, that is not fair, it's not just. And it feels like you've been robbed of something, you've been exploited in some way by someone or by something. Now, this doesn't have to be one thing specifically. For some of you, this might be a relationship, another person taken from you, whether romantically, whether a friendship, whether it's a family member. This could be a toxic individual who has demanded too much of your time, your energy. You were giving to them and they were not giving much back to this connection. And you feel like it's draining to remain in contact with that person. A part of you wants to sort of make this clean break. But equally, it could be like a work situation. It could be that you feel as though you are taken for granted in a work scenario. Maybe too much is being piled on your plate. Maybe you're doing way more than the role that you were initially hired for. Or maybe somebody is like taking credit for the work that you're doing. So it could be, like we say, time, energy being stolen. It could be that somebody has literally stolen something from you, or you feel as though something is being taken away from you via the means of somebody else's actions. I'm also hearing the phrase, for some of you, it feels like the rug has been pulled out from underneath you or something like that. Somebody has been very sneaky about something. Somebody has tried to sort of, I wanted to say like cozy up and take what was yours. So maybe this is a sort of like frenemy in disguise situation, or maybe like a colleague who you thought had your back has like taken credit for your work or something. But this is a situation where somebody or something has been depleting you, but it's been really hard for you to move away from that situation, even though it's actually started to feel dangerous, in the sense that it might have even been having this physical impact on your physical health. For some of you, it could be that something has literally been stolen from you. Like if this is a creative idea, it could be that somebody has stolen your idea, or if you've put your artwork out there, maybe somebody else is like using your artwork without permission, not giving you credit for it, or even somebody like taking money from your bank account or using you for money, exploiting you essentially. I'm hearing exploiting your good nature, and it feels like whatever's happened here, there hasn't been a sense of justice. Like whoever this is or whatever this situation is, there's almost this sense of like, well, it's had this negative impact on me, but there's been no repercussions for whoever or whatever is involved in this. Like I just have to kind of get on with my life. And there's been no justice, no karma, despite the fact that I've been placed in this bad or dangerous situation, this situation that's been very overwhelming, this situation that sort of left me out of sorts. And yeah, in some instances, this circumstance could have caused like actual physical hardship and pain. So there's been this sense of like, oh, this situation is absolutely draining me. There's not much more I can give to this. I don't have much more fight left in me. But at the same time, with that death in reverse, there has been a feeling of like clinging on to something that we really need to let go of. So maybe for some of you, it's because it's felt like there is no other option. So for instance, if this is a job and you have to have a job to pay your bills, like of course it's going to feel like your only option. You can't just up and quit your job and leave yourself financially vulnerable, even if you know you're doing like back-breaking labor every day in some instances, or you are having just cognitively way too much piled on your plate. You feel pulled in all these multiple directions. You don't feel as though you can find your center, and every day it feels like this situation is draining the life out of you and you can't see forward progression. Sometimes it's hard to just say, oh well, I'll let go of that, because then where does that leave you if you don't have something else lined up, something stable, something secure? And for some of you, you know, if this is that example of a work situation, again, it doesn't have to be, but if it is that, it's like if you are coming home from your day at work, having to do more work, like you never clock out, it always feels like you have to be on call. Or if you're coming home and like you are too exhausted to do anything other than just like shower and feed yourself and crash out in bed, then you are not getting the time and the resources to look after yourself and be able to do something that would be a worthwhile investment, like apply for other jobs, apply for better opportunities, because you're so all over the place and out of sorts and feeling like life is out of control. Like all you can do is go to work and then sleep, and then the same thing happens the next day. And maybe you are in too much physical pain, or you're having a lot of brain fog, and it just feels like there is no way out of this situation. Now, for others of you, it might be less about being physically reliant on a job or something like that. For some of you, it could feel like you're too deeply embroiled in whatever this is, almost like you're too far gone, and there's like this reluctance, there's this stubbornness in a way. That won't apply to everyone, but for some of you, you could be a bit stubborn, and you could be saying, well, I've really invested in this. If this is a job, if we just use that example again, this could be you saying, well, I went to college for this many years to study this. I spent a lot of money gaining an education to do this specific role. I've invested so much of my time into it. It's almost like too late to change tack now. Like I feel attached to whatever this is, even though there is some awareness that it is not bringing me the happiness, it is draining me, it is taking more from me. The role isn't what I thought it would be. I feel like I've come too far with this to just go back on it now, and I feel a little bit stuck. I feel stagnant. I'm just trying to push ahead with whatever this is, and I'm trying to essentially keep making progress in this dead end situation. It's like every little bit of progress you make, it feels like you take a couple of steps forward and 10 steps back, because a lot of this is out of your control. You can't do it all alone, but you're trying to keep afloat. You're trying to look after everybody else, give to everybody else, give all that you can. And at the same time, you have this situation, whether it's a group of colleagues or your manager at work, or whether this is one particular person, if this is a relationship or friendship, let's say, you have this person not taking accountability and trying to exploit your good nature. So they are a bit of an energy vampire, to be honest. If this is energy, again, this could be your resources that they are taking. It could be that this is a friend who is overburdening you and relying on you too much and phoning you up over every little problem in their life, but then when it's time to reciprocate, this person isn't giving to you, they're not there for you. Or, this could be a romantic relationship that you feel as though you have invested so much time in. You don't want to give up on it, but you've been getting little signs that, this situation, it can't remain the same. It has to come to an end here. Something has to give, because whatever is going on right now hasn't been working. And I'm not telling you anything you don't already know how to. I just want to stress that here and now, because if you are in a really, really great romantic relationship where you are not feeling like this at all, and you can't think of any situation in your life where this might apply, then this might just not be your pile, and that's okay. But if it is your pile, you will know what this is. It doesn't have to just be that relationship. It can be any of the examples I gave, or a completely different example. It could even be one of your own behaviors. You know that something has to change here, but it's you're kind of keeping hold of it, either because it feels familiar, or it just feels like you're being stubborn. Oh, I've put too much into this, I've poured my heart and soul into this, I can't go back on it now. I can't change something, even though it is physically hurting me to remain in this situation, as you keep trying to push forward with it, even though a part of it feels dangerous. Again, it could be physically dangerous, a physical burden, too much weight on your back. That could be more of a metaphor. This could be more emotional pain. For some of you, if this is a relationship or a friendship that is hurting you, it could be more in that emotional sense. It could be because of the imagery we've got on this card. It feels like you're being stabbed in the heart by this situation. Every time you try to make progress and you try to make it better, it just feels as though you're kind of repeatedly shot down. It doesn't feel like you're getting back what you put out. This person or this situation is repeatedly hurting you, taking advantage of your kindness, your heart, your love. But for others of you where this is more physical, it could just be this situation is stressing you out so much emotionally, it's hitting you in that way that it's actually starting to take a toll on your nervous system, on your physical health, because you've been put under so much pressure and you haven't been able to take care of yourself. With the Temperance card reversed like that, this can definitely indicate that things have been out of balance. This can sometimes refer to overindulgence. If you are extremely stressed out by a situation, this can sometimes result, just as a few examples, it doesn't have to be this for you, and this might not even apply to you, but sometimes it can refer to like overeating, excess alcohol consumption, doing things that you just know aren't good for you, because this situation that you're dealing with is just taking so much of your time, your energy. You don't really have the space to focus on anything else, and that is what I am feeling for you. And again, this is something you either want to leave this situation but you can't see a way out right now. It feels like physically impossible, or you are still maybe clinging on to the idea of this situation getting better, but something is going to happen, some kind of truth is going to come out, you are going to get some kind of clarity that shows you a way out. So what I am seeing for your miracle, for your manifestation, pal 2, is that you are going to be given essentially a way out of this situation, and you are going to be moving towards something calmer, something better, something more nourishing, something that is deserving of what you have to give. You're going to be given an out. You are going to be given an escape route. You're going to be able to see a way forward that would allow you to sever ties with whatever bad situation is going on in your life and making you feel this way. It's going to become clear to you. You are going to see that path. It's going to become evident and obvious, and you're going to be like, yes, I know what to do now. Because some of you, it's like you've been lacking that clarity. You didn't know really which direction to take. You couldn't see a way forward. You were going back and forth, maybe over like how to get out of this situation. You're saying like, oh, but what would happen then? Or what else would I do? But this is kind of this truth bomb hitting you, and you realizing that there is a choice, and you're going to be shown a different route that you can take, and it is going to be so much better for you. For some of you, it could feel like somebody has gotten away with something that they really shouldn't have gotten away with. For some of you, this King of Wands in reverse is making me think of a very controlling, arrogant, domineering individual. This could be somebody you are in a friendship with, a family member, a parental figure even. For some reason, I'm hearing the words like misogynist or chauvinist. It could be like a manager, a boss who has let some kind of perceived power go to their head. It doesn't even necessarily have to be a man. This is more about energies, but this is like a distorted masculine energy. So maybe a boss who micromanages you and expects way too much of you. And it feels like, again, somebody here has taken advantage of your good nature. And if we refer to this physical pain, I'm picturing this specific situation. This won't apply to you. It's just one example. But let's say you were in this place of work and it used to be your dream job, but maybe you got this new manager who was this domineering individual. Or maybe the role just turned out to be not what you expected. Like essentially they robbed you of the chance to do what you actually wanted to do, because either like you signed up to a particular role and they were giving you some really menial tasks. You didn't actually get to do the role that you initially signed up for. Or if it's not that, it could be just piling way too much on your plate that wasn't even in the job description. And again, this person tried to make out like if you didn't do these things, like if you didn't do everything that was on their list, if this is a boss or a manager or something like that, they made out like you weren't working hard enough. And it felt like your opportunity to do that dream role was essentially robbed from you, because they made this workplace unbearable by micromanaging you, by expecting you to do way too much, things that weren't even in your job description. And it could have actually been, I'm seeing this specific scenario, again, doesn't have to apply to you, but something like the work that you were doing, like let's say you had an office job or something like that, and in your contract you were expected to do office duties. This could be like this manager saying to you, like asking you to lift some heavy boxes or something like that. If they said to you like, oh, our custodial worker who normally does that isn't here, like, could you just do this, pal 2? Maybe at first, if you wanted to impress that person, you'd be like, oh yeah, sure, like I could lift a box or two. Obviously this is a very like physical example, it doesn't have to be this one, but after a period of time it feels like this person, they took advantage of the fact that you would just be the one to carry those boxes, like, oh, pal 2 will do it. And after a period of time, maybe the boxes got heavier and heavier, and you noticed like you had no I can't think of the word, you had no protocols in place to keep you safe in the event that you dropped one of these boxes on your foot and you injured yourself and it caused you physical pain, because you weren't even meant to be doing this work in the first place. You weren't covered under like health and safety regulations. So if you ended up having to like go off with a broken toe or something like that because you dropped one of the boxes on your foot, it could be that this manager like used that opportunity to get rid of you, to fire you or something. And it felt so unfair, because the reason you hurt yourself in the first place was because you were trying to help them, you were trying to help this business. They took advantage of that, they exploited you. They are essentially the reason that you ended up with this pain. You end up with the repercussions of it, and there's no repercussions in sight for them. That's why it feels unjust. That's why it feels like they haven't experienced their karma, because you're dealing with all of the aftermath of this pain. You're dealing with the mess and the chaos of it all. And it just seems like they're skating on by. It doesn't affect them whatsoever. Obviously, that was just like one example. It can relate to anything. It's basically, though, this feeling of like, I did all that for you. I put in so much effort, so much of my time, so much of my energy. And what did I get back? I was the one who ended up being hurt. It's sort of this feeling of like, well, I made the business what it was. Like, if I hadn't have picked up those boxes and delivered them on time or whatever, then the business would have gone downhill. Like, you needed me. And now you're going to treat me like I'm nothing, or like you can just get rid of me, like you can just essentially throw me in the trash and just move on. It's sort of this feeling of like, I built you up, I made you what you are, I put everything into this, you robbed me of, you know, the opportunity to get a better job or to be with somebody else. If this is a romantic relationship, you robbed me of those years, you took that from me, and now you're just getting to move on like it's nothing, and I'm stuck dealing with some kind of pain. It's sort of like you gave a lot to this situation, you put your all into it, and you weren't valued the way you should have been valued, pal too. I think that is the thing, and I think all you've ever wanted is for somebody to be gracious, approach you with gratitude, and actually appreciate what you do and value you for what you do. Like, that's all you've asked for. But this situation or this individual, whatever it may be, they didn't do that. They weren't able to do that. And honestly, it says more about them or that situation more than it does about you. Like, if this is a work situation, with or without you, it's always going to be a toxic workplace. They were never going to be able to appreciate you because essentially they didn't deserve you. And it's the same for if this is like a friendship or a relationship romantically. Like, they couldn't meet you where you were at because they were just not on your level, and you were destined for so much bigger and so much better. And I really, really do see that your next miracle is you totally removing and severing yourself from this situation. I'm thinking of the show Severance now. It's almost like you're going to move on to the point where you will forget that this situation ever impacted you as much as it has. Like, you will totally have removed yourself from this situation because you will be doing so much better. And I do just want to say, because I know some of you will be listening to this, and I guess when you come to a reading like this, you are looking for positive messages, and I would understand why some of you wouldn't necessarily view this as a positive message, because we have talked a lot about the painful things that you've experienced. But if that is part of your story, that is part of your story. And I think it's very important to acknowledge that and to leave space for that. But what I want to say more than anything is that the reason this is coming through so strongly in a reading about miracles and about manifestations is because you having an escape, you moving away from this situation, this is going to be the best thing that ever happened to you in some way. I do just want to clarify that I am not in any way trying to romanticize your pain. I am not in any way dictating to you how to feel about this experience, past or present. I am not telling you that you shouldn't feel angry that this situation happened in the first place. If you are angry about it, you should feel that. You should be able to express that. But being forced out of this situation is going to be the best thing that ever happened to you. Like, one day you will realize that, even if it's not obvious right now. You're essentially going to be able to get your life back. You're going to be able to become who you were always meant to be. And I know many of us, when we come to this kind of reading, we are expecting all the messages to be positive and uplifting. And genuinely, I really do only ever hope to uplift you. But I also don't agree with only delivering the messages that we want to hear, when messages that we need to hear are very much part of our story and very much things that we need to process in order to move on to that next stage and in order to invite our miracles in for us. And I do definitely feel like this is, whatever it is you're going through, whatever it is you've experienced, this pain is very much a part of your story. And yes, whilst me saying like, oh, you getting out of this situation, you finding something better, while it's not like the most exciting miracle that is going to happen to you, it is this big next step of your journey, pal too. And I do feel like it is essential to talk about what has come before it in order for you to be certain that this is your pile, and in order for you to feel certain that you are moving on to way better things. I feel like we need to mention the things that you've already gone through. Like, it's so important that we do, and we don't dismiss that. But I never want it to feel like I'm telling you that you have to be happy about a situation ending. But what I am saying is that this is a miracle because it's going to show you that so much more is possible for you, and it's going to show you that this is only the start of your next selection of miracles. I don't know why I'm getting the word selection, but the next miracle's coming for you. There's going to be so much more beyond this, but we have to take that initial step of cutting off any dead weight and getting rid of the things we need to get rid of, because you know this, like, you know this, pal, too, deep down, that something has to give, something has to be released, something has to come loose. We just haven't wanted to quite sever those ties. And I do want to say that sometimes the biggest miracle is like something bad happening so something better can come in its place. And I want to be kind of careful in the way I word that. I will give a personal example, because I definitely think that this is something probably we can all relate to, but I can definitely relate to it, is like this concept that sometimes something extreme has to happen in order for us to really get the clarity we need. And you are getting that clarity, and that is going to be one of the biggest miracles, because eventually you're going to be able to look back on whatever this was and be like, yeah, that was painful, but it was the best thing that ever happened to me, because it taught me that there is so much more. And that's not me saying that you have to just feel amazing about something ending. You know, if we experience like the loss of a relationship or a job or whatever, that is going to be a hard experience. Those are like those tower moments, and I don't want to romanticize those for you if you are not in a place where you can view certain situations that you've been through in that light. But I do think two things can be true at once, and I think we can acknowledge that sometimes bad things happen, and we don't have to necessarily look at those things as something that was supposed to happen, especially if it's something that caused us pain, but we can still appreciate the clarity we received from that situation. If all a situation gives you is clarity, then that is something. That is something that you can take from it, even if it's a small thing. We can still wish whatever happened hadn't happened, whilst holding space for the necessary information that situation provided. I hope that makes some kind of sense. But I guess like one example of this is like, let's say you're in a relationship, okay? And in the back of your mind, you sense that there are a few red flags. You sense that things haven't really been going well. But at the same time, nothing has happened that's been such a deal breaker that has given you like the clarity to be able to say, I am done with this, because it's just little things, like little things that you haven't been happy with, and you've kind of been saying to yourself, well, you know what, like I've invested a lot of time in this person, I want to keep trying, like apart from XYZ, this is a good relationship. So you sort of ignore these little red flags. So perhaps in that relationship you haven't been happy for a while deep down, but you've been trying to push it down, because on the surface, like things are okay, it's just these little things that your partner does that you're not really happy with, but it's okay, like you can get past that, like you've invested a lot of time in them, you can keep things going. So those little things we can sort of overlook. We can say, well, the relationship is good apart from XYZ. Whereas if something more extreme happens, something that is like an ultimate deal breaker, like if somebody were to steal your partner, if your partner allowed themselves to be stolen, if there was infidelity, if they betrayed you, you are never going to look at that as like a good thing necessarily, but you can appreciate the fact that it gave you clarity on who that person was. Because sometimes when something so extreme happens like that, there is no choice but to end it, because it's so in your face. It's not this little like undercurrent of wrong things, like red flags that are adding up over time but you can overlook. It is something that you have to face head on. You are like, you cheated on me, like I have to be done with this. Like, although it's agonizing to go through something like that, and if you have been through something like that, I apologize, pal, too, for the fact that that happened to you. That should never happen to anyone. I think it is one of the most heartbreaking things to experience. So if it was something like that, again, like I'm sorry. And yeah, it's totally fine to say like, well, you know, that person cheating on me, the person that I thought I loved cheating on me, I don't accept that that was a good thing, because it gave me trauma, like it's given me trust issues. It's left me with this long-standing pain and this inability to connect with other people. You know, when we go through something like that, it can impact us at that deep level. But also, there's empowerment in knowing that once that is severed, you are no longer having to live an unhappy life with somebody and telling yourself that you can overlook some of their issues, because they have given you that clarity. They have shown who they are now, and they are no longer robbing you of your time and your energy. You are no longer essentially like flogging a dead horse. You are no longer expected to give to something that is taking so much from you. Like, yes, it hurts to find out something like that about somebody you love, somebody you've invested in, but it's so much better to find that out early on instead of them like robbing more years off your life. Like, they have shown you who they are, so now you can feel empowered in taking direct action to remove them from your life. And there is nothing better than having the truth and having the knowledge. There's nothing better than being given the truth so that you can make the best decision. Sometimes it takes that tower moment or that like big thing hitting you. And essentially, like, yes, in the moment it feels like it ruins your life, but it also gives you what you need to move on, because there is no sort of overlooking that. There's no saying like, well, we can get past it, we can do this, we can fix it. Like, when it's unsalvageable, when you know what you have to do, when you're clear on that path and there's no more confusion and you just know what to do going forward, that is sometimes a miracle breakthrough. Something shattering your world allows you the space to be able to rebuild it. And yes, the specific situation that happened, you might not see that as a good thing, but you might say to yourself, well, thank God I found out when I did. Like, it would have been so much worse if I'd have married this person and then 10 years down the line I found out who they really were. Then they would have robbed more time, more energy from me. Now I know who they are and I can move on. And I see USC, part of this miracle is you move into these calmer waters, this new way of being where you do not have to second guess yourself, where you are sure of where you want to be going, where you feel more comfortable. There is not so many extremes. Maybe in this new environment there's going to be so much more calmness. So my personal example, it's not anything to do with a relationship, it's to do with my physical health. But I'm going to start this story by mentioning a phrase, and it is a phrase that you will have heard, I am sure. But you know when people say, oh, if you don't choose a day to rest, then your body will choose one for you. And I think that phrase is correct. Well, I definitely do now. But to be fair, I've always believed in that phrase. And it's one of those phrases that, you know, I have said to friends of mine when I can see that they are overworking themselves. But when it came to me before last year, I was like, oh yeah, well, that applies to other people, but it doesn't apply to me. I don't know why I was so cocky. I don't know why I believed that I was the exception to that rule. I guess it's because we're always so much harder on ourselves than we are when it comes to other people. Like, we will tell our friends that they need to rest, but then we overwork ourselves and expect different results somehow. Like, we put too much pressure on ourselves sometimes. So maybe it was wrapped up in that. I think I was also a little bit cocky because I was always the kind of person who never really got ill. Like, it's a running joke between me and my partner because, you know, we live in the north of the UK. It's a cold, wet climate. Everybody's always got a cold, even in summer, because we don't get proper summer. It's always raining all the time. So it's not uncommon for people to get like 3 to 4 colds a year. I mean, I guess that can apply no matter where you are in the world. I think it's normal for people to get a couple of colds a year. So it was a running joke with me and my partner because he would get a few a year and I would never ever get ill. I'd never get a cold or anything. If I ever did, it'd be like a sniffly nose for a day or so and then it was just gone. So anyway, I got a cold last year, and instead of taking that phrase into consideration and resting when I needed to, I decided not to do that because my brain wanted to do certain things that were productive and I wasn't going to let my silly little physical vessel get in the way. I thought I would be fine. I'm like, you know what, I'm youngish and never really properly get ill. Like, I've got a cold, but we'll just do what we want to do. So I pushed myself. I was already quite stressed out at this time and I just didn't want the cold to get in the way of what I wanted to do. So I continued doing whatever it was that I was doing. And I ended up hospitalised with pneumonia. Again, like, I was a reasonably healthy person before this. I don't have like a history of bad chest infections. I don't have asthma, don't smoke. But I ended up hospitalised with pretty bad pneumonia that could have been a lot worse if I didn't go when I did. It was a very close call with it. Like, it could have been a lot more serious than it was, but it was still pretty serious. And anyway, without going into like explicit detail here, if you've been with the channel for a while, you might know this already, so I don't want to repeat myself too much. but I have been left with long-standing health issues due to that experience. And if I had been more careful and I had listened to my body at the time and not pushed myself past my limit and not thought that I didn't have to follow that unwritten rule, that situation might not have happened. And I do often regret my decisions around that time, because now I am in a position where I truly have no choice but to rest when I need to, due to the health conditions that I've developed since, due to the pneumonia. So on the one hand, I guess I will never look at what happened as a good thing, in the sense that I wish I wasn't dealing with some of the issues that I'm dealing with now. Like, obviously it has impacted every aspect of my life. I've had to have significant time off work. Obviously that's affected my finances. It's affected all kinds of personal relationships, me not being able to live in the same way that I used to and do some of the things that I used to. So there's that. But on the other hand, if something serious hadn't have happened to stop me living the way I was, behaving the way I was, pushing ahead with things when really I needed rest, I probably would have never ended with that cycle. I probably would have continued with that behaviour. I needed putting in my place, essentially, because deep down I knew at the time even that I was pushing myself and I was doing things that I shouldn't be doing. I knew that I was going too far past my limit, but I kept telling myself, well, I'll be fine, like I'll just push through it. And spoiler alert, I was not fine. I was not good. Things did not go well. But if something extreme hadn't have happened, I probably would still be in the same place, acting that same way, and essentially I learned a lesson from that. So that was like the truth that essentially needed to be brought to light and shoved in my face so that I would listen. And it feels like that is something that is going to be happening with you, maybe not in that exact same way. And for you, it could be something that is like more of a blessing, because it's definitely something that you're going to look at as like, although it was hard at the time, I am so glad that I found out when I did, or I am so glad that I got given this information, and I am so glad that I got the opportunity to move on to something better, because what you're moving on to, it is going to be so much better. Like, please do not worry, pal two. You are going to find someone or a situation that appreciates you and your time, something that really pours back into you as much as you pour into it. You are going to be so glad that you removed yourself and you detached yourself from whatever this is. You are not going to regret it. And you're going to be so happy that you're getting to move on fully from this situation. And it's going to be like, it's not even going to be on your radar anymore. Whatever's hurting you, it's not going to be causing you the pain. You're going to like not even think of it in the same way anymore, because it's going to be one of those situations where you're going to look back on it like, well, if this hadn't have happened, I would have never like gone on to find my dream job or my dream person. You might say, well, you know, if this person hadn't have cheated on me, I would have stayed stuck in this dead-end relationship with them. I might still be with them now. I might never have met my soulmate. Or, you know, if this job hadn't have fired me, I might never have applied to my dream job. What's coming for you is like the calm after the storm. The dream after the nightmare is something that I'm getting as well. Something where you're not going to feel like you're in danger anymore, because some of you, like, whatever the situation is, it's caused you so much physical stress that, again, it's got your nervous system dysregulated, your fight, flight, freeze, fawn mode has been activated. You felt like you've always had to be on guard, you don't have any fight left in you, and so much more peace and clarity is going to be brought to you. I also feel like one big thing for you, pal too, if it feels like your voice has been stolen, if it has felt like you haven't been able to stand up for yourself, you know, if it's that example of like, let's say a creator stealing your idea or stealing your work, if they are like a bigger creator and you're smaller, it could have felt like your voice has been hushed, you've been repressed. Or if this is someone, you know, trying to control the way you express yourself, it hasn't felt like you've been able to voice your concerns or just stick up for yourself in general to assert yourself. It feels like this next miracle is that all of a sudden, all of the answers are going to be flooding to you. You're going to be able to say your piece. You're going to be able to have an answer for everything. You are just going to be feeling so much more confident. You're going to be a lot more discerning with where you place your energy as well. I feel like whatever this situation is that's been unjust, the karma is coming, like the truth is going to come out. If this person or this situation has treated you badly, if there has been unfairness here, it's going to come out. So I see a part of this miracle like you speaking out, you standing up for yourself, you not letting yourself be silenced, you being able to tell the whole truth. For some of you, this is kind of making me think of like, what's it called? Like a non-disclosure agreement. Maybe like the time limit has passed on some kind of non-disclosure agreement, and now you can speak out about something that you had to like keep a lid on before. Or maybe this is other people actually sticking up for you, actually speaking out and telling the truth about something. This could be whistleblowers. I'm hearing opening Pandora's box on something. This could be exposing a company. A truth is going to come out, something is going to be unveiled, and you're going to have that moment, this next miracle. You're going to be like, I told you so, like this is what I told you all along. You know, if your ex got stolen by somebody, like your ex-husband or wife cheated on you with somebody, they got stolen, this could be their new partner messaging you even and saying like, hey, you know, you were exactly right about this person. Maybe you tried to tell them before, maybe you like messaged them to give them a heads up, like, hey, this person is toxic, don't go there, and they thought like you were just mouthing off, they thought you were jealous, they thought you wanted them back or something. Now they're going to message you and be like, you know what, like you were right about this person, you were telling the truth, and you feel vindicated. I'm getting like vindicated. It's not in a petty way, it's just in a way where you feel like justice has been restored. You feel like, okay, so I wasn't just imagining this, it wasn't just me, this person really was the problem all along, and now other people are seeing it. If you were exploited by a company, it's the same thing. Like this company gets exposed for dodgy practices, somebody blows the whistle, or there's bad reviews that come out about this company, or somebody who like got a job or a promotion above you and it seems like they got like their dream, they're going to come and say, oh, I ended up quitting there because the management, the boss, the company was so toxic, like you were right, like I'm glad that you got out when you did and you moved on to this better thing. So again, you're going to feel like you're getting sort of closure on that situation, and it enables you to heal and move on. Like it's just a little thing that comes to you, but it feels like this miracle because it was like the last thing to fall into place. Because if you've left a situation but you still feel a bit bitter, or you still feel like, oh well, it took so much from me, and like why do they get to be happy, why do they just get to move on, it's like that little bit of information, that truth coming to you to tell you like, oh no, like you were actually right. And it just feels like, yeah, that last little snippet of closure falling into place so that you can truly move on to something better and move towards something that wants to give to you the way you give to others. I also feel like your next miracle is you just moving on to a more comfortable phase of your life, especially if you have felt in this situation like you've been stepping on eggshells, you have been exploited, you've been pulled in all these different directions, you've been taken for granted or taken advantage of. It feels like you are moving to a place where you are able to be more self-sufficient. You are not relying on this situation. So if this is like a bad company that you worked for, you are like, I'm not relying on you anymore. I am out of there. I am like in this better phase of my life where I'm able to take care of myself. I'm able to invest in the things I want to invest in. I'm able to look after myself, and you are not coming back to drag me down. So it's the same for if it's like a bad company, or if it's an ex, if it's an ex-friend, you are like, I am no longer like wrapped up in whatever this is. I am independent. I don't need this anymore. It's you realizing you do not need this anymore. You don't want it in your life. You are done with it and you are moving on to so many better things, pal too. This is the confidence you get when you do what you have to do and you speak your truth, even when it's hard. It's like your experience has enabled you to bring in more miracles. I also feel like your insight, your intuition is going to be on point. You're going to be able to see through things with a lot more ease, and I think it is down to your experience. So again, like one thing you can take from this bad situation is that you have so much more experience now, and now you can see the truth of things without always giving people the benefit of the doubt when they don't deserve it. And you have better boundaries now. You're able to like assert yourself a lot better than you previously did, because you can understand more about like when somebody is trying to take advantage of you. You understand what's fair versus what's not fair, and you're not going to have somebody take from you like that again. You understand when you're being exploited. You can speak out when you see something that is not right, that goes against your morals. You're going to have the confidence and the assertiveness to do that. You're going to be clear in the things you want. Like if this is a job or something like that, if you go to an interview and the company is saying like, oh, like, you know, we're a family here, you know what that means. You're like, okay, so you're going to expect me to do unpaid labour then, aren't you? You're going to expect me to stay without being paid? Like, no, thank you. You are much more self-aware when it comes to things like that. Or again, if you're like going out on dates and you're meeting someone new, if somebody is like, oh, my ex was so toxic, blah, 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 you're going to be like, red flag, like, you're the problem. You're talking about how your ex is crazy, so I know that actually you're crazy or you're a narcissist or something. You're going to see right through people. You're going to have the vision to be able to just like know how to act and what to do because of your experiences. I think Bodega Cat is a really interesting card to get because it says, so in New York City, there's currently a push to legalize bodega cats and establish a certification program to ensure their well-being, including free vaccinations and spay/neuter services, according to NBC New York. So bodega cats are like working cats. They're not just pets. They help maintain like a pest-free environment. So this is just making me think of like, you know, when you see a bodega cat, or like, I'm thinking of like when you go on holiday, there's always like the neighborhood cat, like that one cat who keeps the community together. Like everybody recognizes that cat. They're like, oh, did you see this cat who hangs out outside this cafe? But they're not just sitting there looking cute. They also are useful for getting rid of pests. But it's like, you have been this bodega cat and you've been doing what you need to do. You've been getting rid of the pests. You've been helping this business. In this example, it doesn't have to be a business for your example, but it's like, you haven't been getting anything in return. Like, nobody's been giving you your free vaccinations. Nobody's been feeding you. You become weak. You become scrawny. Not literally, by the way. I'm just thinking of the example of the bodega cat. Like, nobody's taking care of you. Like, you're the cat holding the community together. Everybody wants to come up and pet you and stroke you, and they expect you to always be there, holding things together, keeping the pests away. But what is anybody doing for you? Like, if you're not getting your vaccinations, if nobody is looking after you, taking care of you, investing in you, then maybe you need to move on and sit outside a business and help a business get rid of their pests if they're actually giving something back to you, because you're not just going to be there forever. And I think that is the message here. Like, I think somebody is going to realize as well, like, whether you've left a job or whether you have left like a relationship or a friendship, somebody is going to realize like how much they took for granted. And I think that is going to be very validating to you. You know, this person could even reach out and tell you such. I think just knowing that like you were underappreciated and having confirmation from that, even from the person who continually expressed to you that you weren't given enough, that will be like extra validating, because you're like, right, I knew I was the shit. Like, I knew I had so much to give. You didn't appreciate it. And now I'm going to put my energy elsewhere and I'm going to move on to bigger and better things. So your next miracle is just honestly having something happen where you are able to escape this situation and moving on to something brand new and something that is going to fulfill you a lot more, make you feel comfortable. No toxic work environment, no toxic relationships, nothing with like extreme up and downs. Things are going to be able to come back into balance so that you can take care of yourself and take care of other people and other situations, but not to the detriment of your own health, not so that it's causing you physical or emotional pain. This is like a give and take. It's going to be equal. What you're giving to the universe is going to give back to you in this situation. So you're finding something new. You're moving out of whatever bad time you've had. You're fleeing from this situation that is just causing you pain. You are getting what you deserve. You are being given back something that you deserved all along. Maybe people are discovering that, you know, what was robbed of you, it always belonged to you. It was always yours, and you're now going to be getting the credit for that. You're going to be valued a lot more. You're going to be validated because the truth of this situation is being unveiled. So the miracle here is just you being able to swim away from this situation and things start falling into place from there. So that is what I'm getting for your reading, pal 2. If you liked the reading, please don't forget to like the video. Please comment if you get a chance, let me know what resonated, or just let me know which pal you picked. If you don't feel comfortable, let me know what resonated, or just leave an emoji if you prefer. If you haven't subscribed, please consider doing that. That is the best and easiest way to help support me and support this channel. With all of that said, I just want to thank you so much for being here. Thank you for listening, and thank you for spending this time with me. Take care, pal 2, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi, pal 3 Collective. If you chose the Light Seers Tarot and the snail sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding everything this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. But this reading is going to be all about your upcoming miracles. What good things to expect? What are you welcoming in? What are you manifesting? Which of your wishes is coming true? So without any further hesitation, I'm just going to get started with the reading. I'm going to go straight into it. So I'm going to pop your sticker over here for now, your little snail. And we're going to start off by looking at your oracle cards. So we have got what you seek is seeking you. And we have got number 13, mirror effect. Over here, we have got aid, number 17, mercy, charity, kindness. And we have got number 12, expectations, don't seek anyone's approval. Some very cool cards there. And then for your tarot cards, starting off, we have got the Four of Swords reversed, and the clarifier for the Four of Swords reversed is the Nine of Pentacles. We have got the Queen of Cups, and the clarifier for the Queen of Cups is the Queen of Swords. That is really cool. We have got the Star in reverse, and the clarifier for the Star in reverse is the Eight of Pentacles upright. Interesting. And then we have got the Fool, and the clarifier for the Fool is the Five of Cups. Okay, a very interesting selection there for you, pile 3. Let me have a look at these. I just want to say as well, I always love when I work with the Light Seers Tarot. As you can see, my deck is very well loved. But that's because I feel like we really get some good answers from this deck. Whenever I work with it, I feel like we can really get deep and spill some of the tea. So yeah, I love this deck. And obviously you chose it for your pile, so you have great taste, pile 3. Anyway, I always like to start these readings off by mentioning the numbers on the cards in case any of these numbers are relevant for you in some way. That does not have to be the case for this to be your pile. If it is the case, these numbers may be significant in terms of an age, a date, a month, a year, a life path, a angel number or synchronicity you're seeing a lot of, an astrological house, or a sign corresponding to that house. So here we have got the numbers 12, 13, and 17. I find us getting all of the teen numbers particularly interesting. Maybe this miracle is something you've been hoping for a very long time, maybe since you were a literal teenager. Maybe this is like a wish revisited, something you thought a lot about when you were young. Maybe this miracle involves someone you've known since you were one of those ages. Those ages are really standing out to me. Maybe someone important to you is one of those ages right now. Some of you could have teenagers of your own, or this could be like stepchildren, nieces, nephews, or even if your career involves young people in some way, maybe children that you educate. I'm also hearing something specifically about YA literature. Maybe some of you write YA literature, or you enjoy YA literature or TV shows. For some of you, it's like you rewatch a particular show as a comfort show. Maybe that's something you're doing right now as we're getting into autumn, as we're getting into like the coziest season. Maybe you're like binge watching shows that you used to watch when you were a teenager or something. I'm not gonna lie, I am a fully grown adult. I am in my 30s and I still go back and rewatch things like Gossip Girl, The Vampire Diaries, Pretty Little Liars, Riverdale, all of that. So something like that could be relevant to you as well. Gilmore Girls, maybe? That's a big one for fall/autumn. I'm also channeling a random word, and the word is cranberries. Maybe some of you are eating cranberries. It could also be maybe that some of you have been listening to the cranberries. I'm getting something about like 90s music or 90s fashion. Maybe some of you have a 90s playlist that you listen to, or you kind of enjoy those things that are considered throwbacks, like shows that have throwback scenes and it's a throwback to the 80s or the 90s or something like that. I'm thinking of shows that do like flash forwards and flashbacks. I know that's random, that's just for somebody, but maybe that's about a show you're watching right now. But yeah, first of all, I want to note the massive synchronicities showing up in your pile. Even if we look at your oracle cards, like I noticed that right away, because we have what you seek is seeking you and mirror effect right under it. Like, that is major. Now, what this says to me is that your miracle is regarding what you've been putting out coming back to you tenfold in this huge way. And although the miracle itself and what it is, that's going to differ from person to person. But what I can tell you is that you will know exactly what this is because it feels like you've been putting in significant effort to make this happen. You have been looking for this thing and trying to get it to fall into place for a period of time. And it's like you've been waiting for that moment where you're like, this is it. Almost like you've been waiting for that confirmation that you're at the right place at the right time. And you yourself, it feels like you've been doing all the right things, but it's felt for a time like you haven't quite got there yet, almost to the point where it's led to you, like, to some degree questioning your faith, or it's felt like you've had to take a break because maybe you've been burnt out with the amount of work and effort that you've been putting in. And because you've not been getting the rewards in return, you feel like you haven't had much to show for all of your hard work thus far. And it's like you've just been having to sort of trust the process. I know we all hate that phrase, but you have had to like trust the process and lean into this element of blind faith, and you've had to keep hoping that things will pan out for the better. And it's as though there's kind of been this disconnect, there's been this unlevel playing field when it comes to what you've been putting in versus what you've been getting back. I'm seeing a literal image of a seesaw right now. I don't know why. It could also be like scales, but I think it's just to highlight that things have been unequal, because I'm seeing that one side is much heavier than the other, one side is weighed down by something, and this can be interpreted in different ways, of course, but I think this is just sort of a visual of how you've been feeling about this situation, because maybe you've been putting in all your time, your energy, your resources, and it's like, despite that, the scales still haven't been tipped in your favor. It feels like it just keeps getting more bogged down on one side, because nothing is really coming in to like level it out and keep it in balance. And maybe it leaves you either like falling off the seesaw, feeling like you're about to fall off, or it leaves you unable to like lift yourself off of the ground, because you're putting in so much effort, taking on all of whatever kind of labor this is, whether it's physical, mental, emotional, or whether it's more a resources thing. But your side, it's just becoming heavier and heavier, because nobody's really helping you balance that weight. Nobody is taking that load off of you. And so you're left sinking, because there's only so much that you can carry here. And how are you supposed to find this miracle when you're not at a high enough vantage point, because you're being bogged down with so much other stuff? I think that's the thing, you haven't been able to see clearly because you can't get to that high vantage point place. So I think for you, and it's despite your best efforts, pal 3, so I think for you, this miracle is about the universe clearing that path for you to be eye to eye with your goals, and ultimately more miracles, because what you seek is seeking you. And your environment around you is going to start reflecting what you've been putting out. So if it's good stuff that you've been putting out, if you know that, that's going to come back to you times a million. There's something very karmic about this pile. Maybe some of you have recently been through your Saturn returns, or maybe there are certain astrological placements in your chart that might indicate life gets easier for you over time. I'm thinking specifically about Capricorn placements, or if you're Saturn dominant, generally this could apply. Of course, that won't be for everyone. But basically, like, if you find that when you start things, it can be a bit challenging initially, or it seems like progression for you is extra slow in comparison to other people, like it seems as though maybe other people around you seem to get handed things, and it's as though you have to put in like 10 times the effort that they do and be extra diligent to even get a fraction of what they might have, then this is absolutely for you. This is your message. And I think this is to say, like, essentially, you are being rewarded for not giving up, even during those times when your faith has been tested, even when, you know, the momentum of this hasn't been as exciting as maybe it looks for other people, even during those times where maybe you've had to slow down because you've become a little bit burnt out by this, or you just didn't think it was going to happen. Ultimately, you did not give up on this being yours. Like, you knew it was meant to be yours, because deep down, intuitively, something about it felt right. It felt like, no, do you know what? I know this is for me. I'm not going to give up on my dream at the first hurdle. And that's the thing, like, you know in your heart and in your soul that this is for you. I can't keep stressing that enough. So whilst there might have been times where you've said to yourself, like, I'm on the verge of throwing in the towel with this, you never actually have. And I just want to reiterate here that slowing down doesn't necessarily mean giving up. You know, slowing down is sometimes a much needed part of the process, and, you know, something that might help us usher in this miracle faster than if we just sort of push through without considering our own needs. And I say that because some of you might struggle with this thing where it's like you only feel valuable or useful when you're being productive. A lot of you guys might genuinely struggle to relax without your brain moving at 100 miles per hour. I definitely get that sense from you, pal 3. And I get the impression that when it comes to this goal, some of you might have been in this sort of mindset where you're like, I'm not going to stop until I'm confident that I've succeeded. Almost like I can't rest until I know for sure that this is mine and it's solid and I feel satisfied with where I'm at. Basically, you kind of give that vibe where you're like, I'll sleep when I'm dead, but first I have to put in the grind, I have to work. And your commitment and your dedication, it's one of your most amazing qualities and absolutely something that should be commended and admired. But at the same time, it's also the thing that's most likely to lead you into periods of burnout. Because when you put so much of yourself into whatever this is and you don't get the reward you want, and you then ignore the needs of your body and your mind and you push forward anyway, that is going to affect you in the long run. And I don't say that to be dramatic or to fearmonger or anything like that. You know, I think most of us have been in a position where we occasionally have to sacrifice sleep to complete something we really need or want to complete, like an essay we're trying to get good grades for. And doing that every now and again, if you're a healthy, able-bodied person, that's probably not going to affect you in a hugely significant way. But, you know, things like chronic stress or chronic lack of sleep or malnutrition, what that does to you physically, mentally, and emotionally over a period of time is going to have more of an impact. And if you're someone who completes one task and you're moving straight on to the next task without really feeling proud of like what you've accomplished, because you always have to be doing something and in that process to feel good about yourself in a significant way, it can be easy to slip into that pattern of like, oh, I'll rest when I'm finished, or I'll eat when I've completed XYZ. But that finish line, it kind of never appears because you're always moving towards this future where you feel as though you've done enough to feel satisfied and feel content. But the closer you get to it, it's like the further it moves away and you're on to the next thing. If you recognize any aspect of yourself in that, this is your pile, because that is coming through really strongly, like a very goal-orientated person. It doesn't have to be with work specifically, but it's like wherever your passions lie, whatever you want from life, that's sometimes the attitude you approach with. But then in the process of working so hard, you might be someone who is prone to burnout, or you start feeling dispassionate about things you once loved because the scales are unbalanced. You're putting so much into that one thing, but you're not getting enough time to rest or to sleep or hydrate. You're not getting that self-care. You're not able to regulate yourself emotionally because you're pouring every last drop of energy you have into this one thing that sort of takes over. And when you don't get the rewards that match your efforts, it can be easy to become apathetic towards something you once loved or enjoyed, because you're like, well, you know, I did everything right, I did XYZ, why hasn't it happened for me yet? Like, is it ever going to? I'm losing faith and I'm already feeling run down, whilst also feeling like I can't stop, like I'm on the move. And it's this vicious cycle. So first, for those of you who need to hear this message, it is okay to take breaks if you're burnt out. This miracle will not pass you by just because you need to slow down. In fact, taking some time to slow down could actually help you usher this in. It's interesting that you chose the snail as your sticker too, because there's something about this being slow to get off the ground, or it's slow to progress. And maybe at times you've doubted whether this is for you or whether you'd get what you truly wanted from it, because it never felt like anything was fully aligning no matter what you did, or you know, just what you give versus what you get back just didn't seem equal, it didn't seem fair, things just didn't really match up. But I'm hearing that phrase like slow and steady wins the race. And when something falls into place here, I feel like you're going to know, like, this is what I've been waiting for, this is right. It's just going to make sense intuitively why it's taken a while to get here. For some of you, it's like you needed a short hiatus from this just to kind of see things more clearly and reassess your priorities. I want to say it's also like you falling in love with life again in some way. That's the impression I'm getting here. So it's just one example of like taking a break. I was talking to one of my friends about this the other day, but it was basically like about online dating. And he was talking about how he was a little bit burnt out with the effort he was putting in, and he didn't seem to be getting much in return, like conversation wise. And I think that happens to a lot of people, but sometimes like if we are looking for that genuine connection and that relationship, even though it's burning us out to keep like talking to the wrong people for us, we don't want to come off the dating apps altogether, because ultimately, like, if we come off altogether, then that feels like we're giving up. But I was saying to him, like, you know, the emotional labour of like carrying a conversation or putting in all the effort or trying to organise dates and not getting much in return, I feel like that can in many ways be just as draining as like going on the physical dates. And I think if you need a break, it doesn't mean like giving up on love. It just means taking some time out from the constant grind of that emotional labour to kind of decompress and to sort of get back to your baseline again, so that when you do go back to the apps, if you choose to, and you can really put your energy into new conversations with new people, and you can put your best foot forward when you're doing that, instead of showing up to those conversations already feeling quite tired and burnt out by it all and maybe not in the best headspace. Obviously, it doesn't have to be that example for you, but yeah, for some of you, you have been quite exhausted by the amount of work you've put into this, and you haven't really been able to truly look back and enjoy the fruits of your labour. And you know, for some of you, this miracle involves receiving some form of clarity where everything just kind of slips into place and you feel like, you know, not only are you enjoying life again, but you can also look at your situation more logically again. And I am not saying that you're illogical and irrational right now, but if you have been in this circumstance where you haven't really been able to take care of yourself to the best of your ability, or you've chosen to sacrifice certain things to reach this goal faster, it's easy for the repercussions of that to catch up with you and affect your brain and affect your emotions. And the most basic example I can think of right now, and this one applies to me personally, but it's about being hangry. And I'm thinking of that Snickers advert, I think it's Snickers anyway, the one that's like, you're not you when you're hungry. It sounds obvious, but for me, that's so true. Like, I don't know how many times I've had a moment where I'm doing something I usually enjoy, but suddenly I cannot concentrate for the life of me, and I'm just so irritated, and I'm like, oh, I hate everyone and everything. And then when I give myself a break, and I think to myself, like, wait, did I have lunch today or did I skip it? Or, you know, wait, I just need a little snack. Having that snack gives me the clarity of like, oh, I didn't hate everything. I was literally just hungry, like I was starving. And even if we use that example of like the dating app thing, if you've already had like 10 conversations with people and those conversations didn't go very well, and then you don't give yourself a break and you have the 11th conversation, it would be really easy to like maybe not bring the right energy to that conversation because you're already irritable, you're already in need of a break, and you're already maybe, based on the previous 10 conversations, thinking quite cynically about people's conversational skills. And you're like, oh, I'm sure this is going to be like another dead-end conversation. But if you give yourself that break, it doesn't mean like you're giving up on looking for love. It just means like you need to do other things. Like you need to look after yourself, you need to feed yourself, you need to hang out with your friends, hang out with yourself, and then you can get back to it when you're in a better headspace. That's all that is. Slowing down isn't giving up. It's just kind of recalibrating. It also makes me think, another example, and this is one I always like to give in my readings, but it's this concept of like staying up all night to do an essay versus looking at it the next day with a fresh pair of eyes. Like sometimes when you try and cram it all into one night, you find that you're looking at the same sentence over and over again, but everything is just kind of jumbling up and nothing makes sense. You can't process it. Or you feel like you're making loads of mistakes because you're overtired. Whereas if you actually get the rest your body needs and you look at the same paragraph the next day, you're like, oh, actually, like, it wasn't that bad. I just needed to swap these words and now it makes perfect sense. And it comes a lot more naturally and easier. Like, this miracle, it's going to provide you with that kind of clarity, like that next day fresh pair of eyes clarity. Because there's kind of an opportunity here to step back, but in a way that is actually for your greatest good. For some of you, this could kind of be a forced rest, like the universe orchestrating a situation that forces you to take a break so you can recalibrate and reprioritize, but also allow your nervous system to just not be as overactive if it has been, or for some of you, if you've learned to live in that state of fight or flight or survival mode. That's especially for those of you who are like, well, I thrive in high pressure environments, multitasking 1,000 things at once. I'm not saying that's wrong, like everyone is different. Some people need that kind of stimulation, but for some of you, that is like a learned mechanism because you really don't know how to be still. Like you struggle to be still. And you could have been in this mode for like days, weeks, months, years, where you haven't really given your body and brain the downtime and recuperation that it needs because this has just become normal for you. This is just your day-to-day life. So there's almost this sense of part of this miracle being the universe is choosing this for you so that things align perfectly when it's the time for them to come in. And it's in a way where it makes you see like, this is the thing I've been waiting for. Like, this is what I've been seeking all along. And now it's been put in my path, it's been made visible, it's right where I can see it, and things make sense, things add up now. And it is, in a way, I want to say that is very, very heart-led. I'm hearing you'll know it when you feel it. So at a soul level, things make sense and you feel guided towards whatever this is. But also, not only is it heart-led, in your mind, it makes sense from a logical point of view too. It allows you to feel deeply without having to compromise any of your morals or boundaries or your expectations. Like with this miracle, you can still be firm when it comes to your own expectations, and it feels good to experience something that makes you feel alive, whilst also allowing you to honour all parts of yourself and have respect for the things you value most. Basically, it just makes sense in every single way. It feels like with this miracle, yeah, there is this sense of everything genuinely falling into place in the right time. And you being able to know right from the get-go, like, yes, this is for me, things are looking up, or, you know, this is what I've been waiting for all this time. Or just this sense of like, this allows me to live as the best version of myself without feeling like I have to filter certain parts of myself. And there's something about assistance being crucial here. With that aid card, you're going to be receiving some much needed help because it felt as though for a time you were doing everything that you needed to do, but it's like you just needed the universe or somebody, a physical person even, to just take a chance on you and have faith in you. You just needed someone or something to come through and give you that lucky break. And I feel like that's what you're getting. Like, that's a part of this miracle. It's somebody noticing what you bring to the table and backing you 100% the way you've been backing yourself. Or the universe noticing that you are worthy of the rewards now. You know, this aid can come in many forms. It doesn't have to be just one thing. This could literally be a case of like you praying or asking your guides or the universe for help with this for months and it feels like it wasn't happening. But then these opportunities just start lining up that feel very serendipitous, and you're like, okay, it's clear my guides have my back now. Like, somebody is guiding me to this, somebody is looking out for me. But it could also be that example of a physical person or thing showing up in your life to offer assistance. Like, it's just something that shows up in the right place at the right time. It could be a crucial piece of advice you need to hear that gives you clarity about something, and it gets you a lot closer to this miracle. And when I say advice, it could be, of course, from like a friend or a family member, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. It could just be something that you overhear in somebody else's conversation, or even a line that you hear on a show or podcast, a tip you read in a book, something like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be that you are actively seeking advice or assistance, but for some reason, when you hear whatever this is, it just really resonates deeply with you, and for some reason it makes sense and gives you clarity. And it might kind of give you this moment of like, oh yeah, why didn't I think of that? Like, that's exactly the piece of advice I've been missing when it comes to ushering in this miracle. And I'm seeing like a jigsaw puzzle, like the pieces coming together. So it's like that, something slotting into place, and you're like, oh, like, that was the missing piece and I've got it now. And yeah, like I said, this assistance could show up in many different ways. And I say that because some of you are the kinds of people where like you would probably never go looking for assistance if you could help it. I definitely get a bit of hyper independence from you guys. You have that streak where you're kind of stubborn and you don't ask for help much. Like, maybe you're always helping other people, but when it comes to people helping you, you kind of don't let them, or you don't always admit when you might need help. I can imagine you being the kind of person where if you're super busy and somebody asks you like, oh, is there anything I can do? You're like, no, it's fine. Even if you're clearly run off your feet and you really could do with a break. And for some of you, it might be because you're a bit of a perfectionist, and you might be like that kind of person where you're like, you know, if I want a job doing well, I'm going to do it myself. That won't be for absolutely everyone, of course, but there is this impression of like you have very high standards and expectations in terms of like, you like things done in a specific way. So if you know somebody isn't going to meet those expectations, you're kind of like, you know, I'd rather not accept your help. Like, I'm just going to do it myself because I know that I won't mess it up. Some of you do have a little bit of a streak where you're like, you can't tell me nothing. You have that vibe. You don't really take on much advice because usually there isn't a solution that you haven't already thought of. I can also imagine you, I don't want to say like being too proud to ask for help, but you almost have this vibe of like, I've got this. Like, you feel like you have to be the one to hold everyone or everything together, or you have to be the self-sufficient one. So as another completely random example, even if you were struggling financially, if you went out with a friend and you paid for the drinks and your friend was like, oh, hey, like, let me transfer you that money, let me pay you back for the drink, you would be the type of person to be like, no, don't worry about it, I've got it. And that's why I say, you know, when this comes in, you might not necessarily be seeking it. In fact, when it comes in, you might not even necessarily want it. But you did ask for this because this is part of this miracle. It's coming to you because it's meant to come to you so you can figure something out and usher in this next phase. So you did ask for it in a roundabout way. But at first, it might kind of feel like something is being forced in a weird way. But it is absolutely crucial in terms of this blessing. And for some of you, you're going to have to like learn to let go of some of your control issues and be a little bit more adaptable maybe. I know that won't apply for everyone, but if you know you're like that and that resonates for you, like, you might have to be a little bit open-minded with this because this is happening. Like, something about this feels very divinely orchestrated, or it has to happen in this certain way for you to get this miracle. So, you know, other examples of what that assistance could mean, if it's not specifically verbal advice or anything like that, or something you overhear, it could be financial assistance. So maybe a particular loan or some form of government assistance you applied for is finally coming in, and maybe you'd almost given up on it, like you presumed you weren't entitled to it, but now it's just splat ending up in your bank account. Maybe it's something to help you get started with like a particular business idea, or it's just something to make you a little bit more comfortable if you haven't been completely solid financially. Or maybe it's someone literally trying to give you money even if you refuse, because if you're the kind of person who's normally the giver, like you take that role, or you're kind of proud, if someone were to try and help you out, you might be like, no, you're not giving me money, I can't accept that, like I don't need your help. But it feels like whatever this is coming in anyway. So it could be something like an inheritance, something you are entitled to. And even if you say like, I didn't ask for this money, it's like, yeah, but your name is the only name on the inheritance. So sorry, but you're getting it, like whether you want it or not. And it's so funny, like this is really, really funny to me, because if this happened to anyone else, like they wouldn't even question it. I'm sure most of us would be like, free money that I didn't necessarily work for, like, sure, why not? I'm not going to say no. But for you, pal 3, I really feel like something you majorly value is hard work and like earning the things you have. So you almost have this weird attitude of like, you know, I don't need your help, I didn't ask for this, and if I didn't work for it, it shouldn't be mine. But the universe is saying like, tough, you are entitled to it, it's yours, and it's somehow going to help you get closer to your bigger miracle, so use it wisely. You know, it doesn't have to be money, it could be something else you're reluctant about though in some way. Like maybe at your job, as just one other example, you've been understaffed and overworked for months and it's led to you feeling burnt out, and you're going to get some help in the form of maybe being able to delegate your duties to other people. So maybe this is your boss saying like, oh, we're making X person your assistant to help you out with all your tasks. And when that help comes in, you might almost be like, no, I don't want that, I'm managing fine on my own, even if you're not because you're stubborn. So maybe you're like, oh, you know, I don't want this person coming in and looking through all my paperwork and messing up my order of things. So it could be you're almost reluctant to it at first, but this is much needed assistance. Some of you, it's like you've got used to doing things in your own way, or you've got used to doing things the hard way. So when things finally start to like loosen up or flow better or become easier for you, it almost makes you feel like it's a cop-out. You feel like you have to do things the hard way for it to be valid, and anything else is like cheating. But actually, if things start flowing easier to you, it's because you've already bloody done the hard work and you've earned it. Like you've already put in the effort and you've already done like 10 times the work that maybe other people do. Like if it's easy now, it's because you've earned that and like you're deserving of the rewards because you've already proven time and time again you're deserving of that. Like you are allowed to do things that make your life easier, and it doesn't mean you are any less deserving of this miracle. If there's a faster way to do things, if there's an easier way to do things, a way that's more time effective, cost effective, energy effective, whatever, as long as it doesn't, you know, for whatever reason compromise your moral beliefs or harm you or anyone else, you are fine to do that. Just because it's easy doesn't mean it's bad. But some of you might still struggle with this mentality that to like earn the things you want, you have to suffer, but you don't. You've already done like more than enough suffering, you don't need any more of it. So if things are coming in easier to you when this miracle gets started, then let them. Another example could be like help in terms of someone using their resources to assist you in building your dreams. So for instance, like this is another random example, if you have an online business or a platform, this could be somebody with a bigger platform shouting you out or speaking about you or your product favorably, like recommending you. So if you've been waiting for your business or your audience to grow and start really popping off, it's like maybe you've resigned yourself for months or years to like doing things the hard way. So growing your business, for instance, you've really worked hard to grow that organically instead of paying for followers or paying for fake reviews or something along those lines. And if someone said to you like, oh my God, I noticed this person follows your business Instagram, why don't you reach out to them and ask if they'll review your product? Maybe you've been like, no, I don't want to seem like I'm a clout chaser or whatever. But maybe this help comes in whether you like it or not. So you don't even ask this person for their help, but they reach out to you and tell you that they want to review your product, or they just so happen to shout you out without being asked. They're like, oh my God, Pal 3 makes this content, I love it, you guys should check out Pal 3's page. And it's almost a little bit jarring for you. It might feel like jumping into the unknown because maybe you get this sudden surge of interest in your business or your content, and a part of you is feeling like, well, you know, I didn't earn this because it feels like such an overnight thing. But the thing is, you did earn it. Like you've been putting in the work all this time, and that's what's got you noticed by this person in the first place. And you are allowed to enjoy the fruits of that labor. Just because, again, something is easier, it doesn't mean you haven't worked for it. It just means that sometimes you are allowed your lucky break too. You're allowed for things to happen easily without thinking like, oh, there has to be an ulterior motive here, or, you know, nothing this good can last. You do not have to live inside the struggle bus to prove your worth. You are allowed to accept help from other people, especially when they want to give it to you freely. The reason they want to give it to you freely is because they know you're deserving of it. Like maybe it's only you who doesn't quite realize that. Like if we use that example of someone with a bigger platform shouting you out, you might immediately feel uncomfortable or like, you know, what do they want from me? You might be sort of hypervigilant when people are nice to you because maybe it hasn't always been that way. But sometimes people just see your value more than you do maybe, and they just want to be kind. Like they just want to do you a solid because they're like, this is a good person and they have a lot to offer. Like I want to do this for them. Maybe that person with the big platform is just genuinely proud of you. You know, maybe they saw what you were putting out there and they thought like, hey, this person obviously works hard and, you know, they deserve way more subs than what they currently have. Like, I'm going to try and help them out using my platform. They might not be expecting anything. And it's the same if, like, we give that example of your boss offering to hire someone to help you with this really unmanageable workload. You might immediately jump to thinking the worst. You might immediately jump to like, oh, they must think that I'm incompetent. Maybe they think that I can't do the job. When actually maybe what your boss is saying is just like, I really value Pal 3 and the work they do. You know, the last thing I want is for them to be overburdened with so much work that they end up going off sick or quitting their job or not coming back. So I am preemptively helping them, even if they say they don't need it. I know they do because I've seen them working hard and struggling in silence, never asking for help. But whatever this is, it's part of the miracle. So even if when this comes in, you're like, oh, I don't know whether I should accept this. This doesn't seem like a good idea. It's part of this absolutely huge breakthrough and miracle that you'll get in. Some of you might find a lot of comfort in like doing things a certain way, things you do habitually. So sometimes you might struggle when it comes to adjusting to change. Like when you're confronted with a shift, it feels like there's too much unknown or there are too many variables. And it feels like a loss or it feels like too far out of your comfort zone. And that's so valid, you know. I think a lot of us, if we finally find a way of doing something that works, we're kind of like, why change a good thing? And for you, you're like, you know, I have my way of doing things. I don't need your advice, your input, your suggestions. And that's fine for the most part. But in this instance, whatever this offer of help or assistance is, it is a change for the better. But again, you do have to go in with trust and an open mind. Because some of you, it's like you're kind of side-eyeing this and you're like, I'm not sure about this. You know, this wasn't on my bingo card. I didn't plan for this, therefore it is unacceptable. But this is a part of you bringing in this miracle. Like, you're being set up so that you can acquire this certain information or you can get this aid so that can take you to where you need to be. And I am always honest about what's coming through in these readings. And for some of you, I won't lie. Like, when you're initially presented with whatever this information is, some of you, not everyone, but some of you might feel like, I don't want this, or this is a bit of a disappointment because you're used to looking at things in a more like cynical way, I guess. But this is actually an essential thing that's going to lead to something so much better than what you could have imagined. But when it first comes in, it's like you're not sure whether you can quite trust it yet. You might feel more guarded with it. Or it might make you feel as if you've missed out on something, like you've lost. But that is not the case. Like, that's not the case at all. And I'm going to give a couple of examples just to put this into a more tangible context. The specific examples probably won't apply to you in your personal situation, but it's like, let's go back to that example of a boss hiring someone to share a workload. Let's say there's Sandra. I'm sorry, I always use the name Sandra, I don't know why. But anyway, Sandra loves her job. She worked really, really hard in the hopes of one day advancing in her career. You know, maybe she wants a promotion. But it's also really important for Sandra to have a family. So maybe Sandra has had a baby and she's been on maternity leave and there's been this temporary person covering her role. And she's like, whatever, cool, like it's just temporary. When I go back to work, things will be like how they were before, things will be back to normal. But then maybe Sandra's boss tells her like, hey, we're actually going to keep this temporary person on when you come back because we've actually realised that this is very much a two-person job. But don't worry, like it's still the same hours, you'll still be paid the same, it's just you'll have that little bit of extra help. Sandra might take this as a negative. She might feel like she's losing something she once called hers because now she has to share it. She might frame this idea as like, well, clearly they don't think I'm competent enough or capable enough to do this job on my own. Like, I'm never going to get the promotion if they think that I'm that incompetent to even do this job. And she might quite validly have this discomfort that she's been out of the workforce for a period of time, dealing with all kinds of physical, emotional, lifestyle changes while she's had her baby. And now she's coming back and she's feeling a little bit of this grief because she's like, you know, things at my job aren't going to be the same. You know, my job was a big part of my identity. I feel like I'm being pushed out. You know, this new person is going to make the dynamic at my workplace shift. So she's basically coming in with a mindset of being against this. And she's saying like, I just want to come back and do my job and I don't want this person in my space, like looking through my paperwork, telling me how to do things. Even if deep down, maybe she knows like, actually, I was doing two people's jobs. And, you know, it might be helpful to have that extra pair of hands. She's been so used to just doing everything herself that somebody coming in to help feels like a threat to her position. It feels like a disruption. So she's disappointed by how she perceives that situation. But in actuality, maybe this assistance leads to her miracle faster, even if initially she was hesitant towards it. So maybe when Sandra's boss hired this temporary person, it became very clear how much work Sandra was actually doing. And maybe her boss's intention, rather than trying to push Sandra out or say she's incompetent, the boss's intention is like, hey, why don't we ease you back into this role for a bit and make sure that you have the support you need? Like, maybe you, Sandra, can mentor this new person and they can train alongside you, not for them to take over, but so that later down the line, you can delegate more of your tasks to them, and then you would be available for this promotion. So because, maybe life has been hard for Sandra before, she immediately sees this new scenario as a challenge or a potential obstacle to overcome, but actually it's divine assistance leading her to the right place. It's actually the thing she needs that can help her out the most and allow her to get where she needs to be. So she might be thinking in the moment, like, oh, they're trying to push me out, they're trying to get rid of me and give this person my job. But in reality, they're trying to make sure that Sandra's position is fully covered because they want to elevate Sandra to this new level in the next few months. Obviously, that's a completely made up story. It doesn't have to apply to your situation, but the feeling there is like the same. And if you recognize any of yourself in Sandra, it might apply to you. Like, maybe you can be a little bit stubborn, a little bit resistant to change, but sometimes change is the very best thing for you. But also, like, I think it might be extra hard for you, Pal 3, because you could be very, very sensitive to changes to your routine, and it might tick you off when people try and gaslight you and make out like nothing is happening, because you are allowed to grieve what used to be. And I think it would be easier for you to reframe certain things in a more positive light if people gave you the space to acknowledge that a change is happening and you're not wrong about that. So like in that example, if you opened up to your boss and you said like, oh, I guess I'm just a little bit sad that this new person is going to like change the dynamics of the team. If they say to you like, oh, don't worry, nothing is going to change, everything's going to be exactly the same as when you left, that would piss you off more because you know categorically that that's not true. It might be better for you if your boss said to you something like, yes, it's going to be an adjustment. I understand that things will feel different for you, but look at all the opportunities having this extra person might open up for you, Sandra. It doesn't do you any good to deny your reality or have other people deny your reality. Like, you're allowed to process that a change has happened or is happening, and you're allowed to be like, oh, do you know what? I'm going to miss how things used to be, whilst also appreciating that that doesn't mean the next chapter or the changes to come are going to be inherently bad just because they are different. But whatever this assistance is, or whatever this change or new adventure turns out to be, again, it's this crucial part of the miracle. You can't have one without the other. But not only that, you're going to be surprised by how quickly everything falls into place or how right everything feels. Like, you didn't expect that at all. Almost to the point where it's going to feel like it was always supposed to play out like this. So if we go back, if we use that Sandra example where she's having to like share this role, and let's say Sandra and this person now have to share an office space, and when Sandra comes back to work after her maternity leave, she hates the idea of that because she is somebody who likes being alone in her own office, and she's like, I don't want to share my space with somebody else. I don't want to have to like mask in front of this person. Maybe she's dreading coming back from her leave because she just can't stand that idea of this office not being hers. She feels like she's not going to be able to decorate it how she likes, or she's going to be on guard because she has her own little routine and she has this way that she likes of doing things, and it's disappointing having someone kind of getting in the way of that. But maybe when she gets to meet this person, she finds that this person doesn't expect or want her to change in any way. This person respects Sandra's boundaries, and this person is happy to be like, yeah, I don't want to do anything differently. I'm happy to follow your lead. And it actually works out better than before. So as one example, let's just say that Sandra, when she's on her lunch break, she really thrives on peace and quiet. She doesn't want anyone speaking to her or interrupting her. And she might kind of feel like if she's in the office with someone, she's like, oh, this person is going to keep trying to make small talk with me and asking me questions while I'm on my break. I bet I'll have to leave this comfy office and go and sit in my car or something like that. But as a matter of fact, when Sandra says like, hey, when I'm on my lunch, I just kind of like to do my own thing, this person is like, no problem. Not only will I sit in the corner quietly and not interrupt you, I will also make sure that nobody else interrupts you. So it actually turns out to be a good thing. And, you know, these people find their own little routine that works well really quickly. And if Sandra used to get calls through to her office on her lunch break and she got interrupted, now it's actually better because she has this person picking up those calls for her and saying like, oh no, sorry, Sandra's on lunch right now, I'll take a message. She has somebody to do that for her, so it's actually working out better. So Sandra actually gets her break because she's not being interrupted by calls, her boundaries are being respected, and she doesn't have to compromise the things that are important to her. And actually work starts to feel more enjoyable because of this, you know, almost to the point where she can't imagine that there was a time when she didn't want to work with this person. It could also be that Sandra is initially worried about this person taking over or being too dominant, you know, insisting on things being their way. But actually, this person doesn't want to take over, but maybe they do offer some advice or they do show Sandra something that makes life easier. Something like, oh, I've been using XYZ to organise your papers. Let me show you XYZ way of doing things. And it teaches Sandra an important lesson, and it's something that frees up some of her time and energy and makes things easier. So yeah, that specific example probably won't resonate for you, but there's definitely something about being open-minded and allowing people to help you and giving yourself a chance to relax and step back for a period of time without giving in. And you know, when I mentioned forced rest earlier, one example I got was like you having to take sick leave when you don't want to, because I can imagine you coming into work even when you feel awful because of the high expectations you have of yourself and the expectations you think others have of you. And it's like you kind of feel like I have to prove myself even when I'm practically dying. Obviously that's an exaggeration, but you get what I mean. So I can imagine you throwing up, but then the next day you're like, I'm coming in, I have so much to do. And your boss is like, I'm really sorry, pal 3, but company policy says that if you've been sick, you have to be off for a minimum of 72 hours, let's say. And you're initially uncomfortable with that at first because you're like, well, you know, who will do this if I'm not here? And your boss is like, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. You need to stay at home. You need to get some rest. And you're kind of like, well, what am I meant to do? Like, I was so adamant on going into work today and doing this big project that I had to do, and now I can't. They're forcing me to stay home. Like, what am I meant to do now? But it forces you to relax. It forces you to have the wind down time you insisted you didn't want and didn't need. And there's something you learn from that. There's something you discover that offers you clarity, or it puts things into perspective, and it just makes you see things in a very different way. This kind of reminds me of when we used to have to do tests for illness of 2020. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on YouTube or whether something will get flagged, but the 2020 illness. I remember the workplace that I was at had a policy that you basically couldn't come back if you were still testing positive. And some people would stop testing positive after a few days, but I remember that I was still testing positive at like 10 days in. So even though I felt way better at that point, I wasn't allowed back in. So every morning I would kind of get up half expecting to go into work and then not being able to, and being like, okay, what should I do now? So yeah, maybe for some of you it's a similar thing, like it's forced bed rest and you don't really want it, but this rest insists on finding you, and ultimately, like, you do need it and it does give you some clarity. So it feels like Spirit is advising you, like, you just need to surrender to this when it happens. Like, just allow for things to not go to plan, or to be a little bit more open-minded, because there is a reason for this. And you're very quickly going to figure out what that reason is, because when it finds you, it will make sense. The universe is also saying, like, don't be afraid to trust it. It was bound to happen because you get back what you give out. So if, you know, you've been working hard to achieve something, of course that was always destined to find its way back to you. You were always destined to be rewarded for something. I'm also hearing you're going to be glad you persisted with something instead of just feeling like, oh, it's a lost cause, I'm going to give it up. And as much as I've reiterated throughout this reading, you know, be open to advice, don't immediately shut down help from others, all of that, I think it's really important to remind you that your intuition and what you know is right in your heart and your soul trumps absolutely everything else on the planet. And it feels like your intuition is going to be particularly powerful at this time that this miracle is coming in. And we say this in tarot all the time, but I think it can also apply to people in our real lives. Take what resonates for you and leave the rest. And I always make a point of repeating that in my readings, because pieces of advice I give might be useful to you and other pieces might not. They might be useful to somebody else. And it doesn't mean that nothing I say is worth valuing. It just means that not every single thing I say is of value to you personally and to your life experience. And, you know, if, as an example, you say to me like, hey, Nosy Witch, I like your lip gloss, and I say, thank you, you could buy it for X price from XYZ website. That might be valuable advice to you because you like the lip gloss and you want it. But if I say to you, oh, this is the best food to feed your dog, but you don't have a dog and you're not interested in getting a dog, that is of no use to you, and you don't have to absorb it as part of your truth or something you should internalize. It's something you should dismiss and forget about because it doesn't apply to you and your situation, and it's the same for people in your real life. But it can be easy to forget that not everything somebody says is gospel, even if it's someone you admire and respect in other ways, because ultimately nobody knows what you need better than you. You know the most about your own heart, your own life experiences, and if what somebody is saying doesn't sound like it needs to be part of your story, you don't have to accept it, because maybe that's based on their projection, their life experience, their expectations, and they don't have to be the same as yours. Even if you value that person's advice in some ways, it doesn't mean that they are right about everything. Your truth is still your truth. You can take pieces of that information that might help you whilst discarding that which doesn't, because ultimately you know that you're not going to be content unless you are living authentically to who you are and abiding by your very own rules and expectations. Obviously within reason, there are rules that we have to abide by legally as a society, and that's one thing, but then there's other man-made imposed rules based on societal expectations that do not have to hold any weight if you don't want them to, and you get to decide how to proceed when it comes to that. But I feel like part of this miracle is in relation to you being your most vulnerable, most truthful version of you and not feeling like you have to hold things back to appease anybody else. So this miracle and this reading generally, it's kind of about compromise without you compromising aspects of yourself to fit in. So maybe somebody gives you some advice and it's pretty solid advice, but then they add too much of their own personal opinion in with it. Like maybe they say, and personally, I would do XYZ, or I wouldn't do XYZ. But if you were to do it the way that they're doing it, if that would compromise your beliefs, your morals, your values, what you hold dear to you, this is about you saying, like, I respect what you're saying and I'm going to take on board X piece of advice, but I'm going to do my own thing when it comes to X. So allowing them to help you without feeling like their help boxes you in. And it seems as though having that balance is going to lead to the best possible outcome, because whatever this is going to make you so happy. You're not going to feel like you were manipulative or you disguised any part of yourself in order to get it. So as an example, this could be like you wanting help with your dating profile or with your CV, and your friend helps you, but maybe then they're saying like, oh, you shouldn't put XYZ, or maybe you shouldn't mention this, maybe you should keep this hidden. Like maybe somebody is ill-advised because they're telling you your expectations are too high, or you can't say that, or you can't ask for that, or you shouldn't do this. And in that instance, if they're overstepping, you can kind of say, look, I appreciate your help getting me started with this, but I think I'm going to do the rest by myself in a way that suits me. You're saying like, I believe in being truthful and upfront, and I believe, the right person or the right job will find me if I do that. And that pays off massively. It pays off in this huge way. So it's having that balance of truthfulness and compassion. You might fear that if you're fully yourself, it's too much of a risk, or you'll miss out on something, you'll lose something, it won't happen for you. But actually, this is saying like, it's okay to be a little bit more like you. You're not going to get punished for being the most authentic version of yourself. And it feels like, once you start prioritizing that, the ball is really going to get rolling, essentially, of everything falling into place. You're going to be glad that you were honest. You're going to be glad that you adopted that healthy balance of listening to other people, but listening to yourself the most. There are certain things you're willing to compromise on or be open-minded to. And then there are other things where you're like, no, I know this is the right thing. This is a hard boundary for me, and no amount of somebody telling me otherwise will make me back down. And obviously it's up to you to work out that personal balance, but you're going to be glad that you did it the way you did it. And it's going to leave you feeling very fulfilled and like, yeah, I did that, and I was honest, and I didn't have to mask, I didn't have to hide parts of myself in order to get this miracle, because I knew it was meant for me. It felt sacred. Maybe I had to take a break from it to gain perspective, but ultimately I had already put in the work. I didn't give up, and so I always knew that it would find me. So yeah, that is what I'm getting for you, Pile 3. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading today. If you did like the reading, please like the video, please comment if you get a chance, please let me know what resonated. If you don't feel comfortable, let me know what resonated. Please just comment which pile you picked, or even just a random emoji if you would like to. Please subscribe if you haven't done so already. Those are all excellent and free ways to help me and help this channel, and it just lets me know that you don't mind hearing me yap and you kind of like the content and you wouldn't mind seeing more of it. With all of that said, I really appreciate you taking time out of your day to listen to this reading. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for listening. Take care, and I will see you in the next one, Pile 3. Hi Powerful Collective, if you chose the Real Talk Tarot and you chose this clam sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding absolutely everything this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through everything there. But this reading is all about your upcoming miracles / blessings. Which manifestations are you ushering in? And how are you doing that? Which wishes of yours are coming true? Basically, anything and everything regarding good things that are going to be happening for you. And without hesitating further, I'm just going to go straight ahead and get into the reading. I am excited to get started with your pile today. So I'm going to pop your sticker to one side for now, and we're going to get started by looking at your oracle cards, pile 4. We have a selection of oracles and tarot cards for your reading today. And yeah, with you picking the Real Talk Tarot, I get the feeling you're in the mood for some blunt, honest tea spilling. I love this deck. But yeah, starting off strong with our oracle over here, we have got sound resonance frequency. And we have got number 2, help. I'm hearing help is on the way, dear. So maybe something about, is it from Mrs. Doubtfire or like Robin Williams might be significant to you guys. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at doing impressions. And we have got number 56, confinement, captivity, tolerance, unfreedom. And we've got number 31, universe. We're all just stardust. And then for your tarot, we have got the 2 of cups. And the clarifier for the 2 of cups is the 3 of swords reversed. Interesting. We have got temperance in reverse. And the clarifier for temperance in reverse is the 4 of swords. I feel like the 4 of swords has come out in loads of the readings that I've done today. And we have got the 7 of swords. And the clarifier for the 7 of swords is the high priestess. And we have got the star. Love that. And the clarifier for the star is the lovers. So that is really exciting, powerful. You have some really good cards. Now, I always like to start these readings off by mentioning the numbers on the cards in case these numbers are significant for you in any way. That doesn't have to be the case for this to be your pile, but if these numbers are significant, it's just a little bit of extra confirmation. These might resonate for you in terms of a date, a month, a year, an age, a life path, an angel number or synchronicity you've been seeing a lot of, or an astrological house or the sign associated with that particular house. So we have the numbers 2, 56 and 31. So those numbers, all the individual numbers, 1, 2, 3, 5 or 6 may be relevant for you. And that sequence of numbers in particular is standing out to me actually in a really interesting way. Notably, the only number missing from that particular sequence is the number 4. Now, the number 4 is often associated with stability, support, with progress, and the 4th house, astrologically speaking, it's a Cancer house. You know, it talks about our private life, our home life, our roots, our security, our living situation, sometimes our relationship to a maternal figure, sometimes our childhood. So this makes me think that you guys who chose this pile need some more 4th house energy in your life. You need some more grounding. Maybe something to do with one of those aforementioned things has felt a little bit out of balance for you. And the miracle you are seeking is in relation to getting things steady again, getting things back into balance. Do you know what I've just realised as well? You guys are pile 4. You chose pile 4, so you're gravitating towards that number 4, even on that subconscious level. You guys could have been seeing a lot of 444 recently, and if that's the case, you can take that as extra confirmation for you. But this miracle, it feels like it might have something to do with, you know, something that has made you feel insecure or unstable in some way coming back into balance. And it feels like this miracle is kind of about you, I want to say coming home to yourself. And it's like life is going to be resonating for you again. I want to say this miracle for many of you has something to do with falling in love. And significantly, this is after a heartbreak, or it's after a period of chaos, or feeling like everything was up in the air or out of control or just completely disjointed. It's like it's coming into alignment again. And when I say falling in love, for some of you, this could be in a romantic way with a physical person, you know, meeting someone who deeply, deeply resonates with you in that way, like a soulmate, and you starting to feel good again via having, you know, that healthy connection. But for others of you, it could be about just falling in love with life again. You know, maybe things felt crazy for a while in your life or at your job or your personal home life, whatever the case may be, even within your own routines or something. It could be you like finding yourself again after taking some time out to heal. So this miracle could very well be about your own personal glow up, you know, discovering who you are, what you align with again, you experiencing new and exciting feelings that get you excited about your life again. But equally, it could be to do with some kind of external relationship, you know, whether that's a relationship to your work or career or to a person or to yourself. And it could be either like your relationship with whoever or whatever that thing is. There's this positive reunion where things come back into balance after a period of maybe things being fraught. This feels like the miracle of experiencing something new to love or fall in love with. So, you know, it could be, as some examples, like getting over the heartbreak of a difficult relationship ending, but then finding someone else who you deeply resonate with, whether it be a romantic love or whether it be a friendship. Like, it could be a platonic connection as well. Or it could be like healing from heartbreak you experienced after a job loss. You know, maybe there were mass layoffs at your company and life felt a little bit crazy because you had to prioritize survival if your financial situation wasn't great. But this miracle is you then finding this job that is absolutely perfect for you and you absolutely adore it. And it's something, you know, whatever it is, this thing is much, much healthier for you than what came before. And even if it's a case of like a relationship with the same person, or this is the same job, it's like the role that you now play in that relationship or job or whatever this is going to be a lot better and a lot healthier for you. It's going to be so much healthier than how it was before, because there were aspects of the previous situation that made you feel not like yourself in some way. So it maybe got you acting in ways that didn't entirely feel in alignment with who you are at your core. Again, life felt out of control. It felt like things were never even, or maybe you just never really felt fully safe or secure. But this miracle is something that does instill you with that sense of security. It makes you feel very safe. Like, there's no room for doubt with this. It just kind of makes sense. And that could have been something you've been lacking for a while. Like, maybe you never thought you would feel safe in a relationship or at a particular job, and you thought your life would be like surrounded by constant chaos or these big emotional upheavals and these ups and downs. Like, it never felt on an even ground, an even playing field. You were always destabilized. But this miracle is you being shown something very different. This is showing you that you can feel secure again, or if not again, maybe for the first time in your life within the context of this situation, and you can learn to trust again. Some of you, maybe you have felt so heartbroken by this that, you know, you felt like you would never be able to trust again. You know, something hasn't felt steady or dependable for a while. I do think you have probably recently experienced some kind of heartbreak. It doesn't have to be like the breakdown of a relationship or anything like that, although for some of you it could be that literal, but it could just be something that's happened in your life that kind of felt unfixable, like there was no coming back from it, or it caused you to experience some pain or grief or sorrow. For some people who chose this pile, it could be one of those bigger life events like a breakdown of a relationship or marriage or a loss of some kind. And for others of you, it could just be grief over a situation, like maybe a perceived rejection that on the surface might not seem as big of a deal compared to other losses. But for you, maybe this unearthed some buried trauma or some childhood wounds, something like that. Maybe it had something to do with you being criticised or feeling rejected. Or for some of you, maybe feeling ostracised within a certain setting or community. And it just left you with this overwhelming feeling of like, wow, my heart fucking hurts because of this. Or it left your nervous system feeling somewhat unsafe, like you were in fight or flight mode or something, maybe freeze or fawn as well. And if it's not an external thing, like a job or a project or another person, maybe this is just you learning how to trust yourself again or learning how to get back on track with something. But you are absolutely being given something to fall head over heels in love with as part of this miracle. And it kind of just makes you take a step back and be like, oh, okay, like life isn't all bad then. It feels like you're going to find home within yourself or with another person or within a community, because this is all about alignment. So if you felt like, whoa, I experienced this issue, this heartbreak, this sadness, whatever it was, and I kind of got off track and I spiraled and I started to lose touch with who I was due to this situation, this is you kind of getting that back and stepping into an even brighter, bolder, more authentic version of you. And if this involves another person or an outside situation, this also involves you, I don't want to say settling down, but finding a safe space within another person or within a community. So one example could be like you grieving the loss of a job, even if it was a toxic job, because of course any of us, like not having financial resources, that's going to make anyone feel unsafe. And something like that could have left you at the time feeling quite trapped, like what am I going to do now? How am I going to afford to live, whatever the case may be. But then this miracle could be you. But then this miracle could kind of feel like a new job landing in your lap. And not only are you finding that job that pays the bills and puts a roof over your head, not only are you getting that stability back, but you're also finding that the job aligns with you on a deeper level. Like, it's something to do with your values, and actually it's much better and healthier for you than the previous one was. So for example, if at your old job, like, you didn't really feel like you fit in very well with your co-workers, or you didn't have anybody that you could depend on, this community you meet through this new job is going to be entirely different. It's going to feel like a real community. And you know, I don't necessarily think that people have to be friends with their co-workers. Some people like to keep their work life and their personal life entirely separate, and that's fine. But even just having that person at work where, like, even if you don't see each other in real life and you're just like work friends, having that person who has your back within that context can make a huge difference to how enjoyable you find your time at that place. And if on the other hand you came from a workplace with like a really toxic culture, like it was a really bitchy office where everyone gossiped about each other, if you join a workplace where everyone is like genuinely supportive of each other, it's gonna feel so much better at that soul level, and you know, just more aligned with you. Especially if you're a person who hates that kind of drama and you don't like getting caught up in it, but it felt like in the past you sort of got dragged into it against your will. This is going to be so different. So obviously that's just one example. Another example could be a new relationship or a new friendship. If you were previously in a more toxic connection where you just never fully felt safe with this person, or like you could trust them 100%, maybe their moods were too all over the place and up and down, and it got you feeling out of sorts, or it got you feeling like you had to step on eggshells, or, you know, change aspects of your behavior because you never knew how they were going to react. If you were with a very emotionally dysregulated person, or you found that you yourself became emotionally dysregulated when you were around them or after you'd spent time with them, because it felt like you guys were just never on solid ground. Like, one minute they would be fine or all over you and like love bombing you, and the next they were treating you like you didn't matter or something like that, as one example. If it's taken you some time where you've had to heal in the aftermath of that situation ending, some of you could feel like, oh, am I ever going to find a relationship where the person just makes me feel safe and I don't have to second guess or question things? But you will be getting that. That is the thing. That is your miracle. It is very much possible for you, and the things you're hoping for, but maybe, you know, throughout your grief you didn't think you'd be able to access, this is saying that it is out there for you. Or even if this isn't about a relationship ending or anything like that, but if it is a relationship, it could be romance, friends, family. But if it's a connection that was strained, a connection that wasn't on the most solid ground, this miracle could be a reunion where each person involved in the connection, it's like you're able to come together and really see each other eye to eye. And if closure is what you need, you are going to get that. But that doesn't have to mean an ending if you don't want it to mean that. It doesn't have to mean a relationship ending for good at all. If this is a salvageable relationship, if you want it to be, this could be a coming back together with that person and really having a heart to heart. But yeah, if this is a relationship, it feels like maybe things didn't end with somebody on the best terms, and it left a lot of things up in the air and a lot of questions still unanswered. And it could be that that's a part of why you haven't been able to quite fully move on or get that closure, and why this has been so gut-wrenching. It's like you haven't really had an explanation as to why things have happened the way they have. And maybe that's led to you feeling very out of balance because you kind of keep going back and forth when it comes to like, what was the reason for this fight, or what was the reason for this breaking down, or this person ignoring me or ghosting me, or if they stopped speaking or something like that. You could have gone back and forth asking like, why has this happened? You know, maybe someone did stop talking to you out of the blue and you're not sure why, or, you know, it just felt like someone was starting fights for no reason and you didn't really know what was happening. Things just weren't working, you know, things were unequal, you weren't connecting, or somebody wasn't putting in the same level of effort, and it left you with a lot of disappointment. Maybe it left you feeling like, is this ever going to get better? Is this mendable? Should I move on? Or should I try again? Like, what's going on here? And it feels like this miracle, you're gonna get an answer to that, and something is healing, something is being put back together and it's mending. So if there is another person involved here, it feels like you're going to have a conversation that's actually productive, where you and this individual are on the same page and you're seeing eye to eye and things are starting to come together. Now, when I say come together, I don't mean that you have to get back with this person or be friends with them again or have them in your life if that's not something that would be healthy for you or them, if that's not something you want. For some of you, when I say come together, it's more like you're putting the pieces together to get the closure you need to truly release this. So if this person did something that was unexplainable and you kind of internalized that and you took it on as your pain, or like something that you could have done differently or prevented, this could be an explanation. It could be this person coming in and actually being truthful and giving you this information that allows you to move on and heal. However, if this is a relationship that you want to continue with somebody, this could be coming together as in making up or reconnecting, aligning physically, mentally, and emotionally, whichever way would resonate and make sense for your connection with this person. And things from that point forward are going to feel more solid and stable. And, you know, either way, whatever this is, whether it's a physical person or an external situation or just something to do with you, you are going to be stabilizing yourself and you're continuing to mend and heal from whatever situation has gotten you down here. For some of you, if this is more to do with, like, for example, your own pattern of behavior rather than some kind of outside influence, this miracle could be something like receiving a diagnosis that finally gives you the answers to your questions, or the treatment that comes with this diagnosis finally gives you a release from some of this pain. And of course, these specific examples I give don't have to resonate for your personal situation. It's more like I want you to take the message behind these examples and apply it to your situation. But the one example I'm thinking of is somebody receiving a diagnosis later in life of something like ADHD or autism or some form of neurodivergence. And if that's you and like you've spent most of your life struggling but not knowing quite what the problem is, or feeling like you're a failure or you don't fit in, or, you know, just having this experience of feeling things very intensely and being ultra sensitive to your environment but not knowing why, a diagnosis, whilst it doesn't take the pain away, whilst it doesn't delete the trauma of having to live your life in hard mode and having people not see or understand you fully, it can be very affirming in the sense of like, you can say to yourself, oh, I wasn't a failure, I wasn't lazy, or I wasn't too weird to be loved or make connections. I was just dealing with this thing, I was just misunderstood, like I just needed help. So this miracle could be about you, you know, understanding yourself at that deeper level. And it's also about you not being afraid to be seen for who you are. And if it is an example like that of a diagnosis or something along those lines, that would explain certain things you've experienced. It's like something clicks, something comes together, you're like, everything makes sense now. Like, knowing this information, it helps slot things into place a little bit more. And maybe you can look back with that new information at times in your life and be like, now I understand more about why I acted the way I did in this situation, or why I did this. And it's about releasing some of the guilt or shame associated with that. For some of you, this might be a breakthrough you have in therapy or counselling if you go to anything like that. But it's you realising you never had to feel ashamed for something that happened. Maybe something during your childhood. Maybe it's like reframing certain events in your life and looking at yourself and how you reacted to that in a new light and offering yourself more grace. It's a light that makes you feel more connected to yourself and less ashamed of what you have done or what you haven't been able to do. Basically, whatever this situation is, a lot of you haven't been able to fully let go of it. And this miracle is you not only letting go of it, but also gaining this deeper insight and understanding of yourself, and also being able to look at life through this new, more hopeful lens and feeling more in love with your life and where your life is going than you have in a very long time. So it's like this miracle, this clarity, it kind of restores your faith in things changing for good, in things actually getting better. And maybe that's something you've struggled to believe for a while due to these circumstances. It's sort of like this thing has kept you trapped. Being in this situation has felt like a prison. But part of this miracle is you discovering that there is beauty in the world again, or you discovering that the world is so big and there's so much more to life than just being trapped in this one tiny cell. You're breaking free from something in this huge way, and it's just going to instill you with so much hope for the future. And bear in mind, obviously different people who chose this pal might be at different stages of the healing journey, but I would say for most of you, this seems like something you've very recently gotten out of, and slowly things are starting to improve and you do see some light at the end of the tunnel, even if you're still experiencing bad days where you get in your head about this situation. But for others of you, you might be more in this stage where like you still can't quite imagine things mending, or you can't quite see that light at the end of the tunnel. And it feels like some of you are praying for this miracle because you're asking, like, will I ever be happy again? And of course, that's a very general statement, but I want you to know that if you are feeling any element of that, I promise you will not feel that way forever. The grief and heartbreak will not last forever, and this miracle is going to show you that you will experience profound happiness again. And there is so much more in store for you than just whatever difficult moment you are going through. Even if you're still in pain and you can't imagine a way out of it, I want you to know that it is temporary. Might not feel like it. In the moment, I know that it feels all consuming. But if you're saying, you know, I'm never going to recover from this, I'm never going to feel better, I'm never going to get over it, you will. Like, you are so resilient, and you'd be so surprised by the strength of the human spirit. And you will go on to do amazing things, and you will fall in love with your life again. And I know it's so hard to believe that now, if you're right in the midst of it, powerful. But yeah, I promise, like, if you felt stuck and you've had sleepless nights going back and forth in your mind, just questioning this situation or replaying it, and it's left you feeling in this state of anxiety, that is not forever. There is so much more that's meant for you. You will dance again, you will feel joy again, especially if some of you guys, you know, if you experience numbness or apathy when you're dealing with a crisis and you feel completely detached from everything around you, like you can't muster up the strength to feel good or passionate about anything, and you're wondering, like, will that last forever? The answer is no. You're going to get your passion back. There are going to be so many things in your future that spark joy, and that's a part of this miracle. You're going to get something that sort of not only makes you feel safe and puts you at ease, but also brings those dopamine boosting feelings back. So if a relationship ended and it left you feeling in a state of disarray, and you were like, I'm never going to meet anyone like that again, I'm never going to fall in love again, like that was the love of my life, I won't meet someone like that again, etc., this miracle is going to prove you wrong, essentially, you know. Or if you've been up all night worrying about a job you lost and you feel like you're not going to find something, this miracle is going to prove you wrong. And if you're just like, damn, I'm kind of struggling mentally right now, I have burnout, or I have creative blocks, or I'm just heartbroken that I feel like I don't have the energy to pursue my own passions, that passion is going to come back to you full force. And this miracle is going to prove that that's possible again for you, that level of happiness, because you're going to have a moment where you're like, yes, this is absolutely for me. You know, if you've been saying, this pattern of my own behaviour, this habit is keeping me trapped, I always fall off the wagon with it, am I ever going to get better at this? This miracle is giving you the strength to understand that yes, you can get better, and no, it won't be this way forever. And this is going to show you just how strong you are and just how well you can bounce back from anything. Because some of you have felt like, I don't want to say you felt like it's your flop era, because that sounds like I'm trivialising it, and I don't mean to do that. But it's kind of this feeling of you thinking like, oh, I'm never going to come back from this. But you will. And when you do, it's going to be better than you anticipated. So definitely this miracle could involve you stepping into this comeback era, this glow up chapter of your life. So whatever this is in relation to, if you've had that feeling like, you know, wow, that last chapter of my life turned out to be a bit of a flop. If you feel like you put yourself out there and you fell flat on your face with nobody to catch you, it doesn't mean that that's going to be the defining chapter of your life and its trajectory. Because when you have a flop era, it's only a matter of time before your comeback era. And I want to say your roaring success. I'm hearing that phrase, roaring success. And the energy I'm getting, it kind of makes me think of like when you hear about success stories from famous authors or musicians or actors, sometimes they'll talk about how many times they got rejected before they got their big break. Like they failed all their auditions before they got the breakout role, or they were denied by 100 publishers before their bestseller went viral, or something like that. It must have been humiliating and heartbreaking to go through rejection after rejection, but ultimately they backed themselves enough to keep going. Or maybe they had supportive people around them who encouraged them to keep going. Maybe that's a part of it too. And they did keep going, and their success was right around the corner, but they didn't know that at the time. They had to have a certain degree of faith. They didn't know how it was going to play out. So there's something about this miracle being your success story. It is not your villain origin story like you think it is. It's your success story. It's your hero's journey. So this miracle is kind of about you being the main character and getting your happy ending. And it's not even an ending though, it's just the beginning. So if you felt like this is the end of your story, it isn't. Like, you know, if you've just got out of a relationship and you're like, damn, that was a flop. Like, I thought this person was going to be the one, but it's ended in heartbreak just a few months in. Or I thought I was going to go far in this career and now I've just lost my job. You know, it was silly of me to think I could excel in this. those are untrue things that are coming from a place of you unfairly adopting too much of the blame for whatever has gone wrong here. I think when this situation happened that caused you the pain, it's like you had way more questions than answers. You had a lot of confusion. And because you didn't have solid answers, it felt like the anxiety-driven part of your brain sort of tried to fill in the blanks with, you know, all the things that you could have done differently to prevent this. And it's not your brain's fault. Like, that is your brain trying to keep you safe from, I guess, its perception of like, let's not make this mistake again. But that could have led to you feeling like, I'm not even going to put myself out there at all because it's going to be a flop based on this past information. But I think this new information that you're going to receive as part of this miracle, it's really going to put into context for you that that didn't happen. Whatever happened, it didn't happen because you did something wrong. And it doesn't say anything about you as a person. A lot of this was out of your control. And it feels like you knowing that is going to give you this feeling of having more control in your life going forward. Because it once felt like you were trapped in this prison and saying to yourself like, well, why did this happen? Could I have done this? What if this? What if that? And this new information is going to free you from those what ifs. It seems like you're not going to be torturing yourself mentally with that anymore because you don't have to, because there's a solution or some form of closure here coming to light that allows you to let go of any of that heartbreak or internalized shame surrounding the situation that you were holding on to. And it allows you to go forward trusting that good things can happen to you, and also trusting like, hey, I'm a good person and I deserve good things. And also you deserve to advocate for yourself. And you're saying that there's a whole world out there, like this is just one tiny part of it. This is just one chapter. It doesn't have to define me. You're allowing your mind and body to relax and get an escape from the shame spiral and the overthinking when it comes to whatever went down here, because you're realizing that you really couldn't have changed much at all. And even if you could, what's done is done, but what you have is this moment right now. So it's you like no longer feeling like you need to spend any more time ruminating on things that do not serve you. It feels like something clicks into place where you're just like, I don't have to do this to myself anymore. I can move on. I'm allowed to move on. I'm allowed to free myself. And more importantly, you want to move on because you're ready to, because you're getting the space to take a break from this endless loop. You're being given some respite and there's this huge sense of relief. It feels like you're unburdening yourself from the weight of this. And it's like you're realizing, you know, this is not all of mine to carry. I've been made to feel guilty about things I shouldn't feel guilty for, and I'm allowed to put this down, and also I'm allowed to put myself first. A big part of this is you realizing that sometimes it's okay to be selfish. It's okay to act in your own self-interest. In fact, it's not only okay, it's not only acceptable, it is essential. And I feel like selfish is such an emotive word. We tend to want to shy away from that word when we hear it. It's a word with a lot of negative connotations. And, you know, everything is on a spectrum, right? Like, there are people who behave selfishly on a consistent basis to the detriment of everyone else around them. And subsequently, it's a disservice to themselves because their profound lack of consideration for others actually stunts them emotionally. And it doesn't allow them to experience life as a human to its full depth. But equally, sometimes being selfish is an act of survival. Sometimes being selfish is putting yourself first out of necessity and out of an understanding that everything in life requires balance. And when things are out of balance on one side or the other, it leads to negative real-world repercussions. So this is, for you, sacred selfishness. It's selfishness that is intended to restore that balance. This is you saying, I have to put myself first, even if it feels uncomfortable. And this could be really hard, especially if you've been made to feel guilty for doing that in the past, and especially if this involves another person. If you've been trapped in a toxic cycle with an individual or a group of people, and you know that the only way to resume your own healing journey is to distance yourself or go no contact or cut this person off or even just set certain boundaries with them in terms of communication, whether it's a partner, a friend, a family member, a colleague, a job, whatever this thing is or this person, if you've had to remove yourself or distance yourself, if you've had to do that in order to get your life back on track, you could experience these mixed emotions, because on the one hand, there is this relief and this sense of freedom, like you breathe in a sigh out, but then on the other hand, it might be you questioning like, oh, but should I have stuck around? Should I have given this another go? Especially if this is a person and they're guilt tripping you themselves, or even other people are telling you this person is sad or they're not doing great, you could feel that need to step up and be the saviour and make things right for them again, make things better, because maybe that's what you've always done. And it's hard to stay firm with your decision, even if you know deep down it's for the best. And it is okay to grieve that situation while still remaining firm. I want you to know that. Like, it's okay for two things to be true at once. You can still love someone or care for someone from a distance. You can wish someone the best whilst also understanding it is now time to give yourself the best instead of pouring it all into someone else or this other situation. You can appreciate that you experienced good times with this person without discounting or invalidating the trauma that you went through or your current need for space. You can acknowledge that a sacred bond you once had can never be replaced, but the sacred bond you have with yourself has to take precedent now. And if something no longer aligns, even if it pains you, you must prioritise what does. You must prioritise your evolution. And it's like this miracle, a part of it is you being able to look forward to your future, knowing that all of these realities can exist simultaneously and that one doesn't discount the other. All of it is true, all of it has its place. All of it can be part of your story, but that doesn't have to mean that things not serving you, things causing you harm, should continue to have the same place in your future if you know that you want more for yourself. And if you know that it's unhealthy, it feels like deep, deep acceptance for what once was and what no longer is. And this is allowing you to move forward with the confidence that you did what you had to and you couldn't have done anything differently. But you couldn't continue to live in chaos. You couldn't continue to swing from one extreme to the other, not knowing where you stand. I think this is you realising, like, it's okay to choose the stable choice and it's okay to choose what's best for you. Like, we all need stability. We all need a place to call home. We all need a sacred sanctuary. This is about you getting that back, restoring it. So if for some of you, your space, whether it's physical space like your home or your workplace, or whether it's your body or your heart space, it felt like something there was under threat. It felt like one of those areas was no longer your safe sanctuary due to some kind of craziness or conflict going on around you, due to these extreme ups and downs that left you questioning. And it's okay for you to admit to yourself, like, I can't do this anymore. I've had enough of this, truly. And it's okay to find respite in a place that does make you feel safe. It's all right to want that for yourself. And it's okay to remove things that don't give you that opportunity. Some of you, it's like you still feel a little bit guilty for giving up on something. That's what you're saying. It's like, I gave up on this, because maybe some of you still feel like I should have pushed harder. But I don't think it's giving up so much as it is giving in to what your body desperately needs. Because it's all very well you saying, like, well, I should have done X, I should have done Y, I should have taken care of this, and taking on all of that responsibility. But throughout all that, who has been looking after you? Who has been doing their share of taking care of you? Who has been considering that you also need taking care of sometimes? And if you haven't even been considering that because you've been too busy taking care of everyone else or other things, this miracle is about, like, something finally sinks in where you're like, I do have to take priority and it is so important to look after myself. It could be for some of you, you've even had some kind of health wake-up call, like if you've been engaging with certain bad habits to cope with the chaos of this situation, if you've been overindulging, taking things to excess, you know, eating badly, drinking too much, examples like that. Doesn't have to be one of those, but that's just what popped into my head. Even just stress generally on the body. You could have physically felt like, you know, this is putting so much strain on my body, on my heart, like this amount of stress. I can feel it in my chest. It's not good for me. Like, I have to start putting me first. And you're really taking that seriously. And I'm hearing somebody saying, I just couldn't do it anymore. So it's like some of you are almost apologetic, or you still feel the need to explain to people why you did what you did. Whether it's leave a job or end a relationship, whatever it is, you're saying, I couldn't take anymore. But you should never have had to. It was never yours to take or to accept in the first place. Some of you take on the burdens of other people's problems way, way, way too much. Like, if you left a job that was burning you out, maybe this is you worrying, like, oh, but now I've left my colleagues with my workload and they're going to be stressed. Or, you know, if this is an ex who you've heard isn't doing so well, maybe you're like, oh, but they've been going through a lot, like they're depressed. I should have stayed to help them, or I should reach out to them. You need to direct that same caring energy toward yourself, because you don't deserve to have others just take from you when there's nobody looking after you. There needs to be balance. And this miracle is bringing that balance, because as guilty as you might feel about this situation, you are also realizing that the guilt is misplaced. It should have never been yours to carry. And you are also going to be feeling this massive wave of relief. And some of you, you might feel a little bit guilty for feeling the relief. to have this person or this situation or this thing out of your life so you can focus on the better things happening for you. You might be saying like, you know, is it terrible that I feel like, you know, since I got out of this situation or I moved on, this huge weight has been lifted? But then I think you're going to be like, no, actually, wait, I did try to make whatever this is work. And if it didn't, I deserve to move on and I deserve to feel good again and I deserve to have good things happening for me. And you're going to be welcoming all of that in. A message that keeps repeatedly coming through is that message about you realizing like you have to put yourself first here, because whatever this situation is that was leaving you feeling drained or dysregulated, there's only so long you could take that. So although you feel a certain amount of grief, the overwhelming thing you are going to be feeling is relief and hope towards the future. And again, it's okay for both of those things to exist at the same time. It doesn't make you a bad person for wanting to hold space for both emotions, but it's like you couldn't fully feel secure until this situation was over for good. You couldn't get closure until you knew a line was drawn under it. And this miracle offers that closure, but it's also this feeling of like, okay, like now I can move on, or now I can go ahead and start to live my life again. So one example of this could be like, if this is you making this huge life-changing decision to leave a workplace, you could experience some grief over that, because on the one hand, you know it's for the best. You know you can't continue at this job if it's not aligning with you and if it's leaving you feeling depleted all the time. So intuitively, you understood that it had to happen this way. It was something that you had to do. But also maybe you're a little bit sad because maybe you're like, even though I know this is for the best, I'm really going to miss my colleagues, or I'm really going to miss the banter I had with my work friends. And it's okay for both of those things to be true. Or maybe on a slightly bigger scale, if you have actually lost someone due to a passing away, if this is an example of like, you had to put all of your energy into caring for that person, if you were like the main carer for an older relative or something like that, it could have felt like maybe when you were taking care of this person, you couldn't really rest or take care of yourself because you always had to be on call to attend to their needs. You had to prioritize them all the time. And if since they've passed, you felt tremendous grief for their loss, but you've also felt a tiny element of relief because you've been able to make the choice now to prioritize you more and bring you back to focus. It's as though a weight has been lifted in some way, and it doesn't make you a bad person for acknowledging both of those truths at the same time. This feels like some form of closure where you're going to be able to actually live your life again, and things are going to sort of calm down, I want to say, but it's in a really exciting, fun way. Life is going to start settling down, but it's in a way where you're like very, very excited and hopeful for the future and what else is to come. But this miracle is showing up in the form of stability, divine stability. So this could be more financial stability. This could be you no longer having to worry about making ends meet. This could be a new career path or a new job that offers a multitude of opportunities, and it doesn't just feel like it's paycheck to paycheck, hoping you'll make enough. It feels like a very secure wage. Maybe some kind of documentation coming through so that your roots, your home life are solidified and secure. Maybe this is like a house sale going through, like something to do with a house sale has been really stressful, but now you're getting confirmation that like everything's gone through the way it's supposed to and it finally feels right this time. You don't have to worry about like rent or a mortgage. It could be physical security like that, but it could also be emotional security if this is, say, like a new relationship. And the miracle is that you're going to be open to falling deeply in love again. Like if you are still grieving a past situation, you're not going to feel that way forever. And in fact, this miracle could be that you're going to find somebody who aligns with you deeply in every single way, and it's just going to feel easy this time. It's not going to be a relationship that leaves you feeling like you have to hide certain parts of yourself. It's going to feel like you guys maybe don't have to try with each other, but you just get each other. Things click into place and nothing has to be forced. You just naturally match each other's energy. The energy flows seamlessly. You don't really have to try too hard to be understood by one another. Things just kind of make sense right from the get-go. And it teaches you that you can feel safe in love and safe in relationships. Not everyone will leave you second guessing. And you're just going to understand intrinsically on this soul level, like, this is for me, this makes sense. You know, with the High Priestess card, it's not something that even has to be worked out logically. It's not something where you have to sit there and write a list and weigh up the pros and cons. It's just something where instantaneously you know this is the right thing for you, whether it's a person or a career or some passion project that you're undergoing. It's like when you start embarking on this new journey, everything just falls into place to the point where it just doesn't need to be questioned. And this is huge for you, because if you've been dealing with some loss or heartbreak, you could have really felt like it's been hard to get to that place where you trust yourself to make decisions. But this is happening for you. And I also feel like whatever this miracle is, there's definitely something in relation to you, again, like understanding yourself and your needs on that more deep level. So whatever you're finding outside of yourself, whether it's this new job or this new love or just this new feeling, it feels like it's finding you because now you know what you need and what you want from life. You have that deeper knowledge and wisdom of self. It feels like you understand more about how you operate. Some of you, this miracle might happen after this period of deep introspection and rest and reflection. It could be that some of you, extra confirmation, if you've been engaging with self-help or therapy, or if you've been reading like a lot of self-help books to try and like assist you with your healing work on your journey of self-discovery. It could be that this is happening very soon for you if you've already been doing that. And yeah, it feels like this period of introspection, though, it allows you to do any residual healing work you need to do. And some of you have already been doing that because it's like you needed answers as to why certain things have happened. So you went inwards, you know. And if you were questioning like, oh, why do I always end up in these relationships? Or how have I got here at this stage in my life? It feels like you've kind of gone back to the root of that. So maybe you've been unpacking some form of childhood trauma, you know, a wound that keeps reoccurring in your adult life. And you've really taken the time to break that down and sit with it and to analyze it. And now you're like, oh, okay, I understand where that came from. I understand why I acted that way, or why I chose this partner, or why I self-sabotaged, or why I procrastinate, or why I struggle standing up for myself, or why I struggle with confidence. Whatever the case may be, whatever specific example applies to you, you are like unpacking why that has been an issue for you at different stages of your life. It's obviously going to be different wounds for different people, but it's like you're actively implementing ways of observing those behaviors without immediately judging them or without acting on impulses that you might have previously wanted to act on. And that's helping you make more aligned choices. And those aligned choices are what's going to lead to this bigger miracle. So if, as just one example, you've always struggled with self-sabotage and maybe you've always struggled to maintain healthy habits, maybe due to the work you've done, it's like in the future when you're in an emotionally reactive place and you feel like you're about to slip up and fall into one of those self-sabotaging behaviors, it's like you're going to be taking more time out to observe that and question it and ask yourself like, okay, is this choice that I'm about to make a form of self-sabotage? And what is the deeper feeling I need to look at here? Like, you're going to be doing that more effortlessly. That's going to come more natural to you now that you have the knowledge that you're going to have as part of this miracle. And it's like you're intercepting that before it can take hold or before things can become out of balance again. And that's so you can make the truly aligned choices and kind of put yourself back on the path you really want to be on, that's in favor of you being the best version of yourself. You are going to have the wisdom you need to do that now. Or like, as another example, if you have some attachment wounds when it comes to relationships, this could be you asking like, why do I attract avoidant partners or anxious partners? What is within me that is what I gravitate towards right now? And it's like you're making different decisions going forward in order to attract the kind of life you've always dreamed of, but you just didn't think was possible for you. And it's really important to note that whatever this is, job, person, you know, something to do with your own behavior, this will be your reward for doing that hard work and for being willing to make that hard choice of putting yourself first in order to grow and in order to step into the version of yourself that you want to be. And I think it's really important to note for you guys who chose Pile 4, like in, let's say, a year's time, your life is going to look very, very different to how it is now. It's going to be this massive transformation, this huge turnaround, this metamorphosis, because I'm seeing you just like in the future turn around one day on a random Tuesday out of nowhere and you're looking around in awe and you're like, how did I get here? And it is the best feeling possible. Like, you're saying, I can't believe this is my life now, but it's in a good way. You're like, I can't believe I'm this person that I've always wanted to be, or I can't believe I have the kind of life that I used to dream about, I used to pray for. And it's almost a shock, but it's also like, this is your reward due to the daily decisions that you've made. Those small choices add up over time and become bigger choices. But I definitely feel like there's going to be something jarring about the difference because you just never thought that this would be possible. And If you are still going through that period of chaos where life feels kind of out of control, it's hard to believe that like in a year's time, things could look entirely different, but it's going to be this total flip, like a total 180. For some reason, I'm thinking of the game House Flipper. I don't know where any of you guys play that, but that's coming through. But yeah, it's like if you're in a place of feeling trapped because your life isn't quite progressing the way you'd like it to, maybe if you've been stuck in that toxic relationship and it feels like these are the only kinds of people that I attract, this miracle is like due to the choices you're going to be making. Next year, you could be moved in and engaged to the love of your life. And it's crazy to think that now at this point, because you might feel like right now, oh, I'm so behind, like I've never even had a healthy relationship before, all my friends are getting married and I've just ended things with yet another person who hurt me. It doesn't have to be this example, this is just one. So it sounds impossible that you'd be in that positive of a situation within that small space of a year, because you still feel like there's so much you'd have to do to get from A to B. But that's how extreme of a flip it's going to be when you make more of the choices that are in alignment with your healing and when you really commit to yourself and put yourself first. Because maybe you meet this person and right away you just know like, oh, this person makes me feel safe, like this is what a healthy relationship is supposed to be like. And because you've made the effort to heal some of your core wounds, if that applies, you don't run away from that like you might have done in the past. Instead, you embrace it and you trust it because it feels right. And when things feel right and you learn to lean into them and be hopeful again, lots of other things in your life start to align and they all add up to the point where you end up feeling totally secure in who you are and your environment, and even to the point where you can't imagine that there was a time that you felt insecure. And obviously that is just one example. It doesn't have to be that example of you finding love, but you are going to be falling in love with life. It can apply to any aspect of your life. You are going to be falling in love with life in this huge way. There was a time you thought you would never get out of feeling stuck, but you're becoming unstuck. You're not going to be a prisoner anymore, trapped in this situation, and you're moving towards a life that speaks to you so deeply and so profoundly, and it's just going to be so much healthier for you than anything you've experienced before. So that is what I'm getting for your reading, Pal 4. I really hope you enjoyed this reading today. If you did like the reading, please do me a massive favour, please like the video. If you get a chance, please take a minute to just comment, let me know what resonated for you, or just let me know which pal you picked, or just put an emoji if you don't feel comfortable letting me know what resonated. All of that would just help me so much. Engagement helps massively. Please sub if you haven't done so already. That is the best and easiest way to support me and support this channel, and it's completely free for you. Thank you so much for taking time out of your day to listen to this reading. I really hope you have an amazing rest of your day. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one, Pal 4. Hi Pal 5 Collective. If you chose the Britt's Third Eye Tarot and you chose this plant sticker, you are in the correct place. Welcome to your reading, friends. If you would like a full breakdown regarding what this reading will entail, please check out my introduction. I go through absolutely everything there. I will also leave some details in the pinned comment below for your reference. But this reading is all about your upcoming miracles. This is all about the good things, the blessings, the manifestations, the miracles you are ushering in, and what good things are going to fall into your lap and into your life. So without further hesitation, let's get started with your reading. I'm just going to pop your plant over here. For now, we have some oracle cards and tarot cards to look at today to get a full picture of your story and your overarching energy. So let's have a look at what we pulled for you, Pal 5. So we have got Beach Day Getaway, and we've got number 9, Anger. Over here we have number 65, Okay, Stability, Harmony, Acceptance. We have number 17, Flower, Be Honest with Yourself. And for your tarot, we have got the 10 of Cups reversed, and the clarifier for that is the Page of Cups reversed. We have got the World, and the clarifier for the World is the 4 of Cups reversed. We have got the Hanged Man, and the clarifier for the Hanged Man is Death reversed. And we have got the 6 of Wands, and the clarifier for the 6 of Wands is the 9 of Cups. So I always like to start off these readings by mentioning the numbers on the cards in case these provide extra clarity or confirmation for you. These numbers might be significant for you in terms of a date, an age, a month, a year, a life path, an angel number or synchronicity you're seeing a lot of, an astrological house, or the sign associated with that house. This does not have to apply for this to be your pile. I just like to mention it. So we have the numbers 9, 65 and 17. Those numbers, or the individual numbers 1, 5, 6, 7 and 9, may be significant to you in some way. Okay, so first and foremost, you are going to be okay, Power 5. I need you to know that. We have a lot of amazing cards here, and I feel like your miracle, it's about you essentially getting your flowers, and we will talk about that. You're going to get some sort of reward or recognition, some acknowledgement that you really deserve. The Six of Wands, it talks about being noticed for the effort that you're putting in, and it talks about being admired, and the world talks about this sense of belonging, and it can be about closing a cycle and feeling whole and feeling complete. We do also have that Nine of Cups coming through, which indicates a wish fulfillment, like a really big wish of yours is going to be granted here. So it's definitely something that you've already been thinking about, something that you've been hoping for, but it feels like almost beyond your wildest imagination in a way too. And yeah, it's directly in correlation with this spotlight, this Six of Wands moment that you're going to be getting. But as is the case with every reading that I do, there's always going to be some challenging cards too. And one thing I want to say, like whenever I get this okay card, it actually makes me laugh because I don't know whether this is just a me thing, but it immediately makes me think, like the way she's like doing the okay, it kind of reminds me of when somebody puts like a thumbs up, like it's almost a little bit sarcastic or exaggerated in some way. And it makes me think of that meme that's like, it's fine, everything's fine, and in the background the house is on fire. So it often leaves me with this impression of somebody who is in a habit of saying they are okay when maybe they are actually not all that okay. I'm also thinking of that Katy Perry audio where she's like, when you say you're fine and you're not really fine. But yeah, especially with like anger showing up as well, this makes me think of someone who has been, for whatever reason, maybe repressing certain emotions, or somebody who is very much in need of an outlet, right? And especially with beach day getaway too, like that absolutely makes me think some of you just need some time off, or like you just need to get away from the noise, away from the hustle and the grind for a bit. I'm also hearing that some of you are overdue a valid crash out. Like some of you have been holding back your rage or your tears or your anger, and you just need to let it all go. And honestly, you need to go a bit crazy for a moment, within reason, of course, like not as in harming yourself or others, but it's like you've had this pent up frustration that you've not been able to release because you've been trying to not let it break you. You've been trying to remain stoic, I guess, and just kind of get by. And even maybe to a degree, a mantra you might actually repeat to yourself is, I'm fine, this is fine, everything's fine. And it's almost this element of just accepting your lot or accepting what you're given. But you may now have noticed that what you've been holding back is starting to impact you in more significant ways. And there's no real outlet or opportunity to move on unless you first acknowledge those feelings that you've maybe been holding back. For some reason, I'm thinking of like, there was a reel I saw on Instagram the other day, because I always say like I've never had TikTok. So when something is popular, I only find out about it like a year later when it comes out on Instagram reels. So this could have been from a long time ago now, but I did see it recently. And it was like, I think it was a pharmacist like getting very emotional and essentially like having a crash out. And you could just tell, like from the brief clip that I watched, I don't think I watched it all, I just felt bad for her. Like you could tell that she'd reached the end of her tether and she was just done with people. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. There's probably like loads of other similar things that go around TikTok and Instagram and things. I think if that situation was real and not a skit, because I know a lot of them are skits as well, but if that was real, like that probably shouldn't have been recorded. But yeah, I think most of us who watched it probably related more to the pharmacist crashing out, like especially those of us who have worked in a customer service job. Like sometimes you hold everything back because you don't want to answer back and you don't want to lose your job, and you don't say what you really want to say, but it reaches a point where sometimes you just want to crash out at everybody. And if you are that kind of person where you say like I'm fine when maybe you're not, I feel like honestly that's a thing that many of us do without even realizing. So there is zero judgment from me. You know, this is something I've done so many times. I'm not trying to imply that you are being intentionally deceptive. It's more something that's said on autopilot for many of us, and we might do this for different reasons. Sometimes we don't feel like we are safe or in an appropriate setting to vent our frustrations. Sometimes we feel like if we were to open up, it would be ill received or it would be like trauma dumping. So for example, if you go to work, unless you're super close with your colleagues, it's pretty common to greet each other after like the weekend or something and say like, oh, hey, how was your weekend? And even if you had a terrible weekend, it might feel like too much or just not an appropriate place to explain that. So you're just like, oh, it was good, thanks, how was yours? Because you have work to be getting on with, or it just doesn't feel like the person asking genuinely wants to know. It's just like a little bit of small talk, so you kind of brush it away and you brush away your actual feelings and you just sort of get on with your day. And another example is, I know in the UK we use all right as a greeting to each other, and I've heard people from other countries get confused about this and ask like, are you saying hello or are you asking me if I'm all right? And it's kind of both. So for example, if I'm walking down the street and I pass a neighbour, I might nod and go, all right, and they might do the same thing while we're passing each other. Or, you know, I might say, hi, are you all right? And they might go, yeah, are you? And I go, yeah, but we're still walking in the opposite direction. So it's more just like a quick greeting rather than somebody like genuinely stopping to have a discussion, a conversation. I guess I'd compare it to like if somebody offers to do something for you and you say, oh, are you sure? Or, oh, is that okay? You're not really expecting them to turn around and say, no, actually, it's not okay. So it's not really a genuine question. It's more something that's just done out of politeness and societal expectations, I guess. And in those instances, in those examples, I feel like it's really common to just, I guess, want to reassure the other person, like, yeah, I'm good, don't worry, I'm not about to have a crash out right now, so that everyone can go about their day. But by affirming that out loud, for you guys who picked pile 5, it's almost like you are internalizing that too, and you're not giving your own self the space to like kind of say like, well, actually, I'm not doing that great. Like, so I understand, you know, not wanting to trauma dump at work or to your neighbour on the street. But I guess part of the problem, what I'm saying here, is that maybe you haven't fully been admitting to yourself that you're not fine. And instead of giving yourself an outlet at the end of the day to like feel your feelings or get mad or cry about something, you've just felt like you've had to keep it all together and just continue kind of doing whatever it is you need to do and not allowing any messy feelings to escape. And it's weird, like for some of you, I want to recommend like journaling, like having a safe space and a total dump for all of your messy feelings. But I get the impression some of you, like even when you're journaling, you don't necessarily focus on your feelings. If you have tried to journal before, I can imagine you not being like deliberately dishonest, but when you journal things, you still want to keep like your feelings contained, or you want to not be messy or to keep things in a neat little bow. So maybe like instead of venting, it's more of like you documenting how you think you should feel or what you think you should say rather than how you actually do feel, even when it's just you in private, you on your own. I don't know, that's a message for somebody. I don't know if that's going to resonate. It's like, yeah, you really need that outlet. You feel as though you've had to keep it all together and just continue doing whatever it is you need to do and not allowing any messiness to escape. And some of you might have been employing these tactics for so long that you're not quite sure how to access certain emotions. Some of you may be feeling a sense of numbness or I guess apathy towards life or certain things that, you know, previously you enjoyed. And I think some of you need to be told first and foremost that you don't always have to be the person holding everything together. Like sometimes you can let that go. You can be messy. You can express your feelings. There could be some element of toxic positivity wrapped up in this, like you not wanting to play into the idea of being a victim, or you know, you not wanting to accept that something has upset you or it's got to you. It's like you don't want to allow something to break you, so you're denying that it hurt you or got to you. But it's like the trauma is stored in your body and it needs some sort of release. You need to blow off some steam, pile 5, that is what I'm getting. And I feel like part of this miracle is you're going to be getting the opportunity to do that. You're going to be finding a healthy outlet for some of these challenging or more intense feelings. And it's going to allow you to let go and to kind of close a certain chapter and to move on to the next chapter, knowing that your body has released what it needs to release and you've allowed what needs to come out to come out. An extra confirmation for you guys, if this applies, obviously it won't for everyone, but if some of you have been considering booking a massage recently or going to the spa, like if you've said to yourself, I really need a massage, maybe you've noticed some tension or tightness in your neck or your back or shoulders, that could be extra confirmation that there are some physical areas where you've been storing emotional tension. Obviously, if you do have any new aches and pains, always see a qualified clinician about that. But if you've already done that and there's no sort of obvious medical cause and you've explored every option with the relevant clinician, it could be something to do with like what's going on in your emotional body. So maybe don't rule that out. Don't take medical advice from me. I'm not a clinician of any kind, but it could just be something to factor into the equation. Let's say that. So another confirmation as well could be like, if you found recently that you have been extra agitated or very easily irritated. For some of you, it could be a physical thing too. Like maybe you have different needs. Because for some of you, maybe it's like perimenopause or something like that. I know that's not going to be for everyone, but it's like big hormonal shifts that this is extra reason why you need like an outlet. But yeah, this could be another sign that it's your pile. Some of you have been experiencing really severe sensory overload. And even if you've always been the kind of person who's sensitive to your environment, it feels like it's just been on a whole other level recently. So maybe, you know, lights, sounds, particularly overlapping noises, like people talking over each other, has really, really been bothering you. Or like tiny sounds that wouldn't normally bother you. You've just felt like turning around and being like, shut up, to the source of the noise, and normally you're not like that. Or, you know, even if you work from home, maybe it's like you've just had a lot of brain fog more than usual. You haven't been able to concentrate because the noises from the neighbours, like just the usual noises of your neighbourhood, are just bothering you and stressing you so much more than they usually would. Feels like everything in your environment has just kind of been getting on top of you, and there's this big need to block out the noise. Another confirmation is if you found that you've been gritting your teeth a lot or grinding your teeth at night. But yeah, some of you could have felt like you've just been way more snappy than usual. Maybe you feel like you've been way more reactive. And what's interesting is you've actively been trying not to react. And it's like you've actively been saying to yourself that you want to maintain your peace, so you're not getting involved with drama, you're going to avoid it, you're not saying everything you truly want to say or feeling everything you truly want to feel. But with that, it feels like it's almost had the opposite effect, and it's led to actually some form of emotional blockage here, or just the suppression of things that actually deserve to occupy space. And for a lot of you, this comes from a good place. For some of you, it comes from a desire to, I guess, like be the bigger person. Some of you have a deep belief in karma, you trust karma, and the idea of like what goes around comes around. And so you have that faith that order will be restored to this situation. And it's like you've kind of said to yourself, I'm not going to rise to such a body's level, or you've said, I'm going to rise above it, which is fine in terms of you choosing not to retaliate or you choosing not to stoop to someone's level if it doesn't align with your moral system and your value system. That's commendable, but that doesn't mean that any perceived negative emotion that you experience cannot be expressed. It doesn't mean that justified anger or rage has to be buried deep, never seeing the light of day. There are healthy ways of expressing some of the things you're experiencing without having to resort to behaviours that are out of alignment with who you are as a person. So if somebody is unkind or violent towards you, verbally, physically, or otherwise, if you are judged harshly or unfairly, if a miscarriage of justice happens, or somebody doesn't have empathy for you when perhaps they should, you can remain true to who you are, and you can decide like, hey, I'm not going to do them like they did me. If somebody speaks badly about you, you can decide not to match their energy if that would be disrespectful to who you are. But equally, you do not have to pretend that the situation hasn't hurt you, or you don't have to pretend that you don't experience anger or upset, because those experiences are valid. Basically, it's okay for you to vent about shitty situations. It's okay for you to admit to yourself, like, hey, that wasn't okay, or, you know, I'm angry about how I was treated, or I'm angry about how that situation went down. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel fair. It doesn't make you any less spiritual or connected to a higher version of yourself to acknowledge that. And I think this is a common thing, like particularly within the spiritual space. It's often very easy to get caught up in cycles of toxic positivity. I think ideas very easily get misconstrued in the spiritual space. I think certain concepts that are actually at their core quite nuanced get watered down, and they become diluted into something that they were never intended to be over time. So when people say things, as just one example, you might have heard this one before, when people say your thoughts shape your reality, something like that, I think to take a concept like that and simplify it by saying, so you must only think positive all the time, no matter what's going on in your life, that is disingenuous and misleading. I think it's actively harmful. I'd go as far as to say it's actually ableist, especially when it comes to people with OCD or anxiety, or people who experience debilitating intrusive thoughts that even with all the right help and medication, they might at times struggle to control. I don't think it's at all helpful when some random person on the internet comes and tells them, if you think bad things will happen to you. It's untrue. It's also very victim blamey. It's very trashy. It's grifty. It's icky. It's out of touch. It's bad behaviour, and I don't like it. And I think it has the potential to keep vulnerable people in this state of belief where their valid reactions to situations are weaponized, and they are made to feel bad about a totally normal response to environmental factors outside of their control. And it actually angers me, because the people who spout that kind of bullshit seem to think they are so enlightened and so progressive, and actually they are carrying out the work of the oppressor by villainizing people for having absolutely justified responses to the cruelty and unfairness of the world. It gives the same energy to me as like boomers. No offense, boomers, if anyone's a boomer. Not all boomers are like this, but it gives the same energy of that boomer quote of like, you just need to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. When people say like, just think positive, that's what I picture. And it also reminds me of when people say, oh, I hate this one, when they say, well, we all have the same 24 hours in a day. Like, okay, time blindness aside, technically that might be true, but when you consider certain factors, for example, some people having to work consecutive 12-hour shifts just to pay their bills, and other people having personal trainers and chefs and being able to afford to hire someone to practically wipe their ass for them, that phrase, within the context it is most widely used, ceases to retain any meaning. When people say that, they are not making the kind of profound, inspiring statement they think they are. They just look incredibly privileged and out of touch. I actually think it's the verbal equivalent of somebody making eye contact with themselves in the mirror and masturbating. Like, you're not encouraging anyone else, you are just literally stroking your own ego and being like, look at me, look how disciplined I am, maybe be a bit more like me. But I also think like labeling certain emotions as worthy of exploration and other emotions as not worthy is very kind of unlightened, very base level, very flawed in this deeply human way in and of itself, because ultimately every emotion serves a purpose. Every emotion highlights a need, even if as humans some of those emotions are more desirable to us than others. But ultimately it's all the same thing. All of it is trying to express something, trying to release something, trying to show us something. It all has a purpose, and how a person chooses to unleash something like anger is a personal choice, of course, and there are healthy and unhealthy ways of doing that, absolutely. But the anger itself is not the problem that needs to be fixed or ignored. It's allowed to just be what it is and be acknowledged and be expressed in a way that feels authentic, as long as it's not, you know, harming that person or anyone around them. Because for something like anger, you know, maybe we experience anger due to a deep sense of something being unjust. Like if we see someone being treated badly and we get this intense urge to fight or to do something about it or to speak out, that is love just showing up in a different form. It's a deep wanting and a longing for a better world. It's a deep desire for change coming through in this very visceral and sometimes uncomfortable way. But that's not something we have to shut down or suppress in order to be spiritual enough. You were given this vast array of human emotions in order to be able to experience them to their full capacity. And it is a gift that you are capable of feeling so much, especially on behalf of others. If you are like an advocate of any kind, it is beautiful that you have that passion. And it's okay to be angry about things when things don't seem fair. And if there are things, you know, in the past you've wanted to speak out about, but you haven't felt able to, due to fear of making others uncomfortable or due to people pleasing or feeling like you're the person who has to hold things together, it's okay to release it now. It's okay to let that out. You do not have to hold on to it as tightly as you have been doing. But in order to let it go, you do have to acknowledge that it exists. And I totally understand, right, the need to choose peace or prioritize peace. I do get that. I understand the concept of saying like, I'm not going to give this person the satisfaction of my reaction, or I'm not going to get angry, I'm just going to move on. Because most of us, like, we don't want to live in anger, right? There's enough things in the world to be angry or upset about without us, you know, choosing to make a home in that space. I get that. But sometimes our need to move on immediately to protect our peace ends up actually having the opposite effect. And it comes at the expense of us actually being able to process the pain in order to let it go and in order to actually move on. So we end up storing the anger or that repressed emotion, even if it's not anger, even if it's something different, somewhere in our body rather than getting it out in the open and allowing it to be buried. Instead, it kind of buries its way somewhere inside us when we don't acknowledge it. But at some point, it's going to hit us and affect us in some way if we don't address it or if we don't make time to give it the space it deserves. And I'm sure there are some people who are genuinely like, you know, I truly do not get angry about anything. Like, I'm really chill. I just don't experience rage in any way. And I'd say for those people, if that is their honest truth, it's probably because those people haven't been bottling up the emotions they do experience. They probably already have some kind of outlet for when something gets to them, to the point where it doesn't build up and they can easily transmute their pain without really consciously realizing that that's what's happening. So those people may truly be existing in their most peaceful energy because they have sort of already worked out how to process and how to move on in a healthy way, rather than letting resentment or anger or frustration build up over time. Which you, Pal 5, and this might not be for everyone, but I can imagine this being something you have maybe done in the past without realizing, and maybe it starts weighing heavily because you haven't realized how much you're taking on. And this might be an extra specific confirmation, but I can imagine you being the type of person where when something traumatic happens in your life, you might have kind of like a delayed reaction to it. So maybe, let's say, as just one random example, if somebody passes away and you're at the funeral, it's like everyone around you is grieving and crying and you don't really cry. Like, you just feel maybe kind of numb or disconnected from it all, dissociated. Maybe you don't feel much at all in the moment. But then something small happens months or even years down the line, and suddenly that feeling of grief hits you all at once, like in a massive wave. It washes over you as if it just happened, like as if the loss just took place, and it feels overwhelming. So you could almost be the kind of person where like something shocking happens and you're just like, I don't have the capacity to deal with this right now, I'll process that later. But then you don't really give yourself the chance to fully process it. And so maybe it builds up into this bigger thing. And so when a smaller thing happens, all the emotions come tumbling out. But it's not really about just that small thing, if that makes sense. It's like all the bigger things that are built up. I don't know if that makes sense at all. I hope it does for somebody. I actually relate a lot to this as well. But yeah, some of you, it's like you've self-identified as the strong one for so long that you can't fully comprehend what it means to be fully vulnerable or to break down. And also you don't even realize that your vulnerability is part of your strength. You've just for whatever reason learn or been socialized to bottle things up, and that's not your fault. I just want to express that. I talk about these behaviors sometimes and I'm like, oh, you do this or you do that, but for many of us this isn't conscious, right? We haven't deliberately done this. This is just how we have learned to cope or survive with the world around us, you know? And maybe something you learned was that it was unsafe to show your true feelings. Somewhere down the line you learned that, you adopted that belief. Maybe in your environment growing up, or even in your recent environment, it just wasn't possible for you to say and do what you needed to say or do in an open and honest way. It always felt safer to bottle things up or to keep your feelings hidden or close to your chest. But it seems like now you've reached this point where this is having a real life impact. And I want to say for some of you, it might be having an effect on your ability to experience positive emotions. It's like because you haven't been willing to experience the full weight of things like anger or sadness or grief, you now might be struggling to enjoy the highest highs of bliss and safety and euphoria and all of those like happy chemical kind of things. So it could be some degree of like apathy or numbness that you are experiencing. You know, even if it's not something absolutely earth-shattering going on in your life right now, there could be some element of frustration or dissatisfaction, or you just questioning and feeling like, why am I not happy? Like, I should be happy, but I'm not. Like, I've got everything I want, but I'm not happy, or something like that. I'm also getting this sort of restless urge to do something, but you're just not sure what. I'm also getting something about creative blockages. So if you have a passion project, if you are an artist of some kind, if you're a writer, a musician, if you're a content creator, if you make things, if you have a business, this could show up in the form of you struggling with ideas, maybe getting like something like writer's block, or struggling to put your efforts into action. Maybe you're not sure which direction you're being called in or what to feel passionate about because nothing is really sparking joy in that big way. Maybe you not having that desire or energy to chase things that you once really enjoyed, things that once brought you a lot of happiness. It's like you're struggling to connect to even those things that once, you know, brought that immense joy, and you're really hoping that that will return. And I'm seeing a part of this miracle is that that will return with vengeance. But a way that you can usher this in is You need to stop denying your emotions and stop deliberately numbing yourself to even the uncomfortable emotions, even when they're really, really intense. And even when you're very sensitive to those shifts within your emotional body. Because day to day, if small things happen and you're saying to yourself, I'm just going to let that go, that's fine for the time being, and you might think that that's not having an impact on you, but that could actually be stifling your creativity. Because your emotions, even if those emotions do not relate to anger, but just as an example, let's use anger. That is part of your self-expression, and that anger deserves to be channeled in ways that honour you, whether it's through your art or through your creativity or through a hobby or some kind of healthy outlet. By you telling yourself like, oh, I'm not angry, you are suppressing that self-expression, and in the process that's leading to further creative blockages down the line because you're not able to fully be you. You're not allowing yourself to shine in your full capacity. Like when you're closed off and you're thinking, no, I can't say that, I have to shut it down, I have to hold back, or I have to maintain my composure to be the bigger person. You might think these things are unrelated, but they are actually interlinked. So one example could be like, let's say you work a customer service job and you get a lot of shit, you get a lot of people being rude to you. And maybe you say to yourself like, I'm not going to react when people are hostile towards me because this is just my day job, but my actual passion is this side hustle. And so I'm going to keep my head down when I'm at work. I'm going to mind my business and ignore whatever anyone says. And I'm just going to focus all of my energy on this passion project every night. I'm not even paying attention to what's going on at work. I'm going to like numb myself from it. And I get like, sometimes we have to like numb ourselves to certain things going on in the world. Otherwise we would go fucking crazy feeling things so intensely all the time. I know there has to be a balance here. But like if you've had to suppress yourself all day for whatever reason, it's easy to lose touch with like who you actually are when you're constantly wearing this mask. And if you've had to deal with like everyone else's hostilities whilst having to hold yourself back and not being able to express yourself authentically, you might find that when you get home, it's hard to like detach from that persona of somebody who shuts everything down. And you know, even if when you're at home you try and engage with your creative project or something you love doing in a really meaningful way, something you want to invest in, you might find that you are still blocked or you're unable to get started because something within the emotional body feels pent up. Something needs to be processed. You need to process like whatever has happened that day that has left you feeling drained but kind of unable to access the deeper emotions. And don't get me wrong, like I'm all for people having the attitude of like, I'm not going to allow other people's negative opinions to affect me or to penetrate my protective barrier. We all have our ways of protecting ourselves from that. But ultimately, we are humans and there's only so much we can take. And sometimes things do bother us more than we'd like to admit. And it's okay to admit that to ourselves, even if you don't admit it to anyone else. Like ultimately, we are social creatures and we crave connection. No matter how introverted you are, humans are social creatures. And if it's that example of you being bombarded with other people's negativity or vitriol day in, day out, I think anyone would be affected by that to some degree. And there might be certain days where genuinely it doesn't bother you. It sort of bounces off you like water off a duck's back. And then other days somebody might say something and you're like, damn, that actually hurt. Like, I'm struggling with this today. I can't deal with the negativity right now. And both of those things are okay. Again, you're human. There's going to be ebbs and flows in terms of like your confidence levels and how much you can deal with day to day. But you're only doing yourself a disservice when you don't acknowledge that you need some time to decompress or to get those feelings out in the open. Maybe you're like, you know, I don't want to let these people think they got the better of me. But you honoring your emotions does not mean allowing people to get the better of you. You're allowing people to get the better of you if you choose not to honour your valid feelings, your valid emotions based on what they might think or say. That allows them to control you more than forcing yourself to be stoic or unbothered does. And if you are in the camp of people where you are genuinely unbothered and you've reached that stage, then I commend you. You probably already do have a healthy outlet, but I'd say like there is a difference between genuine unbotheredness and performative unbotheredness with the pretense of keeping up appearances. And if you are participating in the latter, that is not benefiting you, and you need to unburden yourself of the desire to hold in your truth for the sake of others. And doing that is actually only going to benefit you in terms of ushering in this miracle. Some of you guys, it feels like you have something really major and important to say or do in this life. Maybe there's something you want to speak out about. I feel like you're a voice for something. I keep getting like you're a voice for something. And I feel like part of this miracle is you finding the right audience and not being afraid to share some of your beliefs, because what you have to say is so important. But not only that, it's like you're sharing something that deeply resonates with people. People enjoy the way you choose to deliver a message, and it feels like you're going to have people supporting you and kind of cheering you on. You don't have to be shy when it comes to sharing your perspective, because there are lots of people out there who agree with what you have to say, and they want to support whatever it is you're doing. Now, that could resonate for you very literally if you are a content creator or something like that, as one example, and you're speaking on a particular topic. It could be something to do with that, like people really valuing your opinions on what you have to say. But if it's nothing to do with that, this could just refer to you being way more authentic and honest with yourself first and foremost, but also with the world around you, with other people too. And yeah, it's going to be something that makes you shine. I'm seeing you like bathed in a golden aura, like a golden halo of light. It makes you stand out. It's something to do with you glowing. And a part of that has something to do with you finding this healthy outlet. You know, maybe for some of you, because remember, we're all on different phases of our healing journey. Maybe some of you have already recently found a hobby or an outlet, and you feel like it's the ultimate de-stressor for you, and it's a way for you to release a lot of that pent-up energy. And it's something that really exhilarates you. It makes you feel alive, and it kind of helps you get those creative juices flowing, and it pushes you into inspired action. There's also something about it opening up the sacral chakra. So maybe there was something where your sacral chakra was blocked, and it's like it kind of needed this jump start. It needed a reboot. But this miracle is like, yeah, your efforts with something are going to be noticed. You're going to be getting the attention, the praise you deserve. For some of you, it's like you literally winning some kind of competition, or you getting the highest score for something. There is this way that you are going to be like raised above, I'm hearing, your peers, or above the crowd. You're being placed on a pedestal. You are going to be shown as like the example or the role model for people to try and look up to. You might even find during this period that there's people looking up to you in a new way, maybe asking you for advice on how you did whatever it is you're doing, or maybe people trying to even imitate you or copy you. But it's like you just have this special sauce with something. You have your own signature stamp that makes it stand out. But some of it has to do with, yeah, again, this outlet, or you like dumping your emotional baggage somewhere and not carrying it all with you. And it could be something really, really simple, by the way. It doesn't have to be that you're going to a support group to help you work through your anger or your emotions. If you know that's not something you would ever do, it doesn't have to be as extreme as that. But whatever this outlet or this hobby is, it kind of acts as your emotional support or your respite. It's like transmuting pain into something productive. That is the main theme of this outlet. So this could be something as simple as having a friend to vent to about some of your struggles. Maybe someone you can trust with your pain, someone you can be vulnerable with. It's like if you've had that bad day at work, as just one example, instead of bottling it all up and storing it into your chest, you send a voice note to this friend, or you have a phone call, or you text them, and you're like, I just need to vent about this. This person was an absolute bitch to me today. And you just get it all out, so it's not coming with you on the rest of your journey. And it's like you and your friend find a way to turn that annoying situation into something to laugh about, like a funny story. So you end up like feeling like you're about to cry from like you being sick of people giving you shit, to like you and this friend crying, laughing about this situation. Or for some of you, this could be like you rescuing an animal or having an emotional support animal, something to nurture. It's channeling some of your feelings into something nurturing or beneficial. It could be like volunteering for a particular charitable cause or advocating for a worthwhile cause. Or it could just be something that's totally for you, like a new hobby that's very personal. Maybe it's something you can do solo or indoors, like cozy gaming or reading. But on the other hand, it could be something more active, like paintballing or clay pigeon shooting or something, or going to a gym class, or, you know, getting your frustration out via exercise and moving your body. Could be a dance class. The specifics don't necessarily matter, but you're using whatever it is as a tool for release. There's also something about you just genuinely attracting more opportunities for fun in your life. Like some of you, part of this miracle is more spontaneity coming towards you, because we have that beach day getaway card, which is making me think some of you just need a decent break. Some of you need to get away from the grind for a day or a few days or a month even. Maybe for some of you, your miracle is getting to like switch off for a little bit. It's getting away from the mundane. Maybe you're getting to go traveling, or you're just getting to go on a weekend trip or break, and this is going to allow you to decompress. For some of you, it could be involving going to a retreat, maybe a spa trip or some kind of yoga retreat. There could be something about having a detox from technology or a dopamine detox. If some of you have been like pent up at the moment due to doom scrolling or phone addiction, if that's been something you're trying to work on, it could be that you replace the doom scrolling with this thing, like this hobby or this thing to keep your mind occupied, and it actually brings a lot more joy. Like some of you could be having a very intentional break from social media or technology. You could be kind of going off the grid a little bit, and it allows you to decompress, and it also allows you to start getting creative again. It brings new ideas. It allows you to release this creative block and get passionate about things again. But yeah, a part of this miracle is you awakening to the world again and starting to feel like there are things to look forward to or things to be excited about. Some of you, this little bit of fun that you need could come in the form of like spicy time. Spirit is being kind of rude right now, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm hearing like some of you just need to get a good scene too. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say it like that. Spirit is saying though, I'm not saying Spirit is saying that some of you are moody because you just haven't had your needs met in that way in a little while, and like you just need to have a little bit of fun and let loose, okay? And if you're not into meeting anyone in that way right now, or you know that's not for you, if you are practicing celibacy or something, I think this could be saying like treat yourself to some solo time, treat yourself to a new toy or something, get back in touch with your body, like have fun with yourself, because you might find that if you have that time to relax and lean into pleasure in your body again, the ideas will start flowing. It will kind of give you that emotional clarity, and it's probably going to make you a little less irritable if you've been irritable. I know that message isn't going to be for everyone, but yeah, don't be afraid of having fun if you want to, as long as everyone's safe and it's consensual. Even if you don't feel like that's your priority right now, I think they are saying like you can find inspiration in unexpected places, and sometimes post pleasure clarity does the trick. But yeah, there's definitely this repeating message about you not being afraid to let loose anymore. And with this flower card as well, it kind of reminds me of someone saying something and then quickly taking it back, like blurting something out and then being like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. And you might have found, especially if you've been dealing with any kind of like irritability and frustration, you might have found some of these little moments of truth slipping out at times, and then you've been quick to be like, oh sorry, I didn't mean that, or you've sort of ruminated about it afterwards and you've been like, oh, I shouldn't have said that, I shouldn't have let that slip. And I think this is saying like it's okay for you to be a little bit more honest. And don't get me wrong, sometimes we do say things in anger or in the heat of the moment that might hurt other people. And I think when that happens, it's important that we remain accountable and apologise for things we said that we might not have meant, if we were like too hasty in terms of jumping to conclusions, or if we feel like we've been a little bit unkind in our delivery. But some of these things that you're saying, Power 5, I think to anyone else it wouldn't be a big deal. But maybe if you're like a recovering people pleaser or something like that, or you've been socialised to be very polite and prioritise politeness, particularly if you're a woman, because we are often socialised to believe that like if we are blunt or honest, we are being bitchy, when if a man says the same thing, it's like praised. So there could have been instances where you aren't being unkind, you're actually just speaking your mind or stating your boundaries, but for some reason you are made to feel like you're the bad guy, or you're going to be perceived as the bad guy for doing that. So if, as one example, you're the type of person at work where you just accept people putting extra work on your plate because you feel bad saying no, maybe it gets to the point where someone asks you like, oh, could you just do this for me? And going back to what we said earlier in your reading, if you are a nice and kind person and people have the tendency to try and take advantage of your good nature, they could expect you to immediately be like, oh yeah, sure, like you can give that to me. But maybe you're saying like, no, sorry, I have too much on right now. And at first people are shocked by this because it's out of the norm, but that doesn't make you the bad guy. It just means maybe you're not allowing people to walk all over you anymore if that ever was an issue for you. Obviously that won't be for everyone. And that's more than okay. In fact, it's being encouraged, because you quickly realise that you standing up for yourself and being honest in a polite way makes you feel really, really good about yourself. Afterwards, you're like, I'm proud of myself for saying that or doing that or sticking up for myself. And the right people are going to support that. Yes, some people are going to be uncomfortable with it at first because they are not used to it, but they're going to get used to it. And you're not going to feel that same build-up of resentment when you're able to assert yourself like that. Part of this miracle, it feels like you're suddenly getting the courage to start saying what you want to say. And if that means saying no, that's what you're doing. Like, you're brave enough to start advocating for yourself to the point where it just becomes easier and easier to assert yourself. And I can absolutely relate to this, Power 5. I just want to say I've definitely been somebody who doesn't like saying no. And just as a random example from my personal life at jobs and things in the past, usually when I'd start a new job, I'd feel very pressured to say yes to everything, especially in the probation period, because when you're in the probation period, you are obviously being scrutinized more heavily. You feel like you're being judged, and you don't want to look difficult to work with. You want to prove you have a good work ethic and you can accept a challenge. But eventually, I would have so much put on my plate that it would become unmanageable. And because I was trying to get so many tasks done in a day, it meant that the quality of each task would decline because I was constantly multitasking and trying to juggle too many things. And I didn't have the time to spend that long on each individual thing, which meant even though I had tried to make everyone happy and be agreeable and say yes to everything, it ended up having the opposite effect because the work wasn't done to the best standard. So people would end up unhappy with me anyway because I didn't have the time to dedicate to their specific thing to ensure that quality. But it was really difficult to say no because this was in an environment with that sense of like urgency. Nobody really ever asked like, hey, do you have time to add this to your list? It was always like, nosy witch, I need this for 8 a.m. tomorrow. And eventually when I started saying like, oh, I don't have the capacity for this right now, my schedule is full, it was very uncomfortable at first because people would look at me like I had two heads. And sometimes I would get people responding to me in a way that made me feel uncomfortable because they'd be like, but I need it. Like, what am I going to do? And in the most respectful way possible, that wasn't my problem to solve. But they tried to make it my problem by asking me to solve their inability to plan or meet their deadline. And this can be really hard to assert, and it can be really hard to like not give in during those moments because if you're an empathetic person, you are probably internalizing their stress and you want to be helpful, you want to try and find a solution. But ultimately, the sooner you realize that that is not your burden to carry and you don't have to feel guilty for not taking it on as if it is, the easier it gets to maintain those boundaries. So in those situations, I would just say, I'm sorry, I don't know, but I have XYZ to do, like it's not doable for me today. And they would then have to figure out the problem for themselves. And usually they would figure out that there was somebody else they could ask. And often that's something they probably should have done from the beginning because the role was maybe more suited to that person than it was to me anyway. But if you're used to bending over backwards to help people and assist them, it can be really hard to let them figure that out on their own. And in the moment, it kind of feels like you're being mean or you're being unreasonable, even if you're not at all. Even if you setting that boundary is very, very reasonable. But this is telling you, like, be more honest. It's okay to say no. It's okay to not be okay with things. You don't have to be like the chill or cool with things person all the time. You're allowed to say like, hey, this isn't okay, or I don't like being treated like that, or I don't appreciate this, or I don't want to do this. You're okay to say no. It doesn't have to be a work thing. It can even apply to boundaries within a relationship. You don't have to feel like, oh, if I say this, I'll be too much for somebody or this person might not like me. No, you're gonna get burnt out pretending to be something you're not and using all your energy stepping on eggshells. It's gonna make you feel 100% more alive for you to be able to be like fully who you are and feel confident showing up as that person because you are lovable for who you are and you're going to be discovering that more and more with this miracle. It's like people love the things you have to say. They're going to be loving what you do and what you bring to the table. It's like something you bring to the table, your own special sauce. People really align with that. And by being more and more honest, by implementing these little moments of honesty into your routine instead of immediately feeling like, oh shit, I'll just give in or I'll take that back or I won't speak my truth, you're going to start feeling more and more like this is where I belong or this is who I was always meant to be. It feels like you are finding something you love and you're like, hell yeah, this is what I want to be doing. This is what sets my soul on fire. So it could be a hobby, it could be a community you're meeting. Like you meet a bunch of people who just feel like soul family to you and it feels like they fully appreciate you and value you for who you are. And you're like, oh, I feel like I just fit in so well with these people. I don't have to change any aspect to myself. I can really say what I mean and mean what I say. I just belong here. So it could be that kind of community or just like a passion that's igniting or reigniting. Yeah, something that really sparks joy and excitement and just lights you up from the inside out. And people are going to be complimenting you on it. People are going to be noticing and saying like, this is absolutely for you, pal 5. I'm hearing somebody saying like, it's got your name written all over it. So people could be saying, you're great at this. So this could be like finding your dream career. It could be you expanding your business because something about whatever it is you're selling just really starts popping off. It really appeals to people. It really resonates with them, and it just stands out from the crowd. Like nobody else is really doing it quite how you're doing it on this level, and it just is going to feel like a wish coming true for you. It feels like, hell yeah, I'm starting to get my zest for life back. You know, I'm starting to feel like I belong in the world again, like I'm finding my place, because maybe you went through a phase of disillusionment when it came to your own sense of belonging. Maybe it felt like things got off track, or, you know, just the things you used to like doing, you no longer did love doing for a time. Well, that love and appreciation for life is going to come back full force. Do you know what this is? It feels like you're finding your niche. Like there's something about you finding your niche, like you're continuing with something, but it's in this new way, and you're like, oh, this makes sense. Like this is what I was meant to be doing. Like this is what I should have been looking for. And you're like, heck yeah, I can go somewhere with this. And it's going to be bringing your confidence back. It's like you're not going to be afraid to be seen. You're getting your flowers, you're getting your credit, and it feels like you're being picked for something, like you're being headhunted, you're getting your spark back, and you're not living in fear. You're like, I don't have to hide who I am. You know, maybe beforehand there was some disillusionment because you didn't feel like you'd be accepted unless you hid certain parts of yourself, or unless you were palatable to people in some way, like you stuck with the status quo or you didn't go too far out of the box. But it feels like this unique thing that you bring is what makes you special and what people really value the most. So you never had to hide that. So maybe it's like your passion or your enthusiasm. Maybe it's your voice, your truth. Some of you in the past could have been told like, you need to quieten your voice. You could have actually been told off for being loud, and that made you shut down, or it made you not speak up about things. But it feels like you're going to be in an environment that fully embraces you for who you are. Maybe it just felt beforehand like you never got credit for your positive attributes. Like if, for example, you are really passionate or really enthusiastic about things and you love yapping when it comes to certain topics, it could have felt like you were in, let's say, a work environment or home situation where, you know, people didn't nurture that love for life that you had. You know, maybe your family or your colleagues were always like rolling their eyes when you spoke, and it made you go inwards into kind of this hermit mode. Whereas now it's like you're going to be getting compliments on things that other people in the past maybe put you down for. And it feels like people are going to be nominating you. All the things that people put you down for in the past, it's like your soul family or these other people are going to be like saying that's their favourite thing about you now. And it makes it clear to you like, oh, I never had to change any aspect of myself. It could even be that you're being nominated for some leadership position. Like for so long, you have maybe been made to feel like when you talk passionately about something, it's annoying. And that's the very trait that like other people are going to love so much. Maybe some of you are like neurodivergent and you've worked with neurotypical people and you feel like you were always getting on their nerves. And then maybe you go to this new workplace and it feels like everyone is neurodivergent and they kind of match your energy. Not saying that neurodivergent and neurotypical people can't be friends, but I think like if you are neurodivergent, it can be hard to fit in sometimes when certain people don't resonate with you in that same way. But it's like people at this new place kind of match your energy and, you know, they really praise you for being the way you are. They love your ideas, and it feels like your creativity is being nurtured and it actually pushes you to share more of yourself. If it's felt in the past like you never get selected for opportunities or you never win anything, part of this miracle is people are going to be pointing you out and being like, Power 5 would be amazing for this, like they're the best ones for this role. Like you're going to start getting chosen in all the ways you desire and deserve. People are going to start really noticing and commenting and appreciating your brilliant and amazing and unique qualities and rewarding you for all the beautiful things you have to offer, and you're going to feel so much more fulfilled and like, oh, it feels so good to finally find my place in the world. And it's going to feel like you've closed this cycle of trying to be like this old version of you that tried to fit into a box that didn't really fit you. And it's like you're going to be saying that things are finally starting to look up for you. You're like, life is finally starting to make sense and feel really good again, and now I can relax into myself more. So that is what I'm getting for your reading, Power 5. I really, really hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did like the reading, please like the video, please comment, let me know what resonated, even if it's just one tiny little thing, I would love to hear about it. If you don't feel comfortable, let me know what resonated. Please just let me know what pile you picked, or just put a random emoji. Just any engagement would be so helpful to me. If you could take a moment to do that. Please subscribe if you haven't done so already. That is the best and easiest way to support me, and it is completely free. With all of that said, I just want to thank you so much for being here. Thank you for taking your time to listen. I really, really appreciate it. Take care, and I'll see you in the next one, Power 5.